life.
Whoops. Muted again, as always. Well, not as always, just often. Let me drink my water, Hilly Trill. Anyways, hello. Didn't stream yesterday because, I mean, you actually might be able to hear it. I'm very slightly sick. Not that, it's not bad. I can, well. Sometimes when this happens and then I stream and then I talk for 3 hours straight, suddenly my throat doesn't feel great afterwards, weirdly. But... loud! Stop, game!
We shall prevail.
What was I saying? Weirdly, after I talk for 3 hours, after my throat is, you know, slightly congested or sore or whatever, it doesn't feel good after. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to me. But, anyways, hello. I want this stream to be... I can do YouTube reviews potentially, but YouTube reviews are probably going to just be relegated. If someone donates during the stream, I will do a unit review. But I want this stream to mostly be like, hey, could you talk about the new artifacts? Should I farm these artifacts for these new artifacts for my account, or should I continue farming Emblem until the end of time? Right? I can answer questions like that, or questions about upcoming characters. Yada yada yada, because I know enough about them at this point to be able to, I think, competently answer most questions people would have. So, go ahead, basically. But anyways, can I please make a bows only challenge? That was not what I expected the first question to be. The new accounts are pain. Like, I'm currently... One of the accounts takes very little time, to be clear. Like, polearms only, I log in, it takes, like, no time at all. And I thought it was going to take, I thought I was going to have some polearms only content coming up with 4.1, but then turns out Real Thizzly's not a polearm, so I got my hopes up for nothing. Anyways, I made oldies only, for example, right? And, like, oldies only is probably the challenge I'd be most inclined to return to. Among doing other ideas, but like other people have done bows only, so I don't know what makes you ask for. I'm curious why you would want to see. I forgot who asked that. Sorry, I forgot whoever asked that. Why do you want me to do bows only versus like who's the main person doing bows only? Was it Noblies that did bows? No, Noblies was doing claymores. I think I don't remember the larger person that was doing bows only. I don't know. I know I do actually like a Abyss focus like on my only series, which many only series don't because they don't understand that's the like only valuable thing to do endgame. But anyways, thanks for the thanks Len for the money. Don't even want me to review their characters, just free money. I'll take the free money. Thanks Len. Thanks for the 249. Okay. Let me scroll up. I just talked for too long about things. OMG unit reviews. I mean, look, I'll maybe move on to more unit reviews later. For now, I just want to like do dailies and answer questions. Yeah, like should I pull for Yelan or whatever. Homegrown, yeah, ask whatever question. It doesn't even have to be Fontaine specific questions to be clear. I just imagine there might be a bunch of players that like are having thoughts about things coming out in Fontaine that you might have questions for, right? So Dehya, yeah, Dehya is bows only. So like what would I offer as valuable about bows only versus Dehya? I think he's a better like entertainment creator. I'm probably better on the technical side off the top of my head of the game, but I don't know. I don't feel like for the time required, I don't feel like I could offer that much, but it would make sense to do bows only. Well, actually, no, it would just make me insane to do bows only in the next patch. So, anywho's, should you pull, yeah, homegrown, ask whatever questions you want. Doesn't even have to be Fontaine related, but I was doing this stream for Fontaine in particular, so I would expect Fontaine questions. Should you pull for Yelan or Zhongli? I mean, they're very different units. I don't personally like shielders. So if you're like me, no, don't pull for Zhongli. But Zhongli is a character that many people quite like. Because he offers, like, the ultimate of comfort. Sorry, my throat's a little bit acting up today. He offers, like, the ultimate comfort of just, like, have Zhongli on the team, and as long as they don't have, like, mechanics like Corrosion Doggos in the Abyss or whatever other shield punishing mechanics in the Abyss, which I don't think are necessarily a bad thing in my opinion. But they almost always when they do that in the Abyss, by the way, like this current Abyss, the first half, I'm not even gonna go over there. The first half is like punishing you for using Shield's Abyss, but the second half you can use Zhongli fine, right? So, like, you shouldn't like feel trepidation, like, oh, Zhongli's not going to be useful, because like he's almost always going to be useful. The reason I don't like him is because I think it depends on the team, really. Like, I really enjoy having him on polems only because, you know, there's not very many options for healers. So having a just generic protective unit is really nice. But anyways, Zhongli is good, right? But if you don't want to go down the route of just your playstyle becoming overly mindless, because a lot of people find that they're just really reliant on Zhongli, and that could be actually unfun for you in the long term. But
thank you for
just having, yeah, I am gonna use Zhongli and go with it, right? Is fun in some ways, because it can make certain teams just easier to pull off the rotations for, right? The more rotationally sensitive a team is, the more, if they have a flex slot that Zhongli could be on, the nicer Zhongli is. Yelan is just like an off-field hydro player that works exactly like Xingqiu, but is easier to do big damage, but has less like tanking utility because she doesn't have the damage reduction stuff, right? So Yelan versus Zhongli, they feel very, very different roles. If you need more protection, that's what you desire right now. Oh my god, let me take a drink of water. Jesus Christ, my throat. Zhongli might be better for you, right? But if you want more damage dealers, you want just zooping around, running around the overworld, and just generic hydro player that's useful in a whole lot of teams, right? You know, yeah. I mean, would you mind taking a glance at my profile when you're done with your other accounts and get to weapons only? I have you have me on my friends list. I don't know which friends list you're on, but yes, I will, Len. Thank you for the 12 euros. Remind me later. I will definitely do that. Okay. So, Cyan Deep, by the way, I think you asked my plans for Fontaine characters. I can get on that more later. Ask again. Should you pull for Childe if you have Ayato built? They fulfill different roles. Childe is like a child. I'm not a child enjoyer. I don't have him. But my understanding, the most relevant team he has, which is still a very strong team for very fast clears in the game, is Childe National, right? And you can get some real big damage out of Childe, and he has very fast Hydra application while he's on field doing his Riptide skill nonsense and like quadratic scaling, which basically just means enemies are grouped really together, like with Venti, or if you use Kazuha, you can get an actual whack ton of damage with Childe. He's a fairly good unit. I don't love his like cooldown functionality, but as far as like on-field Hydro players go, him versus Ayato is a more universal character because he has off-field Hydro. So, yeah. I personally would not pull for Childe if you already have enough Hydros, but Childe is, in general, basically my point I think I'm trying to make. Childe is a character that I see no need for you to like, oh, I need Childe on my account. Ayato has relevance like a fairly universal like jack-of-all-trades character, Hydro character. Whereas Childe does not have that aspect to him. So they're not exactly comparable, but Childe is absolutely someone who's good if you really think you're going to enjoy his playstyle, and you don't mind like the downtime on his skill that much kind of thing, whatever. You probably will like Childe, right? If you like his character and you want to have fun with Childe, you're probably going to like his kit, right? But if you just like want more Hydro 5 stars, I don't think there's much reason to get Childe. Yelan C1. save for Yoimiya, or just save for Yoimiya and then pull in Yelan's next free round for a weapon in C1. I don't think Yelan's weapon is worth it, unless you have other bow characters where like the bow could be useful if you end up finding it's not that useful on Yelan, right? As far as Yelan C1 goes, I greatly enjoy having Yelan C1 because I like doing nuke vape teams with Yelan, and it's useful for overworld. But as far as like the question of is it more useful than having another character, probably not, right? I am not playing well, by the way. Do not. This is just terrible. So, yeah. Alright. It's up to you. Yoimiya is not, you know, the strongest character in the game either. She's in a similar situation as a Childe. If you really like her, she's not bad. She can work really well in the way she works well in for single target, normal attack, DPS, right? I just think she's really boring. Alright. I'm just trying to get through the backlog. Sorry, I'm ignoring any new messages. I'm just trying to get through the backlog of messages that I missed because I talked too long about certain things. But yeah, I don't know. Yelan C1, I really enjoy it. If you want to do weird skill build like I do, to maximize their skill damage, just forward vaping her in a weird burning team, then I'll show it. Then like, yeah, maybe it's worth it to you if you're really that heavily invested in making Yelan do big damage and like reducing her ER needs. It's not a bad constellation. I think it's one of my favorite 5-star limited constellations in the game, but it's still like of questionable value compared to like another unit that you could like have fun building another team around. Is kind of all it comes down to. So I'm assuming based on the fact that you're talking about like saving for Yoimiya and whatever, and ultimately you might be tempted by new units that are coming out. It's like, is it really worth getting a constellation? Up to you. Up to you. Then do about elements. What does do about elements? Sorry, I'm not sure what that means. Is Heizou better with Desert Pavilion? I believe Desert Pavilion is this set, right? No, this set. Yeah, that's what I thought. If you're talking Desert Pavilion versus the new set, the problem do either. The Desert Pavilion is going to give you the charge attack bonus, like a 40%. Right? So I need to keep in mind. So the new set, I think I have a thing ready, right? I'm guessing you're asking in reference to this set. Oh, that doesn't. Here, let's move that over like this. This skill damage set for Heizou, like if you want big damage number from Heizou's skill, that's all you care about, this set might be the best set for like a carry Heizou, right? The thing with this set is though, right? The 2-piece gives them anode damage bonus, so that's 15% damage bonus. That applies to all of Heizou's damage, and the skill damage set, if you do the like swapping out, making sure you're getting the full 70%, is 70% damage bonus. 15% anode damage bonus is the same as 15% skill damage bonus when it comes to the damage bonus for skill. It's calculated the exact same way. It's just what that damage bonus applies to. And in this case, that applies to everything. So the baseline is 15%, and then when charge attacks hit opponents, your attack speed increases and you get normal charge plunging attack bonus, right? Heizou's multipliers for normal attacks are real garbage. So that doesn't have that much value, essentially, that 4-piece. If you're full-on invested in just like, I want to maximize skill damage, right? So it's up to like what you care about if you're that invested in carry Heizou, essentially. Because carry Heizou is not going to be amazing regardless, but you can make it work in the right team for sure. Oh, they didn't die? Really? There we go. That's why nuke Yelan is fun. Who needs Yelan's burst? Not me.
Take it easy.
So I would say Heizou would be carry Heizou in my opinion. If I was going to do it, would be more fun with the new set than Desert Pavilion. But he can work perfectly fine in Desert Pavilion. It's just that his okay, we might have actually gotten the artifact I need. The reason I'm still farming this set is because I want a slightly better feather than I have on Dehya. And I figure I'm never going to farm this set again after 4.0 comes out, so I have a couple more days for a very small chance at a better feather. But yeah. Look at characters. What do you mean look at? Oh, yes. Thank you. Len, I will look at. All right. Fab is Yelan's signature weapon, indeed. All right. What did I miss? Let me scroll down. Just lost a 50-50 to Diluc. Oh no, I'm sorry. At least you have a guarantee for the future. 4.0 weapon banner is Pain with Zhongli Spear. You plan to pull Childe, but fear the weapon banner. I mean, then don't wish in the weapon banner. the main time that like the weapon banner can make sense. One, if you're someone who wants to vertically invest in a team, like understand that weapon banner. In the best of cases is like, in the very best of cases is more than this. But more often than not, it's like weapon banners like, wow, I can get 10-ish% more damage on my character. That's generally what the weapon banner converts to, if you get the weapon you want, right? And that's not a lot versus like a new character or even a constellation potentially, but that's constellation versus weapons is more questionable value because they tend to have similar like percentage increases or less than another depending on the constellation, so don't equivalate those two. Sure, we'll take that. It's another chance. And any tips to get quick primos? I mean, credit card is the quickest one. No. I mean, do quests, do exploration, you know. It's a grindy game. There's more primos than you expect locked behind exploration, in my opinion. It's just an enormous time investment to get them, right? So, but if you've exhausted exploration and events and all the things, then there's not much way, right? So yeah, as far as weapon banners go, wish on a weapon banner where you can, right? If you can get value... This is a terrible one. This is one of the worst weapon banners ever. But if you can get value out of the donut and the bell at the same time, which very few players don't wish in this weapon banner, this weapon banner might make sense, right? But also you have to keep in mind that you might spend like a pity's worth. I think most people that wish in weapon banner are probably spending around a pity's worth on the weapon banner, right? You can spend a pity's worth on this banner and still you have a 25% chance, right? You have a 25% chance of getting a standard banner weapon that is useless to you, right? You have a 25% chance of one of these 10. And that's not fun. So as long as you acknowledge that you're willing to gamble with that 25% chance of getting something you don't want, if you like both the weapons on the banner, it can be a banner that makes sense. So like Yelan's and Lyney's weapon banner will be pretty good because both of them are good DPS bows, particularly if you're getting Lyney, right? Because both of those bows will be very good for Lyney. But otherwise, it's like, no, don't wish on Zhongli's weapon banner if you want Childe's bow. It's smarter to just wait for another bow. Also, Childe is universal enough. I don't know why I teleported over here. Is universal enough that you can use like a lot of DPS bows in Childe. There's not... My understanding is there's not an insane difference between Polar Star and also and other bows. And also Polar Star, the passive on Polar Star... I don't think I have Polar Star on this account. No. I only have a Polar Star on any account. The passive on Polar Star requires like doing a number of things to make sure you get all the stacks up on it. Oh, I did my dailies already. That's funny. So, yeah, right. So I wouldn't recommend the Polar Star Zhongli Spear ban unless you're really dedicated and you're willing to spend 200 wishes on Polar Star. I think the new Geo unit bring to Geo as a dead element will even remember Geo exists. I hope so. I hope they remember Geo exists because the main thing I think they need to do with Geo is, to be clear, I don't want passives necessarily exactly like Nilou. I don't want this. I don't want these heavy of, where is it? These heavy of team restrictions. But a Geo unit that modifies the Geo reaction would be a really interesting Geo unit, right? Even if it's just literally like Nilou. Crystallized cores, instead of giving you shields, they just explode. That'd be interesting and kind of fun, especially if there's like a special animation on crystallized things exploding. That'd be funny, right? It wouldn't be that unique because Bloom exists, but it would be fun to just use Geo units to start making things explodey. So yeah, you know, I don't know. I sincerely hope like Hoyo, the creative framework that Hoyoverse has made for this game is actually like for combat is actually really brilliant in my opinion, and they have a lot of creative freedom. And the number one things they do to shoot themselves in the foot with their character design is they just like make characters too boring so often. So if they release another Geo character for the first time in 2 years, that'll be sad. A Geo character that just is like a Geo character that does normal attack, damage. Like it's another Noelle or Itto. I will be a sad boy. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, give me crit damage. That is very crit damage. Where's the other one? We had one more possible one. I'm not hoping that much that I'm gonna get an upgraded flower feather, but we'll see. We'll see. So many freaking artifacts, man. Yay! Thanks. All right, I'm losing any hope that I have. I don't know. Dehya's gonna probably have to sit at 65% crit rate forever. It's fine. Oh well. Okay. Oh yeah, 4VV is probably better for Heizou. I'm aware. Yes. I was specifying carry Heizou. We were invested in trying to specifically maximize one aspect of Heizou's damage, which I think is what a lot of Heizou players would do. It's what I did when I built him, kind of built him a little bit when I first had him. So.
I got a new letter from them.
Oh, you can achievement for Primos. So. Is there a bathroom in Wangsheng Funeral Parlor? I have no idea. Ask Hu Tao. Aqua was second best in slot for Childe. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, if you want to get a bow for Childe, like, instead of Zhongli's... What am I doing, by the way, on this count? I think I'm going to switch accounts. If you want a bow for Childe... Oh my god, can I press Serenity Pot? Good god, brain. Yeah, the Lyney weapon banner, Aqua, or what's it called? Lyney, whatever the heck Lyney's bow is called, is almost assuredly a better and smarter banner to wish on, since you have a far higher chance of getting a Childe bow than a bow for Childe than wishing on Childe's weapon banner, right? Oh yes, Hangouts. If you haven't done Hangouts are relatively fast at getting Primos, but you do need the keys for it, so it's not like, oh, I can immediately do all of these today. Do I want... yeah, I'm just going to buy all those. Blam.
If you ever...
Okay. Let me look at anything else. How good is Lyney? Lyney is good. The problem... There's... My understanding is the question of the value of Lyney and how strong he is comes down to a little bit of how well you can play, how many charge attacks you can get out. If you can get out, I believe, like 3-4 charge attacks consistently, he's quite good in what he's made to be good in, which is Mono Pyro. And Mono Pyro is a fairly comfortable team to play. It's fairly mindless because you don't have to think about like reactions and making sure you have aura on enemies, whatever. So it can be a fairly mindless, strong team to play, I imagine. So if you're interested in doing that, he can definitely be strong in what he's made to be strong in. He's also usable to do reactions, like if you don't want to do Vaporize Lyney, but we don't know exactly, I don't think we know in-depth details of how he applies Pyro and how it's going to work out, like when his charge shot applies Pyro relative to like his hat exploding and all that. So the big thing up in there is like, how good is Lyney in reaction teams? And the answer is probably not that good. It's not that up in there. I shouldn't like... It's just like, it might be hard to use him outside of Mono Pyro, and there's going to be better units in the teams that he was slot into as like a vaping character, right? But he definitely can work. They haven't made him so restricted that you can't use him like that if you like him. So I don't know. He's definitely a character, if you like him, if you think his animation, he seems super fun, and you have like characters built where he'd fit in with, or he'd fit in a team in, like a Mono Pyro team. You have Bennett, Kazuha, Zhongli built already, or Zhongli. You don't have to do Zhongli with him, to be clear. Time to go. Lyney is good, but he is another DPS character that like, you don't have to feel the need to pull, right? You don't have to feel the need to pull them unless you're that interested in them, like on a, whether it be a personality, story, just having the animations and charge attack playstyle looks fun, right? For what it's worth, I'm not pulling for him because on this account, Wrong button. On this account, one of the first limited 5-star I got was Ganyu, who was a charge attack bow character, and I got bored of that playstyle. I played it for like a good month or so, but I got very bored of it after a while, and like I've never returned to it. Ganyu at least has like burst support relevance for just applying cryo off field, and she buffs cryo damage by 20%, right? In her AoE. So she has burst support relevance, which I like, and I've used her very occasionally for that, but not often. I should switch accounts, by the way, otherwise I'm just rambling. I'm just answering questions. Sorry. So yeah, I don't know. It is. He's fine. He's good. He is definitely good, but he's just. If you think you're interested in that playstyle, you're probably going to enjoy him, right? And he's going to be good enough that you're going to be happy with him, which is a good balance for a DPS unit to be in my opinion. How relevant is the Numa Oja? I don't know. Well, hopefully not that relevant, but we'll see. I think Yai Aggravate is bad without Kaza. Nahida. I almost never use Nahida with Yai Aggravate. Almost never. So no. Without Kazuha, no. I use Yai Aggravate with Fischl, Sucrose, Yai all the time. And then Baiju is just there because Baiju is the most comfortable one I have access to, and he synergizes well with what that team wants to do. That you could easily use Yayo as your healer, or you could go no healer. You could use Prototype, whatever, what is it, Prototype Amber? You could use Prototype Amber on Sucrose, and she could, if you play well, Sucrose could heal well enough, right? No, Yai Aggravate is not bad without Kaza and Nahida Baiju. There's plenty of other options for any of those units, in my opinion. Is Yai strong with any of those units? Yeah. But particularly Kaza is definitely not necessary for Yai Aggravate, because Sucrose is a C0 Kazuha versus a Sucrose, like a built Sucrose with her EM pass along, is a similar level of buffing as Kazu's elemental damage buffing, if not more, depending on what your other teammates are with Yai. So. Alright, trying to get through. I think I've got through a bit of the backlog. Is Lyney like Itto? Does he need high investment? No, I don't think so. Lyney has a... Okay, I mean, he's going to be a character that you want to build crit on, right? So, where's my window? You are going to want to farm and do it. Keep in mind, if you do want Lyney... There we go. You are going to want to farm... Oh, shoot. What is it called? I think it's like called Marches Hunters. Oh, great. Oh, boy. What is this artifact set called? Oh, F me, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I'm not even going to... I'll figure out how to pronounce this later. Yeah, you're going to want this artifact set for Lyney. So, like... to be clear, you can probably like throw Wanderer's Troop on him or something. You can throw whatever DPS artifacts you have. Pyro damage bonus, 2-piece attack, 2-piece pyro damage bonus, 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack, until you get Lyney. And Lyney can be functional without having these artifacts. I'll be very clear. But these are almost assuredly going to be Lyney's best artifacts, like 100%. So... Anyway, so what is the point? Is Lyney like Itto? He needs high investment. As far as artifact investment, he needs crit, right? So he's high investment, then he needs crit. Does he need a 5-star weapon? I don't think so, because there's a lot of bow options, bow DPS options that both, like, particularly various. There's obviously plenty of 5-star bows that are good on him, but there's also 4-star bows. The new battle pass bow, if you're willing to spend the $15 for the battle pass, is really good for Lyney. What is the new battle pass bow called? They did announce these, by the way. That's why I can show these. I forgot what the new battle pass bow is called. There is Scion of the Blazing Sun. This is good for him. It's single target focused. The buff is single target focused, I believe. But has high base attack, lower crit rate. But being that he's going to gain, he ascends with crit rate, and if you have him on signature artifacts, he's going to gain a bunch of crit rate. Like if anything, the crit rate actually is not necessarily ideal for him, but it depends on what your artifacts are. So Lyney's going to be a little bit weird to build if you use the new artifacts that give... I should have just opened up a new tab. All right, these give crit rate. If you're using a crit rate weapon and he ascends with crit rate, right? It's you do the math, right? 25% base crit rate, If you have 36% crit rate on top of that, that's 60% crit rate. And then you have something like the new bow, which has 20% crit rate. You're at 80% crit rate at base, which means you don't want that many. You're fine to get up until you hit the 100% mark, right? But depending on how your artifacts roll, it's in a weird state where if you get, you know, if you're farming for the new artifacts, the hunter artifacts. Oh, I just got rid of Genshin instead of the browser window. And you end up getting something when you're farming for Lyney. You end up getting something like, I think this, yeah, like this piece, which is a very good artifact, right? But it has 15% crit rate on it. Well, that means suddenly my Lyney with the Battle Pass bow is at 95% crit rate, which means I only want one more crit rate sub before crit rate has 0 value. And suddenly now you're farming for only like crit damage. And attack percent isn't super relevant with Lyney because you're almost surely going to play Bennett with him, which means like you don't really need a ton of attack percent subs. So I don't know. Point is, a very high investment Lyney kind of only cares about crit damage. But it depends heavily on what weapon you're having, what weapon you use on him, etc., etc. But yeah, a very high investment Lyney cares only about crit damage, and that could be a bit miserable. Potentially. If you're really invested, but at the same time, I don't think it'll be that hard to get him to be functional, and we're talking about like levels of investment that you're spending a lot of resources on very minor improvements over time, right? And it's not necessarily worth it. But he is in a weird case where he gets so much damage percent bonus from his passives. You use him with the likes of Bennett, so you don't really care that much about attack as much as you might on other characters. Not that attack is bad. Attack still has the same value it would always have. It wouldn't be a dead stat. It's just that you're getting so much of the attack you might need already from using Bennett with him that it has less value. And then you might be overcapping crit rate depending on what weapon you have, if you have too many crit rate subs, so you might only care about crit damage substats, and that's an annoying situation to be in. So, yeah. Lyney might be like Itto in that sense, but I don't think in the 5-star weapon sense, or the characters to be competitive with other teams, because Lyney does have a lot of options for... Alright, so Lyney's made to do mono pyro, but you don't have to do like... You don't have to do, you know, Bennett, Kazuha, Xiangling, Lyney. You can do Bennett, Sucrose, or Kazuha. Or, well, Kazuha is definitely better than Sucrose in a Lyney team because obviously the EM bonus from Sucrose doesn't do anything. But if you don't have a Kazuha, you can use any other animal like Sucrose. The VV is more important than like the damage percent bonus you get from Kazuha. I had to take my breath a little bit, talking too much. You can use character archive. You can use the likes of Zhongli, right? Because many people are going to want interruption resistance with Lyney, so you can use the likes of Zhongli or Thoma. Thoma in particular, like say, I don't know, Thoma's been out for long enough. Where is Thoma? Thoma's been out for long enough. I am blind as a bat. Where's Thoma? Bro, where's Thoma? My brain cannot see this boy. Why is he fading into not? There it is. Thoma has a C6 that gives normal charge bludgeoning attack bonus. So, you know, Thoma could be a good option. And Thoma, if you can also spec Thoma if you don't need that much protection, which you probably wouldn't need that much protection. You would just want the interruption resistance from the shield, which he would provide because he constantly generates like a new shield. So he should provide like interruption resistance. So like a C6 Thoma built for like burst damage on like 4-piece emblem or something. Could be actually pretty good on a Lyney team, I would say. But it depends how much you want, just like full shield pot versus damage. For reference on like how much damage Thoma can have with like a DPS emblem build, it's similar to Dehya. so yeah. Not factoring in like reactions, and obviously it depends on like reactions and different teams. They're not fully equivalent, but Thoma as a defensive pyro unit and Dehya, Thoma's probably better, especially of a C6 for a Lyney team. Oh god, I know some people are like, oh yeah, Dehya's more relevant with Lyney. Like yes, you can, but like so the problem with Dehya, by the way, and Lyney, not on this train, is particularly because most people don't have C2 Dehya. And yes, Dehya gives you interruption resistance. That's good. But Dehya also has a 20-second cooldown on her skill, which is what gives the interruption resistance, right? It says when... where is the thing? Yeah, see, she tanks damage, and then you have damage mitigation, and then there's, I don't know, there's something in here that says interruption resistance, right? But it's only when you're within this AoE, and you only have it up for like 12 seconds out of 20 seconds. And that sucks. So I don't know how good it's actually going to feel to play Lyney with Dehya together, because look, it's gone, and now there's another 6 seconds, and like, I don't know, it might rotate well together that by the time you finish your other character's abilities, finish redoing Bennett's burst, do Kazuha, and then you switch back to Dehya, you'll just have her skill back, and then you can do Lyney's charge attacks, and it might be fine, right? It might be perfectly fine. I haven't looked into it that much, but also, it's probably worse than Thoma. So, yeah, it's probably worse than Thoma. Who else always gets ignored by Soul? I'm sorry, pleb. I talked to you with a Discord server. That's my excuse. Anyways, okay, let's scroll down. Alright, I think I've mostly caught up. I keep on saying this. People talking about bow characters, blah, 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 blah. Alright, I'm gonna log on to another account because I don't see... C6 Sucrose is an okay substitute for Kazuha Mono Pyro, since she gives 20% elemental damage bonus with her burst infusion. Yeah, for Mono Pyro specifically, she'd be not bad if you have C6 Sucrose. I don't, because just I never wished that much on banners that had Sucrose, because Mihoyo hated me. This C6 is not that great though, because it's really annoying to consistently, like, Kazuha is easy to get consistent swirls, like infused on his burst. Sucrose is annoying to get consistent elements on her burst because she yeets the burst across the field, and it might just absorb some freaking element that, so like Sucrose is standing here, there's an enemy standing over here in Abyss. She yeets her burst over that direction, and then it ends up grabbing the Hydro that the Hydro Aramite lady has on her knives, and now you got 20% Hydro damage bonus for your Pyro team. Yay! So, to be clear, that's not necessarily that often, but it can be annoying. In a mono Pyro team, it should be easier because you should have a lot of Pyro enemies. You should be able to pretty consistently get a Pyro infusion. So yes, C6 Sucrose is a good option. But, anyways. The fact that you had C6 Thoma for so long, love Thoma, but his shield always disappoints me, so building Burgeon instead. Yeah, Burgeon Thoma is genuinely pretty fun. I would recommend Burgeon Thoma. But yeah, building DPS Thoma for something like a Lyney team would not be that bad too, because again, you'd already have Bennett for a healer, so you really just need the interruption resistance, and you don't need the shield to be that tanky. What about C4 Yanfei? C4 Yanfei is an option too. C4 Yanfei, the problem with C4 Yanfei is it requires her burst, so I personally would definitely use Thoma over C4 Yanfei. I believe it requires a burst, right? When done deals, use creature shield that absorbs the percentage of her HP. It is a very high scaling. Like 45% of Yanfei's HP is a lot. But it absorbs pyro damage more effectively. But yeah, you gotta use her burst, right? And she does have a cooldown of 20 seconds on her burst, so you don't have 100% uptime on the shield ever. I believe, because I don't think she has constellations that reduce cooldown on her burst, right? No, yeah, I didn't think so. So the two problems with this on a mono Pyro team is probably not that bad as far as energy goes, but one problem is like energy generation. Like 45% HP is a lot, but you got to keep in mind that, like, I don't even think her base HP is super high either, but I don't remember what her base HP is at level 80, 90. You got to keep in mind you're almost certainly going to have to build some pretty heavy energy stats. Even in a mono Pyro team, she probably wants like Fav and an ER timepiece, I'm guessing. It's a guess. I could be wrong, but where does the burst cost? Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was an 80 cost. Like that's a lot. That's a lot. Even in a mono Pyro team, that's potentially a lot. It depends on who exactly your teammates are. I don't know. I don't remember exactly how Lyney's particle generation is, right? So off the top of my head, I don't know what your ER needs are going to be. But if you have Thoma constellations versus Yanfei constellations, I would do Thoma, particularly the C6 Thoma over Yanfei for a shielder in a Lyney team. But C4 Yanfei is definitely an option. It just, you're going to have to build a decent bit of ER, which means your shield might not be as tanky as you expect, because you're just not going to have as many HP stats as you might expect. So 45% HP on her shield might not be that much when she only has 25,000 max, right? Or something like that, depending on what level you have her at, and yada yada. One upside, though, is you don't... A notable upside, I would say, though, of C4 Yanfei, where did you go? Is because it's a constellation, you don't have to level talents for it. It just absorbs 45% of HP. You don't have to level any talents for C4 Yanfei. C4 Yanfei's talents would just be for her damage percent bonuses, right? So if you're not using her as a DPS in that team, just as shield bot, in some ways that's kind of nice, right? Because you just leave her at level 1 talents and go to town, put a fav on her, and put your fav. That gives 40% at level 80, and then you put an ER timepiece. I imagine 190% ER in mono power should be fine. You could, if need be, you could do 2-piece emblem, right? Like, it really, I don't think it would be that hard to build Tank Fei in a mono power team. You probably don't even need as much ER as I'm saying. It just might, at the same time, you just might have to sacrifice some HP stats, which means sacrificing shield tank ability. So it depends what you have and who you enjoy, I would say. But suggestion for on-field Zhongli teams. Here, let's... Is something the new Aqua mechanic will generate energy for teammates? Could that make Lynette better force slot for Lyney team than Kaza? I wouldn't say better than Kaza, because Lynette is probably better than Sucrose in a actual mono power team where you're not doing your reactions. I gotta log into a different account. I'll log into Poems only and talk about Zhongli for on-field Zhongli. Turtle. Give me a second while I log in. The Hyperbloom driver Zhongli. Thanks, Vicky. Yes, you could Hyperbloom driver Zhongli. I mean, no, it's not Hyperbloom driver. That's not even the correct way to say it, because he doesn't drive anything. He's not driving any reaction. He's doing nothing. You're just on-fielding him for no reason, other than you can. Oh God. What was I saying? I had a stroke. Oh, Lynette versus like Kazuha. Like Lynette's gonna be worse than Kazuha, almost assuredly. With that whatever mechanic for generating energy, maybe, but like the energy generation is not necessarily the main reason you would have Kazuha on the team. I mean, Kazuha is a very good fav holder, to be clear, but I don't think Lynette is necessarily that much worse of a fav holder, right? So, and if you're wishing for Lyney, you probably have some Lynette constellations. You might get C4 Lynette, might have even extra particles that you give Lynette. Like Lynette might generate more energy than a C0 Kazuha, is kind of my point, with just like her base particle generation, if you have C4 especially, for Lynette's extra skill. Alright, goodbye, turtle. So anyway, but Lynette notably, by the way, versus like Sucrose in a monopyro Lyney team, Lynette has a 20% like attack bonus, or no, actually no, I think Lynette's bonus is not 20% attack, because I think it's based on like different elements you have in the team. So Lynette's bonus, I don't remember what it would be. I think it might only be like 12% or 16% or something. But anyway, she gives a small attack percent bonus, which if Sucrose's EM buff does nothing, and you don't need Sucrose's like grouping, particularly if Lynette's... I haven't seen Lynette's C1 grouping, but if Lynette's C1 grouping is as good as it's been described, Lynette's C1 grouping should be sufficient. Sufficiently... Okay, I shouldn't say it's sufficient, but I would say better than Sucrose's grouping, because Sucrose's grouping is not great. Is all it comes down to. So anyways, on-field Zhongli. So... The number one way if you want to on-field Zhongli is definitely physical, and the easiest way to do that is actually with the oldie weapon that you can craft. You can craft Crescent Pike. So if you haven't heard of it, there is a craftable weapon. I mean, you might have heard the weapon, but you might not have heard the build. There's a craftable weapon called Crescent Pike. So Crescent Pike, I actually should have one. I'll probably demonstrate this, so it's not even visually obvious anything's happening. So you can do I don't want to switch my whole Zhongli's build to like show proper. You know what? F it. F it. I'm gonna do. Oh god, I'm gonna switch. I love that there's no loadout, so that it's so annoying that like, hey, I just want to show like a physical Zhongli build, and I can't just like swap my artifacts back automatically. I just want to like I want a button that's like save all states for current characters, and I can just like return to that state after the fact, and then I could just freely be like, yeah, now it's like I can switch up all my artifacts, show you a physical Zhongli. So, anyways, I'm gonna show you a physical Zhongli team. And there's going to be a physical Zhongli team with Crescent Pike, and this is on polearms only, where I'm limited by my buffers and my flex options, right? So anyways, this team, literally called Getting Physical. So Yunjin here, buffing normal attacks. Yunjin's not amazing for a physical Zhongli because Yunjin does have a trigger quota, which is a limit on how many instances of hits she can buff. And the reason it's not amazing for physical Zhongli potentially is if you're in like if you're in something that's not a single target situation, if you're in a single target situation, the 30 quota limit should not be a problem in my opinion, even with Zhongli. But you see this like 5 hit here that says 13.8% times 4. Well, that's that 5 hit. If the 5th hit that does 4 individual hits will use up 4 stacks of Yunjin's quota. So the full sequence here uses 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9 total hits, right? Which means you can do 3 cycles of normal attack spam, and that's basically using up Yunjin's quota, right? And that's a bummer. So, anyways, if you want on-field Zhongli, this is by far the funnest way to do it. Let's see what I can do for artifacts on him. I'm going to put... So I have some decent physical artifacts. I think I'm going to do 2-piece physical. The reason I'm doing 2-piece physical is because I believe my Pale Flame... I don't think I have a crit rate Pale Flame piece. I should switch to this. So anyways, we're gonna get very behind in the stuff in chat. I got an onset goblet. Yeah, I have. It's a very good crit damage circlet, but it's not going to give enough crit rate when you're not running a crit weapon, right? So, anyways, let's do 2-piece physical. What's my best physical goblet, actually? Let's figure out if we're going to use the onset physical goblet or not. 7, 14, 13 attack. That's pretty good. Or 17 attack. Or 17 crit damage. So I could sacrifice crit rate and attack percent. This is a very good offset goblet. Okay, let's see. I think I have a good enough feather and flower that I should just use that. So I'll do 2-piece of this, and then we'll do the hydro damage, this physical goblet, and then we need. What's the best thing we can do here? Probably, just attack percent. I don't think I have good echoes pieces, so I don't know why I would click on that. Brain, Shimanoas. ER. I don't think I actually have no, I have that. Okay, that's pretty good. It's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's not horrible. And then I need a crit rate piece. Probably that. Yep. Which one? EM. This one's slightly better. Yeah, this one has less crit, but it's better. All right, here we go. So 2-piece attack, Crescent Pike, level 80, 61, 136. Nothing insane. You could definitely get a much better build than this. I want to be very clear. But let's see how it does. Yeah, though it's kind of garbage, right? You can see people using physical Zhongli to clear. I saw a video of someone using a physical Zhongli team with Crescent Pike. I don't remember if it was Yunjin or not, so it was definitely not this exact team. But someone using Crescent Pike, physical Zhongli in one of the, not this current Abyss cycle. This Abyss cycle is very easy. You could probably do it without a problem. But using physical Zhongli with Crescent Pike. So the reason Crescent Pike is good on a physical Zhongli is because this says after picking up an element or particle, normal and charge attacks deal an additional damage equal to 20% of attack for 5 seconds. This normal charge attack bonus it happens to every single individual hit. So it looks like, oh, is it just giving you a 20% attack percent buff? No, it's giving you way more than a 20% buff. a 20% attack buff, I should say, not necessarily 20% buff. It might be a 20% buff versus whatever. Anyways, is it necessarily better than a crit weapon? Like, realistically, I probably would on this account. You know, I have 500 Jade Spears, not 500. I have 2 Jade Spears, right? A Jade Spear build, and then using Vorpies, I could probably get bigger numbers without this weapon. But you're gonna see the numbers, even with like a not amazing build, are probably gonna be decent. Is Mika on a proper build? I didn't even check. No. No, he's not. You know what? It doesn't matter. I wish you luck on your Lyney pulls, Night Foxy. Wish anyone luck, not just Night Foxy.
Precision strike. Break a leg. Observe.
Solidify.
Yeah, I think I ran out of everything.
Observe.
Can I get past? Thank you.
Engaging. Now's our chance. Illusion shattered.
I did not mean to press that button. Whoops.
Your grand finale. Unleash.
Yeah, so I don't know. You can see like his health goes down real fast when, particularly when that 5 hit happens, right? So I also believe, notably, by the way, I didn't even try doing charge attacks because I was using Yunjin. His charge attack also has a multi-hit thing, right? So his charge attack damage is 142%, but I believe it actually is multi-hit, right? So it also synergizes with Crescent Pike a lot. So with a much better build, and you don't have to use Yunjin, you can use other characters, right? I'm just using Yunjin because polearms only. Like, it works. It definitely works. So, I don't know. You know, I digress. I do not have Mika, by the way, C6, so rip. So that was not with Mika damage either. That was just like Yunjin normal attack buff, whatever Crescent Pike at level 70, and these okay artifacts on him, right? I should probably farm a little bit more Pale Flame on this account to get having a stroke, sorry, to get a proper Crescent Plague build on Zhongli just for showcasing. I could probably make a video on, maybe I'll make a video, a polearms only video showcasing Crescent Plague Zhongli if I farm a little bit of Pale Flame. Maybe. The only problem on polearms only with doing anything that's not just tank Zhongli is, yeah, I quickly feel like, oh god, I don't remember what goblet I had. I feel like, oh, now if I'm doing physical Zhongli, I'm not doing shield Zhongli, and not having shield Zhongli, not having a protective unit of the tier of Zhongli is not ideal to me. So, yeah. There we go. Wait, was that it? Was I using this one? I feel like I wasn't. Maybe I was. I don't know. What in the frick was I using? I think I was doing 4-piece tenacity. I think. I was probably using this, right? I was probably using the crit piece. Where is tenacity? There it is. Okay. Yeah, this is, I'm pretty sure that's what the build was before. Alright. Alright. Let me look through more chat. Is there anyone who uses the Black Knight artifact set? What is the Black Knight artifact set? Mika is indeed on the Copium build. Alright, anything I missed for questions? Alright, alright, I don't know if I missed anything with questions. Feel free to re-ask questions because I was talking about physical Zhongli for 10 minutes. Let's go here. I'm building QQ and HSR. Very nice. Very nice. Physical Freminet team, would Shenhe work? For physical? I actually, you know, that's interesting. I didn't think about the, so Freminet had the big problem with Freminet, by the way. Mihoyo decided they didn't want him to be good. The biggest reason for this is, so Freminet has a really cool situation of like where if you don't know, he switches between like a ratio depending on how many like normal attacks you do. You build up stacks, and as you build up stacks, he either does like at 0 stacks his skill does completely cryo damage, and at full stacks his skill does completely physical damage. And it like the ratio of that changes as you build up to like 4 stacks. And stacks are built by doing like normal and charge attacks. So he's meant to be like an on-field unit. He has a passive that gives like bonus shatter damage, which is interesting. And he also has passives and his bursts, I believe. Passive or some combination of his burst just saying that it reduces the cooldown of his skill. So like when you use his burst, his cooldown of his skill goes down to like 3 seconds. And then he has and I think his passive reduces that by like another second if it isn't fully stacked. So if you don't build up to 4 stacks, it reduces it to 2 seconds. So like you can do a lot of skills, right? It's basically he's basically a skill spammy character, and that's really cool. But you know how like I said he does only cryo damage when he's at 0 stacks. So theoretically you could just like spam skill. The reason Shenhe would be interesting with him would be because Shenhe is a little bit of a physical buffer. She shreds physical resistance, I believe, is on top of cryo resistance. So she works with buffing Freminet's cryo damage as well as Freminet's physical damage, which is kind of interesting, right? Especially in the way that Shenhe's buff applies, means that like if you're doing the lower ratio, if you're doing like the Freminet's lower ratio cryo attacks, you'll notice a more percentage difference from Shenhe's buff. So actually Shenhe is something that uniquely might work pretty well with the physical Freminet. But the problem with the physical Freminet is it's just kind of not great. His multiplayers aren't amazing, basically. And the other big thing is like they decided they didn't want him to be that fun or good, or I shouldn't say that fun. I think he will be fun. They didn't want him to be that good because they gave him a shared ICD between his skill usages. So like you could easily like use like Thundering Fury, for example, to reduce his skill cooldown to like 1 second and just truly skill spam Freminet, and that'd be super fun. But they like between each skill usage, Freminet has shared ICD, which means he doesn't apply cryo on each one of his skills. You'd only have if you're not using Thunder Fury and you're doing like his skill every 2 seconds, then you would end up having your first hit would apply cryo, and your second hit wouldn't apply cryo, and your third hit would, I believe, because then 2.5 seconds would have passed, which heavily limits his damage output and his fun potential. So I don't know. Shenhe can work out. I never even considered using Shenhe for something like Freminet, but Shenhe I think would uniquely be actually a good option for a Freminet team. But at the same time, including Freminet, like if you wanted to like do let's say a melt team with Freminet as in like an on-fielding unit, you could do what would you do? Zhongli, Bennett, Shenhe, Freminet would probably not be that good compared to other melt teams you can make, but it would probably be functional and probably be fun. Should you pull Shenhe specifically for Freminet? Probably not. Your Hu Tao is so much HP. Indeed. This is polearms only. She doesn't react, so I don't build EM on her. She has a little bit of EM just because it happens. But yeah, HP... How much HP subs? She has 2 HP subs there. 2 HP subs there. That's it. She doesn't have that many HP subs. She only has a few. Yeah. I don't know. But it's also Staff of Thoma, right? So, yeah. I don't know. And level 90. Oh, no Zhongli burst for me, I guess. Is Aloy usable as main DPS for most world stuffs? For like overworld, I mean, any character is usable in overworld. What you want to do on Aloy, like you could do a physical Aloy build and just like normal attack Aloy go, right? Especially because she's cryo, you can get super good easily just with an electro. Pretty much anything goes when it comes to overworld, right? So did I get like nothing meaningful there? I feel like I got a lot of crit stats on nothing with the correct main stat there is what just happened. Right? I so badly want a straw. I have so much artifact fodder that I'm saving for the emblem straw box. But like, man, when my inventory gets so full of so much garbage 5-star artifacts, I so badly want a strong box. This is the first time I've ever actually properly held off for strong box. I so badly want to trash can all these artifacts, but I can wait 2 days. Oh yeah, I got this. This is not going to be an improvement because, well, okay, no. It theoretically, I could get double crit high roll, and it could roll. I don't want to feed that in. So high rolls that's a slight upgrade to my existing piece for Rosaria. But my current piece for Rosaria was a 4-line double crit that rolled 40 CV and has 16 EM on it. So this is not better. It'd be very hard for a 3-line piece to be better than my existing piece for Rosaria. This piece right here. So, anyways. Any other pieces I get? I don't think so. The main reason I'm farming Gilded Dreams is because like I'm annoyed that my weapons only account has a substantially better Rosaria build with Staff of Scarlet Sands, a Melt Rosaria build, than this account. It really annoys me. So I'm just farming Gilded Dreams because I want, like, just like, I could get a better Goblet, Timepiece, or Circlet from Rosaria. The Circlet would be very hard to improve. It doesn't have any crit, but like, when you're talking about Staff of Scarlet Sands build, 2 attack percent and ER line and 80 EM, this is a very high stat value Circlet that, like yes, the HP being crit would be better, but arguably the EM and attack has more value than HP and crit. Not right now, technically, because my Rosaria is not at 88% crit rate yet, but the main way I can get to 88% crit rate is by having a better Goblet, in my opinion, not a better Circlet. So, yeah, like if these attack percent rolls for Mount Rosaria were in crit rate, my Rosaria would be near perfect, right? Other than just having like a very minorly better, an EM timepiece is also something, like an EM double crit timepiece is something I want. So the reason I'm farming this, but anyways. I did get this piece, which is of questionable value, because I don't really want to lose the crit rate, but it does have a whole bunch of EM on it, which means like the damage value is probably actually relatively similar to this piece for Rosaria, and it has ER, so maybe. The last roll rolled flat HP, which may be sad, because if that last roll did crit damage, I 100% would have just sacrificed the crit rate and used this new piece, because it would have been a 1 dead stat piece, but yeah, oh well. Anyways, still, one in EM timepiece. Anyways. It's not bad. This Rosaria build is good. My melt team on this account is one of my strongest teams on the account. It's just like, it annoys me that my Rosaria on weapons only is less mentally invested and so much better. Like, it's near perfect, and it annoys me. Alright. Len's done showering. Should we look at Len's characters, or is there other questions I'm missing? Okay. A Fontaine only account you're going to use for Lyney. Best of luck. What artifacts you should use? The new ones. These ones, almost assuredly. There we go. This one. Marchaus. I don't speak French. Hunter. The Hunter set. I should just call it the Hunter set. There you go. It's even called Hunter's Brooch. It's called the Hunter set. Alright. You should use Hunters. I imagine a lot of Fontaine characters releasing will use either this artifact set or the skill damage set. I imagine.
Where do you want to go?
But for Lyney in particular, yes. What strongbox will I use? Oh, emblem. On this account, I don't really need I don't need that much better emblem pieces on polearms only, but I definitely will on both on this account and my main account. My main account could use a number of better emblem pieces. This account could use some better emblem pieces, but it's not going to give me like any. Like, my Zhongli is not going to get that much better than this, realistically, right? This is a pretty strong Zhongli already, for example. And, like, my Candace is also near perfect on a 4-piece emblem build. Like, this is actually a ridiculously good emblem build. It's a 200 ER without an ER timepiece. on the catch with Candace. Like, this is a ridiculous emblem build. But I want 4-piece emblem on Raiden, on a hybrid Raiden build. I want an EM goblet that's double crit, so I'm basically sacrificing all of my garbage for a very small chance of some minor upgrades. But getting better circuits would be nice. Yeah, so anyways, there's a number of upgrades that I can make with my artifacts on this account, but not super likely ones. I want my dream artifacts for my dream Raiden build. That's basically it. Anyways. So Emblem Starbucks in a few days. Only a few days. Alright. I will probably stream, by the way, 4.0. On whenever Wednesday, probably not Tuesday, because it'll be like 9 p.m. my time when the patch is actually out. But I will stream probably the day after it comes out. Oh, I didn't do my dailies yet. Good lord. And yeah, and I'll probably spend 2 hours Starbucksing, and then I'll do things in the actual region. Is there any info on Focalore's kit? The only info we have on Focalore's kit is from a while back. There was a leak that, and this could very easily be wrong, but I am inclined to believe it's true because the new artifacts, right? Both with the, right? So we have the artifacts that say when your HP increases or decreases, you get a bunch of crit rate, and then we also have the skill damage artifacts, of course. We also have all the craftable weapons, right? So I believe like most of the new craftable weapons. Can we filter by like new? No, I don't think we can. What? I just made them all invisible. Let's move this over. No, not that. There we go. So all the new, there's so many new weapons here. But I believe it's this one, right? So the new craftables. Let's bring them all up. A lot of them have a mechanic that says like it's some kind of healing based mechanic or something with HP changing, right? I believe. And they're already releasing a bunch of characters with HP changes. So with the new artifacts, with the weapons, with them already releasing multiple characters that have their own HP consuming mechanics, right? So using an elemental skill, attacks increased with the bond of life. Basically, once you heal enough to fulfill this bond, you get a buff, and it's actually a meaningful buff. But you know, same thing when the wielder is healed, attack is increased. If the wielder is healed, get energy. When using a skill, bond of life, which means again you want to do healing to get advantage of this. So all these things want you to heal, right? So we have a whole lot of things. We have characters that consume their own health. We have artifacts that when your HP changes, gives you crit rate. All these things lend credence to the rumor from months ago that what the Hydro Archon does is that the Hydro Archon is going to drain your team's health. No, we don't know. We don't know any concrete info. We don't know, for example, important info is like, can the Hydro Archon kill your team, right? Can the Hydro Archon literally murder all your characters? If she can, that makes her a bit harder to use, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. That'd be an interesting balancing, in my opinion. But it could make her harder to use, and that's a relevant factor for like team building. It would make her a lot harder to use with Hu Tao, for example. But if the Hydro Archon does drain your team's health to give a big team buff, while also applying a meaningful amount of Hydro application, and I imagine that they're probably going to be, most of their damage is going to be like Nahida-esque, like most of their damage is going to be from the skill. So I imagine the Hydro Archon you'll put on the skill damage artifacts. But then her burst is going to be the one that drains your team's health to give a buff. That's what I'm guessing the Hydro Archon's kit is. I imagine they're going to have at least decent AoE Hydro application with their skill and good damage through the skill, while also giving a big buff to the team when you use her burst by draining your team's health. Now, whether or not that will kill your whole team is a big question. But all the things they are already adding in 4.0 lend a lot of credence to that being the Hydro Archon's kit, in my opinion. I'd be surprised if that wasn't the kit at this point. Or the core mechanics of the kit. We don't know anything exactly about her skill. We don't know how well she applies Hydro. They might choose to just make the Hydro Archon just be absolute at applying Hydro for some reason. But probably not. She'll probably at least be decent. I would love a Nahida-esque skill for Hydro application. That'd be real nice. A little overpowered, but real nice. So, anyways, point is, Fossalore's Furina, whatever she ends up being called in game, is probably going to be strong, and it's probably going to utilize that mechanic, and it's probably going to make the crit rate artifacts very relevant. Oh, okay. Very relevant on any team that the Hydro Archon is included in. Assuming she doesn't kill your team. Doesn't mean they'll be at every team, but I don't know. That's my guess, to be clear. Just me hypothesizing. I don't know any actual info past what you might have seen. So, we'll have to wait and see for sure. But yeah. What artifact set should you use on Lyney? You should definitely use the new artifact set. I think I've said that a few times. The new crit rate artifact set. But if you don't want to farm that, he's still just a generic crit scaler. He ascends with the crit rate, so he's going to be a little bit easier to build in general. Depends what weapon you have too, right? Like the new artifacts might, depending on your existing like weapons you're planning on putting on Lyney, the new artifacts actually might not be a great option for him without spending a lot of time farming, right? To optimize your stats on him. I talked about that earlier in the stream. Because depending, if you have like a crit rate weapon, he ascends with crit rate, and you're using the new artifacts that give a bunch of crit rate with HP changes, then you're in a situation where you basically only care about crit damage on Lyney because he has a whack ton of damage percent bonuses built in. That's kind of pointless. So you just, yeah, a very high invested Lyney build, particularly with a crit rate weapon, might end up in a situation of you only care about crit damage in artifact stats, and that's miserable. So it depends a little bit what your exact weapon in particular you're planning on using on, what artifacts you want to use, I would say. But he'll work fine on just like, give him 2-piece attack, 2-piece pyro combos. You probably don't want to do 4-piece Shimenawas on him. You can if you want, to be clear, if you just really want as much charge attack damage as possible. Like you want to see the biggest charge attack number possible. I wouldn't do it though, because his burst is fun, it looks like, importantly, and a meaningful amount of damage, I would say. So, you know, but you can, you know, you could do 2-piece Shimenawa, 2-piece pyro, 2-piece attack, 2-piece attack. Yeah, you get the point. So, he's not so restricted that you have to use the new artifacts on him, so don't like get too obsessed. Be like, ugh, I can't even use Lyney until I get a cracked set of the new artifacts. Like, no, you don't have no. Yelan is the true Hydra Archon. True. You want her to be HP scaling because you have Nilou's weapon. Reminder that Nilou's weapon is strong because I don't have it on this account. I guess I'm done this account, right? All right, I'm gonna let's log out quick. Nilou's weapon is strong because of the passive for Nilou in particular, especially, but in general, Nilou's weapon is strong because of the passive, not just because it's HP. Will Nilou's weapon be good in the Hydra Archon? Potentially, yes, depending on how. With the big if being depending on how easy it is to build up stacks on Nilou's weapon with the Hydra Archon, right? It might be a very good option, but we don't know. There's too many unknowns in like how exactly the Hydra Archon is going to deal damage, how exactly the Hydra Archon's skill is going to hit, right? That we don't know exactly. So it might not be that good. I wouldn't hold out too much hope that Fossilors can make really good use of Nilou's weapon. The notable thing with Nilou's weapon is this big wall of text whenever an elemental skill hits opponents. And notably, I actually learned when I got it on this account. I thought like when you had an AoE move that it did count every enemy you hit at once. Like if you hit 3 enemies with 1 usage of your skill, it immediately gets 3 stacks. Nope. It has to be 3 instances of hits. So if you hit 3 enemies at once, it only counts as 1 stack. So like for Kuki to get full stacks on this, Kuki has to be on field a little bit for her skill to proc 3 times, which is like 4 seconds, right? And be able to have full stacks up to get and you only when you have full stacks you have the EM team buff. Otherwise, you only get a buff of your EM of your character that has this equipped. So it potentially could be a very good option for the Hydra Archon, or it could be like okay. And again, it depends on how HP scaling they are. If I was to wager a guess, they're gonna make her dual scaling. They're probably gonna give her attack percent and HP scaling. But that's just me guessing based on some trends I've seen them do with like what they did with Nahida and the fact they released like a way to make everyone happy is to, you know, for the people who are like, I want to be able to use this artifact set on the Hydra Archon, is like this is probably not gonna be a very good set on her, to be clear. But you know, this set gives a whole bunch of attack percent. Well, guess what? If she's dual scaling, she might be able to use that actually okay. So, you know, we'll see. Yeah, I'm guessing dual scaling, but I would rather have full. Why am I getting a warning? Getting a warning from YouTube. What's happening? Stream's current bitrate is lower than recommended bitrate. What do you mean? OBS says I'm streaming at 7,500 kilobits per second. Alright, I'm just going to ignore that. You guys can let me know if it's janking out or something, but I hope she's full HP scaling as well. Anyways. That would definitely make Vermilion a Key of Conscience suit substantially more valuable. So, we'll see. We'll see. What am I farming for in this account? I have no idea. I can't remember. We can kind of base her kit on Traveler's kit. Oh yeah, freaking Hydro Traveler. Did someone ask, did Cyan Deep ask, I think I meant to go back to it. Cyan Deep asked something about like plans for Hydro Traveler or whatever. Hydro Traveler is probably really bad, but for funsies, because I think it's funny, even though it's going to be bad, I want to do, so Hydro Traveler, when you hold their skill, it like just shoots a bubble beam of like a very low multiplier damage. A very low multiplier like bubble beam effect. And that seems fun, so I'm going to farm the new skill damage artifacts for not just Traveler, to be clear. I'm farming it for, because I want the new artifacts for Yelan, because I do my stupid vape Yelan that I showed earlier in the stream. So, you know, what am I doing? Why am I running this way? Schmack. And now you're gonna die. Alright, and then we stand still. Rip. Okay. Use your cracked Raiden Abyss yesterday. She had 202k. Very nice. Very nice.
Not bad today. Oh, crud.
Tofu. After Len, can you look at my Ganyu? Sure. Let me. I'm gonna bring up a notepad. Bennett, stop bonking yourself in the head. Bring up a notepad and make sure I don't forget these things before I end the stream. Alright. Look at Len's characters. Look at Tofu's. Thank you for the €2. Sorry for the late reply on that. I've just been looking through the backlog of questions, and I get distracted talking about things. Which means they're good questions in my opinion. Tofu's Ganyu. Why it took 10 minutes to type in Ganyu. Alright, a healed Hu Tao does more damage than a dead Hu Tao? Nonsense. Alright. You try R5 sack books with C1 Sucrose? Can you? Yes, you absolutely can. I don't use that on my main account. I use Wandering Evenstar, I think, on my Sucrose, with C1 Sucrose on my main account. Just because I don't think it's necessary when you have C1 to do sack frags. And I have sack frags, like my sack frags that I have leveled up, I have on other characters. So, yeah. But I don't know why I activate that. I should activate that in Bennett's Burst. No, I don't have it snapshot, but whatever. It's fine. What was it saying? Sack book, sack frags on Sucrose. Yeah, it works fine. It's actually a very good option because, you know, Sucrose buffs based on EM. If you want Sucrose's burst up, though, you might probably will have to have a decent bit of ER on Sucrose, but I oftentimes don't even care. Like, on my main account, I don't have that much ER on Sucrose, like, not enough for using Sucrose solo animo. And I just don't care. It doesn't matter. I just use her skill. That's all I use her skill and I on-field swirl her. That's all I use Sucrose for. So she has like 700-800 EM. Don't care about her burst, but her burst is good and depends on your team, depends on how much you want that grouping ability from her burst, but it's hard to control the grouping, so it's right. But anyway, sack frags is a very good option because it gives a whole bunch of EM and gives you additional skill uses, which sometimes might be useful, sometimes might not be useful if you have her C1, but if you don't have her C1, definitely a very good option, so, in my opinion. Professor Saluna, yes. You want to share my most unfortunate build ever on my Diluc? Just ignore the weapon and as Dehya has his, and this will be his Wolf's Gravestone build. Alright, Sylveon. Alright, Sylveon, thanks for the member for 7 months. Wow. I didn't even realize I've been doing memberships for that long. I feel like I do not offer enough value for my memberships, but that's also why I don't like really press them or anything. So, I could be better. I could be a better streamer than I am, but it's fine. Sylvia, add that to the note. Sylveon's Diluc. After I finish with dailies here, I think I'll start looking at people's characters. Alright. Yeah, sorry it took me 10 years to reply, Tofu. This is how far behind I was in the chat. Because I scrolled up in the chat, I didn't see your message because if I scroll up in the chat, it doesn't auto-scroll down, right? It only auto-scrolls down if I'm at the bottom. So... just snag the snapshot there. Gimme. You don't have to remind me, Len. I already put it in the note. I got the note. As soon as I finish with daily stuff and weapons only, I'll go check your things. By dailies I also mean resin. I want to spend the resins. Still love your Rosa. I like this Rosaria too. This Rosaria is fantastic, but I also like god dang it, like man, I have 136 ER, 300 EM, almost the perfect crit rate. Like, how is this Rosaria so good? Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculously good as well. I mean, it could be slightly better, but like, come on. This also, again, it could be slightly better, but like, come on. And this, again, could technically be better, but like, come on, for a Melt Rosaria. And then this is the number one thing that could be improved, but it's also like, still a good circlet. So, it's just like, god dang it, I just accidentally happenstance in having to a near perfect Staff of Scarlet Sands Gilded Dreams Rosaria build. And it just annoys me because I'd so much rather have this in Polearms only. I'm pretty sure I spent more resin in Gilded in this account than I have in Polearms only, to be clear. But I don't think that much more resin. I think it's I don't know. Anyways. I've gotten 3 double crit EM timepieces on this count. Like, the artifact log on Polearms only, or on weapons only, is stupid. To be clear, two of the double crit EM timepieces have rolled poorly. I threw one of them away for a reason, and then this was the other one. This one made me so sad, but you know, this one made up for it. So, I don't know. Anyways, I'm like, good lord. I don't understand how I'm so lucky with artifacts in this account. Oh, I didn't even, this is probably spoilers for the next video, so like, Kaya's on 4B's emblem now. The reason I was able to do that is because I got a onset flower for Zhongli. This was a double crit 4-line with EM. It was a double min roll. Rolled twice into crit damage, twice into ER, once into EM. So it didn't roll that well. But her previous one was this one, right? So this one is slightly less crit value, but more ER on emblem for an onset piece, which let me switch to an offset goblet, which is still an attack percent because I just don't have good power goblets. And then that let me use Zhongli's old goblet to put Kaya on 4B's emblem. And then I also rolled another feather for Kaya, and this rolled almost 40 CV. It's just ever so slightly low rolled, so it didn't roll 40. I'm just like, okay. Okay, game. Like, can I stop getting, like, the artifact quality on this account is stupid. I don't know, man. I'll take artifact luck over banner luck, I guess, but apparently all you need to do to get good artifact luck is throw all of your wishes away into the dumpster that is the weapon banner. So, yay. And never have fun in Abyss. This account proves that weapons barely matter. This account proves that artifacts barely matter too. Abyss is still annoying and not fun because of the fact that I just don't have the character selection, not because I don't have, you know, the shiny things. So, anyways. It's the best Rosaria I've ever seen. I know, that's why it annoys me so much, because I enjoy playing Rosaria so much. I enjoy Rosaria in this account, to be clear. But man, I enjoy my Zhongli, Shenhe, Xiangling, Rosaria team. That team is feels so good to play to me. God, I love that team. Yeah, I don't know. Point is, please? You can't normal attack this? What is happening? I thought you could normal attack this. Apparently I have to charge attack. Alright, it's fine. Anyways, I don't know. Yes, this Rosaria is very strong. what I would give to have this Rosaria on polearms only. This build. Yeah. Like at Mihoyo, if you would let me translate, like just when I'm done with this account, I could pay like, I'll pay you guys like $200 to just like copy the artifacts I have in this account onto my polearm account. And oh my god, I'd do it. I would do it without a second thought. $200 to take the artifacts in this account to my polearm account. Alright, how can you get great EM timepiece? Farm until you hate everything. For real. This is... I have 3 accounts where I farm artifacts, like, not as like every day on every account, right? But the default is farming artifacts, right? This is by far the best EM timepiece I have on any of my accounts. Not the highest crit value, but by far the best one. So... anyways, I don't know. EM timepieces are pain. ER timepieces are pain. I think about mono teams in general. I don't know. Nice teams that like don't. Mono teams are nice because they don't take as much thought. They're generally speaking, mono teams are like use characters' abilities and damage happen. Mono pyro is strong because like the characters that exist synergize really well together. Like Bennett and Zhongli existing in particular together as a core combo, and then you use an animo to buff them. And then your 4 slot can be in like a Lyney or a Dehya or a Thoma or a Yanfei. It just doesn't like matter. Right. So I don't know. It depends on what mono team exactly. Like I think mono Hydro is like not great because there's no AoE swirl on the Hydro, and Hydro is not great. Anyways, like mono Hydro is not great. Because what Hydro is good at is not mono element things at all. What Hydro is good at is enabling other things. So it's like mono Hydro is like opposed to what Hydro is good at, and not having an AoE Hydro swirl is just kind of like the nail in the coffin. But for those that aren't aware, when you swirl Hydro, right, when you trigger swirl, if you're swirling Pyro, Electro, or Cryo, it does damage in AoE. It does not do that with Hydro. All it does is it will apply the wet status, so it will apply some Hydro on enemies like within the swirl. It'll apply some enemies within the swirl, but it will not do damage, which is significant. So, anyways, I farmed around half a year for EM crit killed a set, and most of them rolled very bad. Yep, that's relatable. What I would give for the ability to just like reset an artifact back to level 0 and roll it again. Imagine. That's what I wanted the remodeling resin in Star Rail to be. Star Rail's remodeling resin really disappointed me after I learned how it functioned. I really, really wish Star Rail's remodeling resin was like reset an artifact back to level 0 so you can re-roll it. Because that's the most painful thing, is when you get a really good artifact but then it rolls just like meh. Because you get so excited from the dream of it as being like a piece that could like perfect your build or really help your build, and then it just rolls meh, and it's like still an upgrade, but like it just makes you sad because it like could have been so much better. And like, man, being able to reset those pieces, even if it was a very limited thing we could do or very resource heavy, would be so good. And it would be the #1 fix they could do to Genshin's artifact system is just add some kind of very costly resource that let us reset artifacts back to level 0, right? Let me reset this piece back to level 0, and God, oh God, like even if it's like 3 million more, like 3 million more would be like, you cannot do that willy-nilly. But if it was 3 million more to talk to some NPC and be like, yeah, and, you know, it's going to take me a month or something, like if I had, it could be something like really annoying, like, if you pay me 5 million more and it's going to take me 3 weeks, so like he can only work on like one thing at a time and you don't have access to the artifact when you're doing that, but like I can give him this artifact for 3 weeks and he can like, you know, do some work on it, and he resets it to level 0. Oh God, like it'd be so worth it. It would like motivate me to like farm things. Like if I if I get bored of artifact farming, I could be like, all right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to farm ley lines for the week so I can like farm up 3 million more so that I can give this artifact to this NPC for him to reset it to level 0, right? Like, man, like, why don't they do something like that? I don't get why they don't do something like that. Because like it's not like it would break their artifact system. It's not like it would break the the dopamine of getting those rare rolls, because you wouldn't be able to do that willy-nilly. You'd really only do it for your most valuable rare artifacts. But it would give so much more player control and give another way to like motivate the players to the player to like grind for something that isn't just RNG hell. It's still RNG because you still got to level it up again, right? But at least like you're working towards reducing the RNG hellness, right? So I don't know. Anyways, I missed any meaningful questions? Just double checking. I don't think I did. Feel free to re-ask the questions. I don't think I missed any meaningful questions, but all right, we're gonna go farm emblem on this account. Actually, no. I just recorded a bit of the next weapons only episode yesterday, and I just said I farmed emblem yesterday. And I was like, wait, I'm an idiot. I farmed emblem when I literally just said I needed to farm the HP artifacts for Layla. We're building Layla, and I want to build as fat of a Layla as possible. This Layla gonna be well fed, and I want all the HP artifacts basically. So I gotta farm a little bit of tenacity, and I gotta farm a little bit of Voracashas. Shouldn't have to be that hard to get full HP on Layla on these sets, but want to do it. Anyways, bye Kanji. Oh, Sucrose is in this team. Whoops, I'd rather have Kaya. Kaya is better, I'd say, on average for farming things, especially this domain probably. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna remove it. I'm gonna go back to Kaya, so you guys live can see the value of Kaya on 4-piece emblem. But anyways, can I have please have a refresher of Lynette's kit? Lynette's kit? Yeah. So use her. Okay. So first of all, we'll do her burst. Her burst is the biggest, normal attacks first actually. Lynette's normal attacks, just their normal attacks. It doesn't do anything special with their normal attacks unless you have C6. Then her normal attacks, then you can do like some weird carry build or on-field Animo driver build with C6 Lynette. Like, C6 Lynette is the only thing that tempts me about Lynette, but there's too many potential upcoming characters that I do not want to justify going for C6. Going for Lyney for the very small chance of C6 Lynette, like no. But it would be fun to have. So anyways. Don't forget to switch Kaya brain. That's why I did this.
This will be interesting.
Lynette's kit. So normal attacks basically don't matter unless you have C6. And C6 gives her an Animo infusion, whatever. Her burst throws down what's called, I think they call it a boggle cat or something, which is like, whatever. Throws down a little cat that it has fairly rapid hits of Animo damage in an AoE, and it has a taunt. Which could be good, could be meh, could be really good. I don't know. We'll see, right? It's definitely we're gonna have to wait and see how good her taunt is at like attracting enemies to it, right? Boy, not having my burst up at the start kind of fuddled things a little bit here. Whoops. Let's try to get all my bursts up. Actually, I'm just gonna go through this slowly now because they're almost dead, but. Annoying thing about this team is if you go into something you don't have your bursts up, it becomes annoying. But anyways, Lynette, so her burst tosses down a boggle cat. It does like fairly rapid hits of Animo damage, and then it can infuse, but it only infuses based on. Okay, sure, I'll take that. We got HP made stat and crit. Crit is good. Layla does do, Layla does do HP scaling damage, so, you know what, I'm not, also, like, arguably, by the way, instead of doing 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP, arguably, yes, I should do just, like, full 4-piece tenacity on Layla, I'm aware, but I think it's funnier with Key of Kasha's suit just to go full, maximize the HP build, so that's a surprise. I wasn't even recording that, by the way, so, Yoldi. I keep on being like, surprise, in my weapons only edited videos. I didn't record this, but here you go. Here's an artifact. My first run. So anyways, that's one of the more annoying pieces to get. But oh yeah, I was going to show. So I believe, annoyingly, for some reason, because Mihoyo hates things, Layla's skill damage does not do damage based on HP, but her burst does. So yeah. Anyways. That's a blade piece. Yeah, it is. Lynette, Bogglecat, does fairly rapid hits of animo damage. I think it has standard ICD, but it has like 3 hit and it hits rapidly, so it actually should swirl pretty decently well, assuming the taunt works okay and like you already have it placed okay, right? So, you know, should be pretty decent. I am so wow. The range on Kaya's skill is sometimes surprising, by the way. But, anyways, I'm not rotating properly, so you know, whatever. The box infuses kind of in a weird way. One, it infuses based on Animo Traveler's priority. So normally the infusion priority for like Sucrose burst, Kaza burst or something, for the damage it deals with the infusion damage. Thank you for the wrong artifacts, but that could be okay. Is Pyro, Electro, Cryo. Sorry. Pyro, Electro. No. Jesus Christ, you think I would know this on the top of my head. Pyro, Hydro, Electro, Cryo. Animo Traveler and Lynette now is Cryo, Pyro, Hydro, Electro. So, and it's also based on when the Bogglecat box gets hit, or comes into contact, as they're phrasing. So if you like place the Bogglecat box on an enemy that has an element on it, theoretically it should be easy to infuse. But anyways, it barely matters because the amount of damage you get from the infusion from her is it's its own, like, even though the Bogglecat box itself ticks fairly rapidly for the animo damage, the infusion damage has very little, right? So it's basically not relevant, but it is relevant for like swirling potentially, and you know, it's not irrelevant. It's just not of like utmost importance. Okay, so theoretically I am already done farming this domain, by the way. For laziness sake, I am going to spend my last resin here. I'm going to log both of these. One of them has ER and then it says crit, so, you know, I'd prefer having HP percent because, again, we're going full HP percent on Layla, let's go. But alternative is DPS pieces, and getting one with crit already is good. So, you know.
Adventure time.
Ews. What was I saying?
Dodge this.
Oh, and then, anyway, important part of Lynette's kit. Her skill. Duh. So her skill is like Yelan-esque, except a little bit weird. It doesn't have like the weird slight grouping it does for like stunning enemies kind of thing, which is a weird aspect of Yelan's kit, to be clear. It's relatively minor, and it auto targets like running towards enemies, kind of like Yelan. But I think it also auto targets even if you hold it. I'm not 100% sure on that. And it also has the Numi. I can't remember if she's Numa or Ogia. It's either Numa. All the crit goblins, sure. Either Numa or Ogia align damage when you at the end of its like sequence. So I don't know. It does a little bit of damage, and it can swirl with C1. It has a grouping effect, which is a little bit of a dick move on their part to have the grouping effect locked to C1. Screw you, Mihoyo, but whatever. Par for the course for them. Who knew they would do such a thing? And she also has a little bit of like a Noblesse Oblige buff when you use her buff. Or no, I think it's actually when you use her skill. I'd have to double check, but anyways, you use Lynette, you get a little bit of a Noblesse buff basically built into her kit. You put her on Vivi, she can be a Vivi swirler. She's a free animo character we're all getting for free. I think she's pretty okay. She's nothing amazing. Could they have made her more interesting? Oh yeah. Yeah, they definitely could have. She seems not horrible and not unusable. I think she's better of like a animo support than Heizou is probably. Although it remains to be seen how good her grouping is. But basically you use her skill, you swirl on an enemy, and you use her burst to potentially swirl on a bigger AoE, because without C1 I don't think she has an AoE swirl on her skill. It's a fairly small AoE at base, I believe. And yeah. That's it. She's fairly boring, realistically. Check out Zajeff's like pre-release info. He goes far more in depth than things I remember, but there's just not that much interesting about her, I guess. Okay. I think we're good. Is Fiorina worth it? We don't know what her kit is like, but I mentioned it early in the stream. You can try to find it. It was like 30 minutes or so ago, I think I talked about her. Yes, the Hydra Archon is probably going to be good. I'm fairly bullish at that point with all the things there, including in 4.0, and the one bit of information that we had that the Hydra Archon is based around draining your team's health and will buff your team. I think the Hydra Archon is going to be very strong and a very interesting addition to the game. And it's going to make farming the new artifacts very relevant for any team the Hydra Archon is on. That's my theory. I don't know if it's actually the case. We don't know what their kit is actually like. So, anyways, let's level that artifact. How could we not? So, yeah, anyways, I got this piece, right? Or no, this piece. Which, EM's not useless. Because we might be doing a melt. I'm leveling this first. Actually, how much fodder do I have? Not much. Sad. Okay. Well, I'm going to level this first. Because it might be double crit. And if it's a double crit, I am almost assuredly done farming tenacity already. And... I didn't record it again. Ah! Crap. Okay, record, you idiot. I didn't record it. I literally just said on stream, I was like, well, if this is double crit, lol, I'm done farming tenacity for Layla. Alright, we're gonna put that on her. And how did I do? I literally spent 4 resonant tenacity, got an HP timepiece with double crit, and got a feather with double crit. Lol. Alright, this is what I'm talking about. I was literally talking earlier on stream, how weapons only is stupidly lucky. Like, I hate weapons only, how lucky I get for artifacts. I'm just like, god damn it. Like, I farmed for a freaking month on my main account for Dehya to get a circlet that had crit on it at all, like a crit rate circle with crit damage. It took me a month to get a single one, and I was like so paranoid that when I got it, it was just gonna roll like crap, and thankfully it did not roll like crap, and it was usable, and I was able to make my Dehya video. But like, and then meanwhile, in weapons only, I'm like, lol, I don't even need DPS stats on Layla. But you know what? It would be nice to get DPS stats because Layla does do HP based damage. And then the game's like, all right, you spent 4 resin, that's enough to give you 2 double crit pieces. Like, what? Low AR luck? Low AR luck is AR 56. That's not a real thing. I just like it's just stupid. Anyways, well, there we go. I guess I'm moving on to Vorikasha's domain after this. Again, I should probably do 4-piece tenacity on Layla. Probably, right? And realistically, without doing a crit circlet, Layla's not going to do consistent big damage anyways, unless I keep on getting double crit in every piece without even trying, and they roll 40 CV on each of them, but then she might do big damage. Without me trying. But anyways, I find it funnier to do Vorikasha's. For 2B's HP, but also, how did I, like, what? Come on, man. Just stupid. So, anyways. I hate weapons. Now Layla uses fists to beat Fontaine. Indeed. You know, you can teleport to the teapot mansion? Can you really? Have I spent my entire Genshin existence having a teleport point right in front of the mansion, and I never had to? I never knew this. This is how much of a not teapot person I am. I never even do that. Alright. And... attack percent. I mean, okay. She does use the attack percent. It's not useless. It's not very good, to be clear. We don't want a lot of rolls into attack percent versus crit on that piece. But at the same time, that is funny that piece just got technically slightly better. Oh, good lord. They added it pretty recently. Ah, good to know. Yeah, I definitely didn't know that. I see. I've always had the subspace waypoint right by the mansion. Like 3 patches ago they added. Alright, good to know. So I wasn't insane and just never had it. Okay, well, good to know. Well, I will probably never remove the waypoint because I don't feel like it.
Would you care to...
Actually, maybe I will, because the annoying thing with the Genshin map, right, is you click on this and it's just like, oh, and it like throws 3 things together. So like if I click on, like if I want to click on Tubby, I can't click on Tubby. But I don't know, it's actually not a problem in this instance, so I probably will not bother. I can pretty consistently click on one or the other. I can't click on Tubby, but I don't really need to click on Tubby. No one gives a shit about clicking on Tubby.
Would you care to see?
Can you talk about the new mechanics in Fontaine, Oji, and Numa? Do we need characters to clear 4.x Spiral Abyss? I mean, we don't know until those abysses are out. Unfortunately, I'm a terrible person to ask for future abysses. I have not looked at what the enemy lineups are for 4.0 Abyss because I don't actually like to. I really enjoy, personally, I enjoy Abyss more when I have to, like, work through it on my own and trying to figure out my own strategies for it. And if I have troubles, then I'll, like, look into things and I'll talk to certain people. Tars Blamo. Don't know if he's here, but Tars I tend to talk to. Or he tends to message me and without even me asking sometimes. But anyways, should I buy some of these? I am gonna buy some of these because you know what? I have some artifacts I need to level up. Then I'm gonna look at people's characters.
If you ever
Not gonna forget. So yeah, Oji and Numa, Sapphire, basically every Fontaine character seems like they're gonna have a special type of damage they do, which is Ogia or Numa aligned damage, right? One of the two. Or, I mean, it's possible they could add characters that do both, to be clear, and that would make those ones potentially nice. And basically, there's Fontaine enemies, so it's basically an enemy mechanic. It's only relevant for specific enemies. So Ogia, basically, let's like go try to like have a visual demonstration. Say like the Lawa Trail over here, right? Could have some mechanic where like it generates a shield, and to disable the shield quickly, you can get rid of the shield immediately by doing Ogia aligned damage to it, right? That's basically what the mechanic kind of is. Or the enemy gives itself a buff, and you can remove that buff or stun them. That's basically how this mechanic is going to function. I don't know if they actually have a shielding mechanic in that requires right now in the game, but they probably will add it. They will probably add an enemy that has a shield if you don't hit them with Oji and Numa. Wouldn't be surprised at all. It's a very Mihoyo thing to do. Right now, I think it's mostly like enemies give themselves buffs that you can remove, and you can stun them very quickly with Oji and Numa. So it'd be like Lawa Trail shield instead of it having whatever this shield is that it makes. It'd be like you hit it with Oji and Numa, and immediately removes the yellow bar there and stuns it for a short period, or gets rid of its like aggro mode kind of thing. So it's that kind of mechanic. And to me, it's pretty transparently like they're doing this so that they can just have a crap ton of annoying Abyss enemies that are tanky as F, and to be able to not be miserable trying to clear the Abyss in time or have extraordinarily good teams, you're going to have to force Fontaine characters in your team to be able to like stun the enemies or remove their shield from them so you can like properly deal damage to them or something, right? So like it very much feels like to me something that like the problem I have with it, right, is like on a base level, doing something like, oh, adding some kind of special alignment to this region's characters is not necessarily a bad thing, right? If it interacts with existing game mechanics in some kind of interesting way. If it was something like players could like do something creative with it, it'd be interesting. We can't do anything with it. It's nothing. The only thing it's relevant for is for disabling certain enemy-specific mechanics, and which is to say it basically only exists in relevance to them including those enemies in Abyss, and you feeling like you need to use a Fontaine character to have to deal with certain enemy mechanics. So, you know, like, it's fundamentally not that different than, you know, having to bring a bow character to deal with the Aeon Blight Drink in Abyss. But just more asshole-ish in my opinion. More transparently asshole-ish, I feel. Because, like, I can get the Aeon Blight Drink. It's actually kind of interesting sometimes to have to force. It's not fun on it's not fun on bowlers only to have to be forced to use a bow character because I can't, and then I have to figure out how to attack the freaking Aeon Blight Drink with Shao, and it's miserable. But that's a weird context, right? Normally it's fine to. It's not that big of a restriction, and it's kind of interesting. I can see the upside of forcing the player to like bring a bow character, but forcing the player to bring a bow character is very different than, oh, the Abyss for this year, we're just going to conveniently have enemies that have mechanics that require the characters we ran this year to be able to deal with them. Have fun! That's basically what they're saying to me. But prove me wrong, Mihoyo, do something more inventive with it. If they never do, like, shielding mechanics and, like, it doesn't actually cost that much, like, if it's something that's just, like, it's not that hard to 36-star Abyss with these mechanics present, it won't be that big of an issue, right? and it would just be a minor upside in specific context for Fontaine and characters that can deal with Fontaine enemies that have these mechanics. But I'm not optimistic, so we'll see. I don't know what the first Abyss lineup... I suspect, by the way, this will almost definitely not be a problem for the first few patches. It's probably going to be like 3.0. The first few patches of 3.0 or 4.0 are probably going to be a fairly easy Abyss. But then suddenly in the middle patches, we might have enemies or whatever that are introduced, hard Abyss cycles that really, like, it's going to be a pain in the butt to, like you're going to have to, oh, you didn't use OG Enuma? You just are automatically like having functionally a 20-second penalty. Like your team, if you're not using OG Enuma, has to clear this 20-30 seconds faster because you have to deal with, right? That's going to be the kind of situation it is my guess, but it's probably not going to be like that right away until a few patches. So we'll see. But please, Mihoyo, please make me just be an asshole party pooper. I want to be proven wrong here. Please prove me wrong. But they also specifically said in their 4.0 stream, like, we intentionally made this mechanic not interact with our other mechanics because we didn't want to overcomplicate it. Fuck off. It would have been really interesting if that did something. Like that'd be such an interesting way to like make Fontaine characters be really interesting. If like, oh, they have Numa aligned things, and when you hit an enemy with Hydro on it, with a Numa aligned attack, it causes an instance of an explosion that doesn't deal damage, but it causes like a flash of light that stuns enemies momentarily that are around. That would be cool. They could have done something really cool with it, but they just went not. So I don't know. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, Mihoyo. Prove me wrong, Mihoyo. Please. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's definitely the thing I'm a little bit most pessimistic about for Genshin upcoming, because like I want them to improve the Spiral Abyss, make it more of a fun mode, and instead they're like, yeah, let's add a mechanic that makes people feel the need to pull for the current characters we've run recently. That's how we make Spiral Abyss better and more fun for players that are heavily invested in our game. Cool. Who is this? Len. Sure, I'll accept. Sure, I'll accept Len because we gotta look at Len's stuff. I gotta take a drink of water. It's been like an hour since I drank any water. Len, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't do it. You know what I'm talking about. Don't you do it. I will kick you. I know you paid to be here, but I will kick you. Okay. Do I have to build Lynette and Traveler? Probably not, at least for the start. I wouldn't worry about it too much, personally. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it right now. Don't worry. Yeah, Len knows what I'm talking about. Just because it's not obvious to anyone watching, I was talking about God, it's awful. It's awful. I fucking hate him for that. I know it's like a mostly specific to English, but I think I've been told that it's actually worse in another language too. So, anyways, oh wait, Len, I gotta like continue the artifact luck train. I don't have much fodder. What do we do first? The timepiece or the feather? What do you want, chat? Timepiece or feather? I say timepiece, but you know, timepieces are rarer. Either way, I'm probably not farming unless I don't know. The thing is, even if this rolls entirely defense would just be funny, and I'd probably just keep the artifact regardless. So, like, these artifacts would have to roll horrifyingly bad for me to even care enough to, because it's not that important to have that much crit on Layla, right? So it doesn't even matter. Which means they're probably going to roll entirely to crit.
Wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Alright, timepiece it is. Alright, first roll. Yep, crit, figures. You know, gotta get all the crit rolls on the character where the crit rolls don't matter. I mean, they do matter. They're not useless. Like, I would say my ideal substats for Layla are having crit rolls. It's just like, it's not the end of the world to not have crit on her, is really all it comes down to. And... Yep, figures. Yep, we knew it.
One client, two clients, three clients.
And... Yep, knew it. I told you. How much fodder do I have left? A little bit. Alright. I can't stop now. I'm gonna use 5-star fodder at this point. Like, how can I not? Actually, I might not need to. Really? Really? I'm like 20 XP away. Oh my god. Really? Okay. Alright, is there one chest nearby, Lynn? Let's go find one chest. I literally need one artifact. One 1-star artifact. Oh my god. Let's go. Where's the? I haven't had to grab 1-star artifacts in a while. Do. Yoink. Alright, Layla. Here you go. Aw. It's fine. It doesn't matter. But come on, game. You can't do me dirty like that. Oh, it's so sad. It's fine. I mean, to be clear, again, the crit really doesn't matter that much on Layla. But, it was... I almost just got a 40 CV piece straight out of just using 4 resin in the tenacity emblem. It's fine, because... Yeah, it's fine. Alright. You know what's also funny about getting this double crit tenacity piece on set? Like, I have so many double crit HP pieces that are, like, useless on weapons only. That, like, I definitely could have utilized one of these million pieces as an offset piece. But instead, nope, I'm going to use an onset one. Oh well, it's fine. It's funny. And then, of course, there's this artifact too, but, you know, a little bit low on fodder. Or are we? Is there anything I can throw into it? Because I mean, when you have a luck train, you can't, I feel like if I don't level this up, even though I don't have the fodder, I feel like if I don't level this up right now, it's gonna roll poorly, right? So I have to level it up now. And the question is, what do I have to throw into it? This, no, I'm not gonna throw that in. This, should I throw this away? I shouldn't. Like, this is a 27 plus 3 ER. This is a no, I shouldn't. This is a weird artifact. It's a very high stat value piece, and like this could be invaluable. This is an emblem piece. It would be a godly emblem piece. On Shimenawa's, it's like I need Shimenawa pieces for Barbara, but like not this Shimenawa piece, right? So this would be like a cracked off piece for someone potentially, but like maybe this piece. This piece is like I don't know. I don't know. This piece is weird. This is a 20 CD plus 3 attack percent, right? This one is also... This one is... actually, this one is worse in some ways and better. Like, this one is weird because 0 dead stat. This one is weird, only 2 dead stat. But, like, I don't know, man. I'd love to throw this away, but again, it's too high of stat value for me to justify it. Pyro damage bonus. I don't want to throw away an onset goblet, even though I'm not using it. I don't know, maybe I'd throw away the Cope onset goblet.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone.
Maybe I'll throw away this because it insulted me. I didn't expect to build Crit Layla, by the way, but apparently we are building Crit Layla. I don't know, man. What do I throw away? Can't throw away that. Too many, like, good enough artifacts, so like, it's so hard to justify throwing any of them away.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry
Do I just use... Oh, wait, you know what? I have an alternative.
blade.
I have an alternative. Alright, Len, since Len's here, I'm gonna look at Len's characters real quick. What characters do you want to look at? Me to look at. And then Len paid like $15 something. Like, I'll look at whatever characters Len wants. And then after we do that though, we got some fragiles. I probably should save this. Oh, I also have a transient. We got some fragiles though. So we're just gonna continue the luck train of farming for Layla, and we're just gonna try to get Layla done with farming today. Not like leveling up the artifacts, but I'm gonna farm some of these, because all we theoretically need is like a flower from this domain, and then an HP goblet or an HP timepiece, or sorry, an HP circlet, right? And then we're done with Layla. So, and surely it'll be double crit too, because that's just how this goes. Apparently, whatever you want. Oh no, you can't give me the choice, Lynn. All right, let's see. Why am I over? Who's this? Tofu. Yeah, sure. Tofu can join too, because we gotta look at Tofus. I guess Sylveon, you can join too if you want, so I can not forget about you as well. All right, check info. Wander, Farazan. I'll look at Farazan. No, I mean Farazan. I assume is C6. Yeah. What is your Wander? C1. All right. I'd also have him to my brother. My brother got a C1 Wander while trying to get C6 Farazan. He had to do like 70 pulls to get his last Farazan or something like that. So that was fun, but he noted he C1 Wander is one of those weird ones, like it makes the feel of the character feel a little bit different, so he actually is fairly happy with that, even if he's not happy with the fact that now he has nothing left for 4.0. But anyways, welcome. So yeah, C6 Farazan makes sense. Probably a pretty decent C6 Farazan. Wait. Why? I said pretty decent C6 Farazan, but I noticed something before it just kicked me off of there.
Don't we have a job to do?
My will embodied.
Len.
Wherever in this
Len.
world I roam, I carry memories of my home.
Oh my god, I'm trying to zoom in. Whatever. You know, I was gonna try to zoom in for effect, but it's too annoying. Len.
Hold the line.
ER. Anyways, a C6 Farazan is not that ER hungry, but also your poor Wanderer is suffering. I get that it's a DPS Farazan, but your poor Wanderer is suffering. Your poor Wanderer is suffering. The thing is, Farazan is not so ER hungry. Like the most meaningful damage Farazan's gonna do with C6 is through her burst. So what you do is you build her to make sure she has enough ER, but then just make sure she has enough damage, right? Like just give her damage stats while also having her burst up, right? Right. Like you could do the freaking skill damage set. You could do the skill damage set since the C6 ability counts as skill damage, I believe. If I recall, I can't view it because I'm Hoyo. But I believe C6 counts as skill damage, so you could do the new skill damage set as long as you have enough ER to keep the burst up, and it's just not that ER heavy with C6. And then blam blam, you're good to go. So I'm just saying. I think the better DPS Farazan build is one that also works with Wander. Again, you'll probably technically get more damage out of Farazan than you are in this build anyways, because this is like, what, a charge attack damage build? But then, I don't know. That's my thoughts on it. So, you don't have to do it. If you want to continue using Farazan that way, I respect it, to be clear. Just where your ER though. Like, even if you want to buff your own Farazan, right? If you want to give your Farazan a buff, you still need to use her burst. Like your Farazan is having your Farazan probably has like 25% uptime on her burst. For buffing herself even. So like if you want to buff herself, she still needs a burst up. Anyways, whatever. Wander, Desert Pavilion, nice. Good build, very good build. Yeah, not bad at all. 2k attack even. Although it's not actually 2k attack is not that impressive with a 674 base attack weapon actually. So you're probably fairly low on attack percent stats, I would say. Pretty good piece. Yeah, pretty good piece. So you got some attack percent there, but no crit rate, which is sad. But you know, it's a goblet. This is not a bad goblet at all. 2 dead stat goblet is a pretty good goblet.
That is what life in
That does
Mondstadt is
explain
all
why your
about.
crit rate was a little bit low. And that's pretty good.
Some kind of fad.
Very good, honestly.
Just go
It's
in and
it's
out
this.
of fashion.
Oh wait, for some reason I thought this was a 10.5 crit rate. Actually, it's not that good. It's fine. It at least has some flat attack that's not doing nothing. But and this is pretty decent, and this is very good. So I mean, the EM isn't the most valuable on him, to be clear, and the ER isn't super necessary, especially with the C6 Farazan. But I mean, I guess it is unnecessary with the C6 Farazan who's not using her burst. So, anyways, good wander, very very good wander. You're definitely at the point where like it doesn't make sense, in my opinion, to farm much more for her, for him. But yeah, there's like the problem is, right, when you get a build to this point, you're at a point where like the improvements become statistically unlikely enough to the degree where
Should we really be
the time it would take to get and statistically unlikely for a very minor upgrade. Like it might take you weeks of farming to get like 1-2 extra crit rolls to get above 80% crit rate, and it's like if you calculate the math of that, it's like okay, it's a few percentage points better for overall DPS. Like it doesn't matter. What would matter far more is having E on your Farazan.
Arm doesn't distinguish from foe.
Anyways,
And there is
Hu
clearly
Tao with
a limit
25k
to
HP, and a lot of people talk. Ooh,
That's why I loathe
interesting.
crowded areas.
Okay, people be noisy. If we wanna look at, all right, you guys can be noisy, but away from me, so I can actually do things, and not lose my mind. So I'm gonna hide in this rock. Leave me alone. Didn't mean to press that. You can shoot at me, I guess that's fine, but character idle lines start to be a bit annoying. I want to see the Chi-Chi. What Chi-Chi? Ocean Youth Clan. Fair. C2. Nice. Aminoma. Interesting. Makes sense, though. She does heal on attack, so... I don't know what Chi-Chi's ER needs are. Seems like a Chi-Chi build. 1000 defense. Very nice. Yeah, that seems like a Chi-Chi build. Alright. Alright, anyway, Staff of Scarlet's gotta look at this sauce build on Hu Tao. Alright, EM timepiece. Makes sense. Obviously, sauce, you probably want an EM timepiece. Duh. And we got 2 Crimson, 2 Wanders. Interesting.
Don't we
Okay.
have a job to do?
I thought you might have had a lot of EM substats with 300 EM, but now you just have 2-piece Wanderers. No Constellations. 794. That's very, very... I mean, this is a 0 debt. That's an extraordinarily strong piece. This is one of those pieces that is better than many. Like, if you have... Right, this is a 35 CV. If you have a 40 CV piece with, like, 1 HP percent roll, this piece is better, right? So, this is a very good piece. That is also a very good piece. That is also it's an EM piece. It's very good for an EM piece, especially on Hu Tao with the HP percent. That's very good. That is very good as well because it's a Pyro Goblet, right? It's a freaking goblet. It has 1 bad stat. It's got a little bit of sad rolls. This is Yoldi. It looks very nice visually because 10.9, 10.9, and it's a 32 CV, right? Or 33. It's just sad that double mineral crit damage, but the upside of double mineral crit damage is it looks exactly the same as your high rolls of crit rate. It just looks visually nice. And your circlet is also pretty good. Very good, actually, I would say. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stats on a circlet is very good. This is a very strong Hu Tao. I imagine you probably don't have any problems. The only real limitation is the fact that you have to use... Yeah, the downside of a Staff of Scarlet Sans Hu Tao is that no reactions Hu Tao, she probably doesn't do a lot of non-reacted damage, but she probably has very good reaction damage. So, I very much just like my brain turn off Hu Tao. Well, not brain turn off Hu Tao because you have to try to like dash cancel and everything, but on my Polearms account where I can have that's the biggest benefit of Staff of Oma is because it just like buffs. It just gives you a big buff, and you can just turn off your brain a little bit. Anyways, that's a very good Hu Tao. Very, very good Hu Tao. Let's see. What did I exit? Len paid $15, so I'm checking out multiple characters. To be clear. Ayaya. Level 80. Very nice. Not even full ascended. Didn't even get the last bit of crit damage on Ayaka. 56. Are you on Blizzard? Ooh. I think you're a bit overcapping there, sir. Oof. Cracked. But functionally the crit rate is dead though. You have some dead crit rate stats. So you only need, right, so calculation for Blizzard Strayer, if you're doing a freeze Ayaka, you have cryo resonance, so that's 15%, you have 20%, or you have 40% from Blizzard Strayer. So that's 55 additional base, which means you basically only need 40% or 45% at max. So you have 11% in dead crit rate substats, which is like 3 max rolls, right? Or 4 lower rolls kind of thing. So like this flower is incredibly good, especially on a Blizzard Strayer piece, but these 2 crit rate stats are functionally dead, you know. Why do you have a crit rate circlet? I see why you have too much crit rate.
Everything is negotiable.
Get a crit damage circlet. Get a crit damage circlet. Why do you have a crit rate circlet on Blizzard Strayer? Like, it's not a bad circlet, but like it's just please, Len. For every Ayaka made in the world, I don't even care. I don't like Ayaka, so I don't blame you. If I had gotten like an accidental Ayaka, I would probably just make a jank build just to make Ayaka players annoyed. So I don't blame you in that sense. But like, but just so you're in a situation, Len, of like, I'm pretty sure. Okay, losing 30% crit rate is a bit rough, right? Because you'd go down to functionally 26, which is functionally, you know, looking at math. Just wait. Yeah, you'd be like 25% crit rate at base. Then, add the 55. That's like 80% crit rate, which is like, oh, not amazing. Particularly if you're fighting something that's not frozen, because that does happen sometimes with Ayaka. That's why it's not technically useless to have a little bit extra crit rate, but you're quite a bit overcapped right now. And like, yes, having 80% functional crit rate wouldn't be a great, but just a crit damage circlet and nothing else would be an improvement. Just a Blizzard, just a crit damage circlet. It doesn't have to be. It can be the worst one in the world, right? Just strong boss a little bit for Blizzard Strayer, and you'll get it. And that's technically an improvement. That's all I'm saying. For the normal situations where Freeze Ayaka excels, a Bennett with the flute. I'm guessing you don't use Bennett very often. No Bennett Constellations, not a single one. Wow. Len is the rare person who like is getting a very meaningful upgrade to Bennett with the free Bennett in 4.0. What AR are you? You're AR 58 and you have C0 Bennett. Wow.
Ow.
Wow. Also, I saw your tag said you're still working on Gilded Dreams Hu Tao. Your artifacts are so good on Hu Tao. I don't know if it's worth like the sanity. And if anything, I would hold off on working on Gilded Dreams Hu Tao a little bit, because if Hydro Archon Hu Tao is relevant, actually no, it wouldn't make sense with Staff of Scarlet Sands to do the new artifacts with Hydro Archon Hu Tao, but I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, no Bennett, no Bennett C1. Enjoy your C1 Bennett. That's the most meaningful upgrade for you when you get that. A Layla. Is this a fat Layla? It is a fat Layla. We're gonna have a fat Layla soon. Nice, but I think Len has less crit than I do already. I think I already have more crit than Len. Increases shield strength. I didn't even think about that. Arguably, that's probably the 2P's increasing shield strength by 35% is probably better than what I'm gonna do. But I'm gonna do HP because we doing chubby Layla, okay? Kaza, not 1400 defense. Get wrecked. No Constellations. Ziphos, very nice. What's your ER at? Okay. No comment. It's not enough ER, Len. It's definitely not enough ER. It's fine. Yep, that's it. We'll totem them all. There you go. There you go, Len. Hope you got your value of $15. I don't know what I can get. I imagine if I can get Layla to 60k, my goal would be... I sincerely hope this is possible without having to have a crap ton of HP substats. I would like to be able to have Layla get to 60k HP at level 90. I don't know if it's possible based on looking at this Layla. It's probably not. But this is also level 82, right? So, I don't know. Anyways. Am I going to on-field Layla? Enough to get stacks on Key of Hush's suit, I would on-field Layla, yes. Right. Anyways. Retracing Bola is probably better than double HP, to be clear. But I think it's funnier to do double HP, and just make her as big as possible. Make her real big. Okay, let's look at Tofu's Ganyu, right? Yeah, Tofu's Ganyu. Alright, Tofu. Hello, Tofu. Your turn. Boy Kisser. I have no idea why that person's on my friends list. Tofu Ganyu. My Benny C5, don't want to claim him. I don't want the red thing to always show and you can C6 him. I mean, I love C6 in it, but yeah. Skyward Harp, very nice. What artifacts? Wondrous Troop. So charge attack, Melt Ganyu. Alright. How much EM? Good amount of EM. There's a better Melt Ganyu than mine is, but I haven't exactly invested literally anything in my Melt Ganyu in a long time. 73, 259. Wow, that's a lot of crit damage. There's a lot of crit damage on a Melt Ganyu. That's impressive. I was just double checking if this is R1 or not. It is. So getting 20% crit damage. This is a very strong Melt Ganyu. Remember that Ganyu has a passive, I can't view it, I don't remember which one it is, but Ganyu, I think it's this Undivided Heart one, where, is it 15%, 20%? Like, actually, what, let's find out together. Ganyu. Talents. No. Ascension. No, it is talents. Firing a Frost-like arrow, yeah, the crit rate is subsequent ones for 5 seconds is increased by 20%. So, functionally, the notable thing with that is, right, this Ganyu functionally has like near 100% crit rate, which is ridiculous. And that's with the not very high, like not 100%, it's 93%, but like whoop-de-doo, man, like right. And enough crit rate that like it's near perfect. Yeah. 2 dead stats, not very good, obviously. Yep. I mean, when you, I am surprised you have no crit rate substat on your cryo goblet. Like, if this was crit rate, Tofu would have a 100% crit rate Ganyu, basically. So that's cracked. ER is obviously kind of basically a dead stat on a Melt Ganyu, to be clear. And yeah, that's disgusting. Get it out of my face. And yep, there's all your crit rate. I figured you added one like that. You might have 2 artifacts like that. I think the flower is going to look pretty similar to this. Double min roll on the EM is a little bit sad. Obviously low crit damage rolls, but like whoop-de-doo. It's a 40 CV piece with 2 extra EM rolls. Who the frick cares? Yep, and another high end crit roll. Yep. 2 HP rolls. A lot of HP, which is weird. So I mean, yeah, that's a heckin' strong Ganyu, Melt Ganyu. Good lord. Respectable, to say the least. Like, you're at the point where the only real improvements you get is more Skyward Harps, because more Skyward Harps would be more crit damage. don't pull, for the love of everything, Tofu, don't pull in the weapon banner for chances to get Skyward Harp. I'm just saying, that's how high invested your Ganyu is. Like, the only realistic improvements you could make is just more harps. So, anyways, very nice Ganyu. Good lord. She is the Cocoa Goat. Alright, Sylveon, what did you want me to look at? Diluc, I think, right? Alright, number 1 Lisa main wants me to look at Diluc. 1544 attack. A lot of EM. This is apparently a Wolf's Gravestone build, so keep that in mind. The weapon is a placeholder, so Wolf's Gravestone, of course, will have a higher base attack, so don't take much stock in the attack stat, the total attack stat there, right? Wolf's Gravestone gives a whack ton of attack percent, so we're basically just focused on the crit ratio here. And that's, yeah, I mean, I don't know what artifact set this is. If this is, I think Sylveon's been farming for Crimson. I think I've seen some of their posts on my Discord server. Link is in the description if you want to join, but I've seen some of their posts in the Discord server. I think they've been farming for Crimson. If this is a 4-piece Crimson build with 2-piece for like a Wolf's Gravestone, if Sylveon ever gets Wolf's Gravestone, which I wish you luck.
Don't we have a job?
8142 is really good. And with 200 EM. Wow, okay. I thought you said this was scuffed. Excuse me, Sylveon. This is sad, but also not that bad. Sad, but not that bad. It could be much worse. It's not a... This is a perfect example of, like, you get this artifact, you're just like, oh, yes! And then you're like, oh, my dreams. And, like, this is the artifact that Sylveon would pay 5 million more and wait a month to be able to level it up again, right? But at the same time, this was a 3-line artifact where half of the rolls rolled into crit. That is actually average. Like, this actually rolled fairly average. Sad that the last roll... Oh, bye, Tofu. Sad that the last rolls roll defense, of course. That is a little bit unlucky. So, versus, like, getting 1 attack percent roll or something. But it's still not that bad of a piece. I want to be very clear. It's just one of those perfect, like, you had a dream, and the game smited your dream. There was a nail that came down from Celestia straight into your dream hole. Your dream hole? That's a very weird thing to say. No, we're not doing account reviews. We're just doing... If my logic is if you want to pay for me to look at your characters, or I will definitely look at them. That's basically it. So, anyways, very good. I think the ER is kind of not amazing on Diluc because his bursts do be garbage, but technically not useless is what my rationalization is. So you know what? 30 CV plus 2 AR, very good. Obviously very good. Quite good. A little bit sad, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, 5 good stats. Low rolls all around. Double min roll, and then low rolls and crit damage too. Sadness. But, you know, very good Pyro Goblet. Very, very, very good Pyro Goblet. Jesus Christ. This is a 30 CV with double high roll attack percent and ER 0 dead stat Pyro Goblet. Very, very good. So, yeah. You got some sad rolls, that's for sure. You got some relatable rolls. Right? This rolled average, right? 50% of the rolls rolled in the crit. Expected, right? And, you know, low rolls.
Work hard and live each
Sad, but all things considered, it rolled twice into crit for a circlet and rolled once to EM. And then this was looks like it was a 4-line, so it had it was a 4-line and 3 good rolls on a 4-line. That's not bad, actually, right? I want to be very clear. Your Diluc is at an investment level, so then we're like, again, when I'm going back to like, is it worth farming more for Crimson to improve your Diluc? I would say no, because if you go and calculate, right, like go and calculate. If you go into like a damage calculator, go use the website that I use. If you, what is it even called? I can't even show it on screen because my address bar is whatever. You know what, I'll just copy and paste the link. It's Genshin. Wait. Damage. GI. I haven't used it in a while. There we go. Yeah, GI damage calculator.web.app. Right. Go slap your team. Use this. Go slap your team stuff in there, right? And see how it do. Like compare. Basically, you go put. Oops, I should switch back to this. You like use that website, right? You put your artifacts in. Put your team in with all the debuffs enabled and whatever. And since Sylveon likes to nuke, might even want to like use it like with like against. You can go and select against Wanderer or the Wanderer boss in his down phase, and right, and then if you put in this artifact, right, and you switch this artifact and pretend it had, you know, 2 more crit rate rolls, like it rolled nearly perfect, like it rolled 40 CV, right, and it was 10 crit rate, 18.7 crit damage, basically a perfect EM piece, and see how much the average damage goes up on that website, you're going to see that like it's not that much, right? Your build is so good that it's like to the degree like, yes, like you could get it to be slightly more balanced. You get a minor improvement. It's just not worth it. The only real improvement you get is just like getting the bacon, which will probably never run again, or getting Wolf's Gravestone, or getting I don't know, heck, you have a lot of crit rate, so actually, I imagine, what's it called? Legitimately getting, you have a lot of defense percent too, so you could get extra, like, charge attack bonus damage from Redhorn. You could rationalize that all your defense percent stats become good stats when you have Redhorn. That's what I love to do. I love having weapons that, like, give stats. I forgot, what does Redhorn exactly do? I should go check. Redhorn. I would say Redhorn because it matches him visually. It's got some nice nice visuals to it. Defense increased by 28% and normal and charge attack damage increased by 40% of defense. And suddenly you can rationalize that your like 40% defense stats that you have, Sylveon, they're now good stats. They're no longer dead stats. And suddenly it's a very good build. And now you have like 200 and you show that Diluc off and you're like, and everyone's like, wow, look at the crit on your Diluc. And it's mostly just because you got Redhorn. But it's also probably substantially easier to get Redhorn than it is to get Wolf's Gravestone. So, and it's probably better. Well, I shouldn't say probably better. It's probably relatively similar. And lets you rationalize that the defense rolls are good, and then you can say, "F you to Crimson forever." There you go. That's my advice for you, Sylveon. Try to get Redhorn. Not that I'm saying it's worth doing the weapon banner necessarily, but I think it makes more sense if you're that invested in Diluc to try to get Redhorn over Wolf's Gravestone, because you can't actually purposely get Wolf's Gravestone. Probably, unless they go back to unless they change up how weapon banners work when they like do 3-phase banners, and we have some weird situation where they run standard banner weapons on them again. But, you know, I don't know. The Bacon would be a good choice as well. Dehya's weapon, but who the F knows when that runs too. That weapon basically doesn't exist, so it's not too much cope. Doesn't Diluc even have an infusion? Right, I don't have Diluc, crap. Can I view kit details? I don't think I can I? Where's Diluc? I can, good. Doesn't he infuse, like, after? I don't think he does. Wait, it does. Yeah. How long does he have infusion? Infusion duration, 8 seconds. You are doing... See, yeah, duh, I know this. Yeah, so, no, it legitimately does. Redhorn, you do use normal and charge attacks on him, so you use his burst, even though his burst is kind of bad sometimes. But you use his burst, you get a short infusion, and you do get value out of, like, that infusion and that normal attack charge attack bonus. So, absolutely, Redhorn, 100% better. Turns your defense stats into good stats and makes your crit ratio look real sexy, and there you go. And it looks visually good on him too, right? You know, there's a flower here. Wouldn't have picked those flowers. I 100% say, 1000% say, dude, where are you? Do a Redhorn instead, since it's actually like something you can be like, I'm going to save 200 wishes of a Redhorn. You can guarantee getting Redhorn, right? So, rather than Wolf's Gravestone is like, I can spend 70,000 Primo Gems on the weapon banner and never get and never get Wolf's Gravestone, right? So, yeah, that's why. I think it might legitimately be better anyways. I don't feel like calculating it, but again, Sylveon, like go like input your artifacts with that website. Go and put Redhorn in there, and go and put actually it's a little bit weird because you have to calculate like, so to properly calculate the difference of weapons like that and factor in like the charge attack bandit, C6 Shenhe first. Oh my god. You do, you Sylveon. But if you actually wanted to properly calculate that, you just have to like go and look like how much like charge attacks damages, or like how many charge attacks and normal attacks you actually get if you want to actually measure it in like a normal rotation with Diluc when you're on field with him, and see what the value of the passive on Redhorn is. Or you could probably actually just look up how much you want to bet KQM has. KQM Diluc. KQM is like God's blessing on the Genshin community, by the way. The amount of work the people in the KQM community do for these guides is insane. We're looking for Redhorn. So Beacon of the Red Sea, Redhorn. So these claymores serve as crit sticks. Even if Diluc cannot make full use of the passives, they still help make these weapons his best options. So this is a summary page. They do probably have an in-depth page that you can go into that they would show more of the calculations. Weapons provide a bunch of, yeah. So like KQM even says that Redhorn is better just because of the crit. So like I'm pretty sure Redhorn is better, even just from the crit alone. And you can use a little bit of the passive, so I think it's probably just better, especially with your artifacts that you have right now. Like Redhorn just slots in, and now you're just doing a lot more damage, right? So Redhorn makes way more sense. That's all. That was a very long-winded way to say Redhorn is better. But if you happen to get a Wolf's Gravestone, to be clear, it's probably not worth going for Redhorn at that point. If you just randomly get a Wolf's Gravestone from Standard Banner or something. All right, let's do what I said I was going to do. We're going to. All right, since we have good luck train going for Layla, we're gonna do what I said I was going to do, and we're going to use my fragiles. We'll use this to obviously. Actually, no, I'll save that. Actually, no, wait. No, we're gonna use it. There's no reason to not use it. All right, we're gonna do 3 runs at a time, and we're gonna farm. Oh, now I gotta look at another character. I guess we're gonna do it in a second. We're gonna farm Voraka's Glow for Layla. Okay, we're gonna do it, and we're gonna get all the crit. And I'm not gonna have enough money. By money, I mean Mora for. For actually leveling the artifacts. Alright, I'll look at your... What's your UID, Joe? Look at your Shao and your Raiden. Thanks for the 249. I'll look at your Raiden and Shao real quick. Kafka Showcase. I can't do a Kafka Showcase because I don't have Kafka. Sure we can do co-op farming. Why not? Upgrade Lumenstone. What do you mean Lumenstone? What? What a chance I don't have 4 of standard banner characters and no other standard weapon. I have 2 Wolf's Gravestone. The chances is that you're unlucky. That's all it is. It's not that hard to calculate the chances, but the problem with calculating the chances like that, the chance. See, the thing is, right, you have to take into account starting, when you're calculating chances for things to happen, you need to take into account starting positions. So if you're calculating the chance that you got 2 Wolf's Gravestone from the start of a fresh account, obviously really low. But after you get 1 Wolf's Gravestone, what is the chance that you get a second one? Substantially higher than when you initially calculated it, right? Because the chance of getting 2 Wolf's Gravestones from having no Wolf's Gravestones from a fresh account is, the 1 in whatever chance of getting, like, when you get a 5, if you ignore the chance of getting 5 stars in general, so it's a little bit annoying to calculate when you factor in that, right? But if you just ignore the chance of getting, like, 5 stars will happen eventually, right? You assume, what's the chance out of my first 3 5 stars, 2 of them are Wolf's Gravestone? Well, the chance is something like, one of those is almost guaranteed to be a character in 3 5 stars. And then the other 2 could easily be weapons, right? So if we're just gonna operate in that assumption of those are weapons, which is like a base like 50% chance it's 2 weapons, or 50% chance 2 out of 3 5 stars is 2 characters, right? And so base 50% chance, and then you take that base 50% chance and you look at the details page, right? And how many weapons are there? Well, there is 10 weapons in the banner, right? There's 2 of each type. So that means to get specifically 1 of them, it's a 10% chance, right? When you get a weapon 5 star, because we're saying that if we're taking you have to establish the base conditions, right? And the base conditions are, we're assuming we get 3 5 stars inevitably, eventually. And what is the chance that 2 out of 3 of those weapons are 5-star weapons and not characters? Because statistically, the way the weapon banner works, you should normally, unless you're really unlucky, you should normally get 2 weapons and 1 character, or 2 characters, 1 weapon per like 3 5-stars you get, because it tends to alternate a little bit, and I don't want to get into the details of it, but that's basically what it comes down to. So it's basically a 50% chance it's either 2 weapons or 1 weapon, essentially. So we'll say with a base 50% chance that there is 2 5-star weapons, right? And if we know that we have a base 50% chance of 2 5-star weapons, and then we say there's a 10% chance each one of those is a Wolf's Gravestone, we have so 50%, 10% of 50% is 5%, and then another 10% chance for the second one to also be Wolf's Gravestone is 0.5%, right? So 0.5%. So half a percentage, which is 1 in 200. So 1 in 200 accounts has that happen in that established conditions, right? But the problem is, as soon as you know that you already have 1 Wolf's Gravestone, what is the chance to get another one? Well, now it's 5%, right? Because you already have 1 Wolf's Gravestone. If you're getting another weapon, the next chance is 5%, right? And it's not that unlucky, right? Like, I just did that math, doing those base assumptions, which are fairly safe assumptions. We're not factoring in the chances for earlies. We're not factoring in the chances of anything like that, right? Just the base assumptions of it is, right? You're going to get some amount of 5-stars, like on standard banner, eventually. That's all we're really assuming. It's actually not that low. Is it definitely low? Like, yes, 0.5% is low. It's definitely unlucky, but it's also 1 in 200 accounts, right? There's a ton of players in this game. There's 60 viewers watching right now, right? Like, there's 60 viewers right now with a 1 in 200 chance that you get the double matching, right? Like double Wolf's Gravestone. It wouldn't be that weird to have a second person in the chat right now. 60 out of 200 people. It wouldn't be that unlikely to have 2 people in the chat. It'd be a little bit unlikely, but it wouldn't be that unlikely, right? It's not that low of a chance. Like 0.5% is the same chance to just do a single pull and get in early, right? It happens. How do I cure my Genshin depression? Be happy. No. I don't know. The way that I get in, whenever I get like bored of Genshin, I just have to like, every time I've gotten bored of Genshin, the way that I get not bored of Genshin and start having fun with Genshin again is by building some kind of new unconventional team. Like the most recent example is my Dehya team. My Dehya team is something I'd been invested in a while. I had no idea how well it was going to work. I could have tried it beforehand, but I didn't because I'm stupid. I could have tried it more than I did beforehand without investing heavily in the artifacts beforehand. And it ended up working out really well and feeling really nice to play, even if it's obviously not the best version of a Dehya team. It's very clear. But it's fun. I really enjoy it. And I'm very happy, right? And like, when your brain has a goal to work towards in this context, right? When your brain has a goal to work towards, you're not gonna feel like you're playing Genshin just for the 0.001% chance of getting that extra crit roll to perfect your Ganyu when your Ganyu's already near perfect. Tofu, right? Like, that's not a way to enjoy Genshin. That's why, like, on my main account, I farm for the least, like, the not resin efficient artifacts, because, like, I don't need to have, like, it's not of enough importance to me to have more emblem artifacts for me to just spend time in emblem when I don't have any goal with emblem in mind, right? I don't have any specific need for it. So I'd rather spend my resin on my main account farming for niche artifacts that enable niche fun synergies, right? If this was a flower, could have been usable. Sad. So we're not as lucky, and we're not apparently just gonna spend 1 resin and get an instant double crit piece. I mean, this might be double crit to be clear. I guess I'll lock it. But... oh, I guess we could do Barbara on this Hydro set. I didn't even think about that. I mean, we're probably not doing Barbara on this Hydro artifact set, but we could. Also, this set requires using Burst, I think, to get 1 stack on it, so it's not... yeah, we wouldn't... I'm pretty sure 4-piece Shimenawas is better for DPS Barbara than this set. Oh, did I just not... where was... oh yeah, UID for Joe. Joe, where's your UID? Or are you on my friends list? Did I miss it? No, I didn't. Oh, there it is. I'm on EU UID. Okay, thank you. Joe, as soon as I finish these resins, I will go look at your thing. I almost forgot. Yell at me, the entirety of the chat, please yell at me very loud if I forget after using resin here. not want to forget someone that paid to have me see the thing.
You can't run.
Sorry to make you wait. I would have done it before, but I definitely forgot. I'll wail on standard, so I'm the next person. Yeah. I don't know why I'm not doing more charge attacks. I'm not used to having to do charge attacks on Rosaria. Haven't done like a charge attack focused Rosaria or normal attack physical damage focused Rosaria in a long time, so not used to thinking about it. As always, it is 3 times slower to farm in co-op. Genshin co-op. Why? I mean, like, to be clear, this could be a good artifact. It's just I don't need a timepiece. I already got a 30 CV timepiece on the other side. Dang it. Dang it, game. Could have been a circulator goblet. What time is it? I don't intend to have the stream be super long. I might stream a very short bit of Star Rail at the very end of the stream. But oh, I just locked people out, didn't I? Oh, for fuck's sake, Jesus Christ. I'm not doing that just with Shenhe and Rosaria. That'd be no. I think it was Shenhe that was in there. Nope, I do it. Wi-Fi bad. It was not your fault. It was my fault. I mean, it was my fault and just Genshin co-op things. Also, the loading time is usually less internet. I mean, it can be internet for loading times, but it's more device loading time. Like, the loading time for loading these things is gonna be like if you're running on a computer versus a phone versus a or even like a computer on a hard drive versus a solid state drive is probably a lot faster. So where a PS5 is going to be like a PS5 with the fast storage on the PS5 is faster even than a PC for loading times. So yeah. Internet is only relevant mostly as far as like latency is concerned. So like bad internet can have an effect for loading times, but not as significant as probably the actual hardware you're running the game on. I'm slow because phone. Exactly.
100 years have passed, yet there hasn't been any change to those dumb rules at the academia.
Wouldn't be a big deal for you forgot. I mean, I feel like it'd be a big deal. You basically paid me for a service functionally, Joe. I know it was donation, right? But to me, you gave me some monies in exchange for something of value that I could hopefully give you. That is what I would ideally want for most people that are donating things. Of course, we have the lens of the world who just want to throw money at me, and that's fine. I greatly appreciate the lens of the world. But I prefer trying to provide something of value if someone was giving me money, right? So I would feel bad about forgetting to actually fulfill said part of like that mental agreement. But anyways, we'll fulfill that mental agreement shortly after we take 10 years to kill some tanky frickin' hilly trolls. I hate these enemies, by the way. Like, people hate the Consecrated Beast. I like the Consecrated Beast. I've said this before. These enemies suck. I hate them. They don't do anything. They just stand there. And they have, like, stupid BS where they, like, I don't know. You can abuse them a little bit to try to... one dude's not dead! You can try to abuse them a little bit to try to group them in Abyss and whatever. Like that Dehya, the Dehya video I posted, the Chamber 1 took me, like, probably 5 to 10 attempts to clear on the second side because of the butthole that like, wouldn't walk to the edge sometimes. I mentioned it in the video. Oh, come on. What? The game is actually trolling me. The game is trolling me. It gave me a crit timepiece and a crit feather, just like it did for tenacity. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll roll it eventually. Just okay, it's fine. Now what? Do I go back to tenacity to try to get an? I don't know. I'm gonna keep farming this one, I think, for a few attempts. But all right, we're gonna look at Joe's thing, and then we're gonna keep farming this one for a few more times. So probably only three to six more at most. I'm not gonna use all of my fragile resin. I'm gonna leave a couple. Leave a couple. Like, also, come on, game. Also, you know how much of a freaking troll this is, by the way? Literally started the stream being like, I'm still farming this on my main account until 4.0 comes out for the small chance of getting an upgraded feather from Idea, and then the game insults me by giving me a 50 CV potential piece and Vorakashas on this account when I already had a double crit feather from an hour. This freaking game. This is why I hate farming the same domain on multiple accounts. This always happens. You get the pieces you want on one account on another account. Anyways, whatever, it's fine. Surely it'll be a good artifact. And this just means like whatever piece rolls more into crit, I'll use on Layla, right? So if this rolls well for Layla, I'll use this one. This one rolls well, I'll use this one, right? And then I'll keep farming Vorakashas, but I don't know. We'll see, right? If this one rolls well, and then I get like a flower on Vorakashas, then I just switch to farming Tenacity, right? And then to get like the last goblet or circlet or whatever. Tenacity would be better to farm anyways, so it would be fine. I'd actually would prefer that one to roll well over the Tenacity one, I would say. Anyways, let's see. I'll grab Joe's UID. Oh, copy. Yeah, stop, freaking God. I hate copying things with YouTube chat because whenever you click on a message, even if I'm clicking on like the text of the message. Oh God, it's so janky. Okay, it's just janky. All right. Wait, what do I need to look at? I didn't even. Shao and Raiden, I think. Shao and Raiden. All right, Shao and Raiden. Blam. Friends. All right, Rosie. Follow Shirkhart on YouTube and Twitch. Raiden and Shao. Both level 80. Makes sense. So I assume Emblem. Yep. And VV, Remnant, and Shimenalis. Thoma is Shao. Ooh. 149 ER. What? Joe, you what? What? Look at this crit ratio, by the way, with Thoma. So that's why the crit damage is a little bit higher, obviously. But this,
What did you say?
149 ER.
I'm old now, so every other phrase escapes my ears.
149 ER with this amount of crit. There's not many dead stats on this Shao. By the way, for every Shao main in the world, the new artifacts, if you use Bennett with Shao, the new artifacts are better for Shao. Like meaningfully better. Particularly if you're doing something like using Staff of Thoma. But anyways, I assume this is still a crit rate circle. No, it's a crit damage. Wow. Okay. Wow. All right. That's. Yep. If only this was crit rate, man. So yeah, I figured you were a little low on crit rate and subs, but yeah, that's gross. That's very gross. All the ER. This is a very good piece, to be clear. All the ER. Very good piece. Wow. What a goblet. All right. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, what a goblet. It's an onset goblet too for them. Why are you using this piece? Did you really find that you needed this piece for the ER? I mean, to be clear, I appreciate using an ER heavy piece as your off piece. I'm surprised because without that piece, right, being that your feather can be your off piece, I feel like it'd be better to have like a higher CV feather that has like 10 ER, right? Like, is the extra 10 ER to be 140? Like, I don't think Shao normally needs over 140 ER, even in his most like energy hungry teams. So, yes, relatable circlet, not relatable goblet, not relatable timepiece. Good lord, not relatable flower. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, this is honestly, in my opinion, this is not a relatable feather. This is a 4-line 0 dead stat. I think there's a better choice for an off piece in your situation, but if you really need the ER, like I don't know, you know your Shao better than I do, and I imagine against certain enemies in particular that don't generate many particles on hits, you want more ER, so that might be why you just put an extra ER on there, or for overworld, right? You might want the extra ER for overworld. That would make sense too. So. I think it genuinely makes sense, but also this is a cracked shell, ridiculous. Like almost near perfect. Like it's really hard to make, basically impossible, honestly, to make any improvements to your shell. Like good lord, good lord. You might drop some of the ER for crit rate because you now have C6 Fire Horizon. Ah, very nice, very nice. Yeah, that's, I mean, more than any artifacts or anything, C6 Fire Horizon is probably the best thing you can do for shell. So, fair. But yeah, you probably can definitely drop some of the ER. So I would definitely just swap this to a more crit heavy piece, and yeah, especially with C6 Fire Zone. So crack shell, respect the dedication. Raiden, more relatable Raiden. Is this catch? Engulfing. Okay.
Don't we have a job
Engulfing
to
makes
do?
sense then. I was gonna say if it was catch, you should maybe actually potentially, depending on what circlets you have, consider a crit damage circlet with decent crit rate subs, but it'd be hard to do. But you actually might be in a situation where the crit rate from catch plus your fairly high crit rate substats that you had could justify a crit damage circlet with the catch. Without the catch, with engulfing, it makes more sense because with the catch, this would have been functionally 80% crit rate, which with 100 crit damage would be a little imbalanced, right? So it could actually make sense in that situation to switch to a crit damage circlet. As far as like average damage goes. But anyways, what's your ER? 245? That's a little bit more than you, like, actually more than you need for engulfing, but the weird thing with engulfing is that engulfing lets you double dip, right? You get damage from the 4-piece bonus of energy recharge on emblem, and then I think Raiden also just naturally has damage bonus, and then of course Engulfing Lightning gives you damage bonus based on ER, or it gives you attack based on ER, so like it's just kind of like, okay, it doesn't really hurt, like you actually get a meaningful damage increase from extra ER lines. So wait, what? I didn't notice that. Why? Are you running hybrid Raiden? Wait. Okay, hybrid Raiden needs more EM than this, to be clear. A hybrid Raiden probably doesn't want engulfing. But that changes things a little bit, though. Why are you running hybrid? Why are you running EM timepiece? I'm so confused. What team Joe, what team do you use Raiden on?
Work hard and live each day to the fullest.
Like, why are you using this? I'm so
That is
confused.
what life in Mondstadt is all
This
about.
explains a lot of your build. Of like the stat balance and why the stat balance is not as great as it could be because you're using an EM timepiece. But why though? So Raiden is like fairly normal ICD, and like I do think there is a reason to do like hybrid Raiden for like Hyper Bloom situation, but like you need to like heavy focus on EM and try to like use something like Staff's Guard Sands that converts EM into attack realistically. I haven't calced yet. I have thought that with the new polearm that gives crit rate and a bunch of EM on its passive, hybrid Raiden could work with the new Battle Pass polearm, but it's definitely going to be worse than Staff's Guard Sands. It's still hard to balance what you want. You'd still want a crit circlet probably instead of a EM circlet. So like a hybrid Raiden without Staff's Guard Sands would probably be EM Goblet, EM Timepiece, and then a crit circlet with hopefully heavy EM substats. And then you also need heavy ER and crit substats on your EM Timepiece and your EM Goblet, as well as your Flower and Feather, right? To try to balance it out. Like it's insanely hard to build EM Raiden. Or EM hybrid Raiden. Like I do not recommend it, but I'm going to do it. I'm still going to work on it forever and always. Also, that's cracked. Get it out of my face. This is fairly relatable. Better than my attack percent goblets on my main account. My attack percent emblem goblets, I should specify. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, one dead stat. Better than you expect. Especially with engulfing high base attack, right? Get slightly more value. I mean, not especially, you just get slightly more value out of attack percent. It's a rationalization, not actually relevant. On-field Raiden with Nahida. Okay, so it does make sense to have a little bit of EM. I still think, off the top of my head, I don't know for sure. So like, or just like as an example, Raiden's skill has a normal ICD, and I'm pretty sure you're subjected to like, you can get like consistent aggravates on her charge attacks during her burst, right? But her burst having a big multiplier means she's not going to gain much advantage out of aggravate on her big multiplier skill. So like even an ER timepiece, even though you have more ER than you already need, would be better. But I'm pretty sure as far as like overall damage contribution goes, even with Nahida, an EM an attack timepiece in your situation is better. I'm fairly confident of that. So if you have an attack percent timepiece, ideally you want an Electro Goblet, but wouldn't matter that much. If you have an attack percent timepiece, I would consider using that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure even if you're using it with Raiden, or if with Nahida, it probably still makes sense to go attack instead of EM. The only time where it really would make sense to do EM on an emblem main stat, I think, is if you're doing something where, like, you're doing Raiden, you're doing a hybrid Raiden, right? You're doing Raiden, Nahida, Xingqiu, and then whatever fucking flex slot you want for a character on it, like Fischl. If you want to go on like a, because doing hybrid Raiden is essentially deciding to take the focus away from the hyperbloom damage instead on the aggravates you get from Raiden. And where aggravates make the largest percentage difference is when you're having a lower base like multiplier, right? So if your Raiden, which is not aggravating, is getting 5,000 damage, when you're aggravating, because aggravate gives you like a flat bonus, it's like a base of like 3,000 or something, which increases based on your EM and whatever. Also, I think, what is your level? Yeah, you need to be, you're also not getting that much value out of aggravates in general because you're not level 90. You're missing out like 30% of the flat additive damage bonus. But anyways, like Raiden has a really big multiplier. So what happens, I could show this on my main account, but I'm on weapons only. What happens, right, you'll have your big damage that can get like 100k, right? The flat amount that an aggravate could give you, let's say you're getting like a 10,000, you can get like a 10,000, 15,000, let's just assume like 15,000, right? I think with your stats, it'd be more like a 10-ish thousand bonus. So like a 10,000 damage bonus. That means like to your Raiden's initial hit on our burst, you know, you're getting a 10,000 more damage on a 10,000 or 100,000 damage burst, right? Like that's 10% more damage, but it's only one instance. And then you're doing like normal attacks and charge attacks, and then it can make more of a difference there. It's why I think Hybrid Raiden is a little bit relevant, and I think it's fun. But like, I don't know. Like, I'm tempted to go for Staff of Scarlet Sands for Hybrid Raiden on my main account, specifically so I can just try to farm to the end of time for EM main stat pieces. Do Hybrid Raiden with Nahida, Raiden, and Fischl, and Xingqiu, and the focus is then less on the blooms, but it still gets like 25k bloom damage, but also gets like 25, 30k, 40k aggravates on charge attacks during her burst. So it's like a focus of her charge attacks on her burst instead of her initial big hit kind of thing. It's a weird build. I think it's not something I recommend without Staff of Scarlet Sands.
Don't we have a job to do?
With I don't know. With engulfing, it probably just makes sense. I don't know. It's a really, really long way of saying with engulfing, it probably just makes sense to do a normal build. Probably. Even when you're using with Nahida. Probably. 1k EM Nahida, huh? Your Nahida might need more ER. Might. Who's running Deepwood? I'm assuming you have someone else with Deepwood on the team. Hopefully. That explains your 1,057 EM. Alright. Anyways. You do have a full EM build with Scarlet Sand somewhere? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'd consider running... you can do the team that I can't do on Polems only. Yeah, I don't do Nahida, Xingqiu, Raiden, and then the flex slot is your choice. I would probably do Fischl, but you can definitely probably choose all the jellyfish. You can definitely probably choose someone else because it's a hybrid bloom team at its core, and you can choose any flex slot you dang well please, depending on what you want the exact focus to be. So yeah. All right. Anyways, hybrid Raiden is really hard to build. It's just easier to build traditional Raiden, especially if you have engulfing lightning. That's all it comes down to. You don't actually gain that much value. But if you really like the idea of playing hybrid Raiden with hybrid bloom and big aggravates at the same time, it's especially since you have Staff of Scarlet Sand, it might make more sense to invest in that if you want to do that. Because I bet with Nahida, like if I had the artifacts I had on Polearms only, which I could switch over if wanted, but if I had the I need to use resin. Using the fragiles helps if you want to craft things. I bet if I had Nahida on Polearms only, I could have my hybrid Raiden with the artifacts I have now, which is without having a good goblet. I could have my Raiden hit like 35k aggravates off the top of my head, probably, fairly consistently, with relatively similar crit damage that you have, right? A little bit lower crit rate, I think, than you have, but with full EM instead of the mix and match you got going. So you're a Raiden main and like to play her on field too much. Well, yes, hybrid Raiden would be on field. Hybrid Raiden is doing Hyper Bloom Raiden, but sacrificing a bunch of Hyper Bloom damage, so you on field Raiden just using her burst a lot. And if you don't have fish build for a hybrid Raiden build, you don't have to. Right. I don't know. I'll make a video on hybrid Raiden eventually. Eventually. Probably when Raiden reruns is when I expect I'll make a hybrid Raiden build. And again, I'm not recommending going into that. It's just you technically already have Staff of Scarlet Sands, and you really like Raiden, and you like using Raiden with Nahida. It's kind of like, and you're already using an EM timepiece on it. It's kind of like you're already accidentally leaning towards hybrid Raiden anyways, with the best of both worlds. It's Hyper Bloom Raiden that also gets big burst damage and is fun to on field, right? That's the idea of hybrid Raiden. That's all it is, and it's a build that just abuses the nature of Staff of Scarlet Sands, letting you double dip or more than double dip in that team. More like triple dipping in the value of EM converting to attack, which means even your the big value of Staff of Scarlet Sands EM converting to attack means even your non-aggravated damage is still fairly high, right? It's not going to be as high as a traditional emblem build, but it will be still high, and you also get really big aggravates out of like charge attacks and whatever, and skills even. Like suddenly, like with hybrid Raiden on Staff of Scarlet Sands, seeing her skill do like 15-20k damage is hilarious. Even though it's only happening every 3 procs or whatever because of ICD. So you think you hit 15 to 20 aggro? Yeah, I know, that's what's... But like 15 to 20k aggro aggravates at level 80 on your build is not that much. 15 to 20k aggravates on a hybrid build when I have full EM main stat is... Huh?
Obey.
That was weird. Okay. Also, can I get the not this artifact set? The game's making me regret coming to Vorakash's. Anyways, what was I saying? I don't know. How much did they pay for the review? $2, I think, meow. So hopefully your $2 worth. I think I've talked for that a long time for $2. Yeah. I don't know. I like talking about Aggravate Raiden. I was just... As soon as I saw that EM timepiece, I'm like, what? Sounds interesting to build this hybrid. Yeah. Just the... Man, the... Remind me after I'm done with weapons only here, Joe, before I am done with the stream, before I switch to Star or whatever. I'll show you my artifacts on full arms only that makes a functional... It's definitely a functional hybrid Raiden build. It's not perfect. I would like to improve it, but that's just because, like, I really want to improve it. But, like... The problem is you want, like... The problem with hybrid Raiden is, like, okay, you want EM main stat with you want full EM main stat on Circlet, Timepiece, and Goblet. On full 4-piece emblem, right? So you want the rarest main stats in the game on full 4-piece emblem. You still want enough energy recharge to be able to keep Raiden's burst up, which you're not getting from the weapon because you're using Staff of Scarlet Sands, which is giving you a lot of crit, which is nice. It's giving you a lot of the base crit rate you need. Can you F yourself, game? Also, an onset goblet. Screw you. I don't need onset goblets. I just want a HP circlet or a goblet on freaking Vorakash. Good lord. Why is this hard? How do I get an onset goblet with crit before I get an HP circlet or something? Like, oh my god, game. So, anyways, like, you want a bunch of ER, you want crit and substats on EM main stat pieces with 4-piece emblem. It's a nightmare build to, like, think about trying to get the right stats. It's not necessarily that hard to get, as long as you acknowledge the fact that you're going to have to sacrifice crit for ER. Because you need to have your burst up, right? To be able to do anything. So, yeah. And it's also one of those builds that's like bad to show off to people, by the way. Hybrid Raiden, because you just like show your Hybrid Raiden, people are just gonna be like, they're just gonna be confused, like, and be like, oh, why'd you put this cringe EM goblet on Raiden with 16% energy recharge? Because it's like, that's what you have to do. Can you ask something? No. Of course you can ask something. I literally titled this stream the Ask Me Questions stream. Go ahead, cat. Ask whatever you want. Why? I hate this domain so much. I hate it on my main account. I hate it on weapons only. Ugh. This could be fine. It could be a perfectly fine goblet, to be clear, but why was it on the wrong set? I know. I refuse to spend any more resin here today. I don't want to lose my sanity. I don't want to lose my sanity. Okay. Well. All right. I think I didn't even get a flower, did I? I can't even do 2-piece war cautious right now. Oh my god. Okay, I actually am going to spend a couple more resin here. I want to at least be able to do 4-piece war cautious so I can F off from this forever. Oh my god. Really? How? Trolling freaking game. Thank you, Joe. It wasn't your fault. It was my. You didn't have to give me extra money, but thank you for the extra €6. I appreciate it. It was me that took the extra time, not you. It just means you had an interesting build that made me think a lot. And I don't know. It's weird. I really like how Raiden has these weird build paths you can go down since Dender's release. I really enjoy it. So I greatly appreciate that you're trying an unconventional Raiden build, even if it's not necessarily better. It's kind of what I'm saying. Okay, ask away, cat. Ask away. Can I ask your credit card number? You can ask. I'm not going to provide it. All the Shenhes. All the level 90 Shenhes, even. A Chi-Chi. I mean, it'll probably do more than Farazan. No offense to your Farazan, but it'll probably do more here. Shenhe's buff applies individually to each cryo character, so theoretically, Chi-Chi. Well, actually, no, I think Len's Chi-Chi did not have that many crit stats. It's probably not going to be that much better than Farazan, actually. It's probably going to be about the same. Yeah, Farazan is actually probably better because there's swirling elements around. Yeah, Farazan is probably better. But we have healing now. Wait, no, we already had healing. Why are you doing Chi-Chi? We already have healing. God dang it, Len. Did you put like a different weapon or something on Chi-Chi? You using like a Jade Cutter or something? No, you're still using the same build. Alright. I don't know why Len chose to use Chi-Chi. Alright. It's what it is. Thinking of building a second team at Kaching Aggro is... I mean, you need a second team. At bare minimum, you need a second team for Abyss. As time goes on, the more Abyss wants a lot more than just one second team. They want as much flexibility as possible. But anyways. Thinking of building a second team, Kaching Aggro is built. Thinking of using Ayaka. Can you recommend anyone good for a Hydra application? I mean, who do you have? Barbara is probably better than you think. So... And I know you have Barbara, because she's free. And especially if you have some Barbara Constellations that reduces her cooldown, which is to say increases her uptime on her skill a little bit. It could be enough, potentially. I wouldn't say it's a good Hydra application, but it can work. F you, game! Stop! I just want a goblet. I want a goblet or a circlet, and it's not 4-star, or a flower. Just game. Just a flower. Just a Voracash's flower. That's all I need. No crit at this point. I just want to leave this domain. Let me leave. So anyway, Xingqiu can work in the Ayaka team. It can be a little bit awkward to weave in the normal attacks, but you normally do a little bit of normal charge attacks anyways. Xingqiu's obviously better for Hydra application, and he's a good defensive option as well, and can have decent damage. And then, other than that, what else is there? That's obvious. Probably not Candace, but you can probably... I've never tried to make Candace work in an Ayaka team, because I don't like Ayaka, so I don't have her. But Candace could probably with Constellation 1 at bare minimum. But Candace could unironically probably work. It'd be weird, but she probably could work. Barber is just potentially an option because she's a healer, right? Xingqiu is good because he's just overpowered Hydra application. Go. Kokomi. You pull Coco, but Kaching said no. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, Kokomi's not necessary. If you have Mona can obviously work too, and be potentially fairly decent, because Mona can give you meaningfully additional damage in your Ayaka burst. So, with the main downside being, again, not a healer. The nice thing about Kokomi is, like, Kokomi's a very, very, very nice comfort option for Ayaka teams, but many other Hydros do function, so... I don't know, you can probably check out... I am definitely not the expert on Ayaka. If you search KQM, the letters KQM... I was going to say KQM, Kaching. KQM Ayaka, they should have a guide and, like, have team options, and, like... KQM will probably show... Screw you, game! What? Okay. You know what? Wait, I don't really need a cryo... okay. Cryo Goblet could be good, okay? That could actually be a really good Cryo Goblet that Kaya could use, but I would need an onset piece for... Anyways, you know what? But also, I just need like a Voracash's flower. It doesn't need to add... Give me the ghost. Just give me the most garbage Voracash's flower ever so I could leave. I hate this domain. I hate it. I hate everything about it. I just want to leave. This is what I get for being like, I'm getting lucky. I can just spend a few resin here and get what I need. Nope. I get multiple goblets with crit, a number of crit pieces with like attack. I think I got like attack percent main stat timepiece. 2. I got an onset goblet. I'm pretty sure I got flowers and feathers with DPS stats in the Hydro set. I could theoretically do a full build on the Hydro set already. Meanwhile, I just want a flower and Voracash's. Oh, kill me. This is what I get for getting lucky earlier. So yeah, I don't know. Most Hydros work with Ayaka is my understanding. So yeah, check out KQM's Ayaka page. I'm sure they have an in-depth stuff about like benefits and downsides of different characters with Ayaka. I'm pretty sure you can make most of the Hydras work pretty well with her. Candace would be the hardest one to make work, but I mean, if I got Ayaka, I'd probably try to make Candace work with her. But I also have C6 Candace, which helps a lot. Because Candace was definitely made to be C6. Really? How many potentially really good of these Hydro damage pieces do I need to get? Like, 3 good stat. Like, no, how... Looking up guides, so many guides are saying Xingqiu and Barbara I don't know how to use. I mean, Barbara is you use her skill, and Barbara's like skill applies a little ring around... I have Barbara on this account, I guess I can show you Barbara. Barbara's skill... We use Barbara. So Barbara you mainly put because she can be a healer, right? She's not going to be the best Hydra application, but Barbara's skill puts a little Hydra ring around her, right? And when you run into enemies that didn't, I don't know why it didn't apply the first time, but when you run into enemies, you can see it applies Hydro, right? And then you can get them frozen. So, right? And you can run into them again. It has a limit on like how often you can apply Hydro, but if the ring's up and you have the ring up, it'll probably keep up the freeze enough that it can work, and it can be a healer for your team too, right? If you want the healer. Right. She's not as bad as people make her out to be. I don't like using her because I really dislike that she applies the wet state. She applies hydro to your active character, which means if there's a single enemy that shoots like or has cryo on their attacks, you're going to get frozen. And I hate that so much. I hate my characters getting frozen. It's the main reason I avoid using Xingqiu. So, anyways, Barbara can work. Is my point. She just applies. You just basically have to hug enemies when you have Barbara's skill up. And also having Constellations Barbara really helps because Constellation 2 specifically, because it decreases the cooldown by 15% and increases. Actually, the hydro damage bonus doesn't matter. Just the cooldown increase. And that 15% doesn't seem like much, but when you have a 32-second skill, a 15% cooldown is like 5 seconds. So it doesn't give you 100% uptime, to be clear, but it's something. Yeah, Barbara's not perfect for an Ayaka team, to be clear. I don't know. Check out KQM's guide. Search KQM Ayaka. I'm sure they'll discuss options. Xingqiu is if you don't know how to use Xingqiu you just have to build enough energy recharge, right? Like Xingqiu, give him like a Fav weapon, give him either Favonius sword or Sacrificial sword. If you don't have one of those, you can give him the craftables from Sumeru. Hopefully you unlock that. That has ER. Basically anything with ER, Sacrificial sword or Favonius sword is highly preferable. And then you stack a whole bunch. You give him an ER timepiece, right? If you have C6, his ER needs are a lot lower, but you give him an ER timepiece, give him a Fav weapon, and then like ideally you want some DPS stats. Ideally you want like a crit rate circlet to be able to trigger Fav if you have Fav like I do, because he can deal meaningful damage. But like all that's required for him to work is just a bunch of ER, which if you put 2-piece emblem on him and you have Fav and you have an ER timepiece, you're basically good. So, yeah. I hate everything about this domain. Look, okay. I have this piece, potential DPS. This piece, potential DPS piece. Like 3 flowers in the wrong one. I have this piece potential. Look how many I got. I got this. I don't need this. I got this. I got this is potential DPS piece. This is a potential. This has 3 good stats too. Oh my god! Like.
Are you tired? Try my new spicy
How?
energy drink. I'm sure it'll wake you up.
I got an ER piece with crit and attack percent. An attack percent piece with max crit rate. A defense percent piece. Nice. Like what? I got a Hydro Goblet with crit and attack percent. I got a Cryo Goblet with crit damage and EM. I got an HP Goblet in the rock set.
Sister, wanna come over for tea?
I got a crit circlet too. I didn't even notice that. Oh my god. I literally got the potential to do 5-piece. I can do, like, this could roll crit damage, and I could do 5-piece of this set right now. What? I didn't need this. I just wanted 2-piece HP. I can't even do 2-piece HP on Layla right now. And I can somehow potentially have a decent full set on the Hydro damage set? What the frickety... Kill me. I'm sunk cost fallacying myself at this point. I'm not using the last resin because I can't even make 2 things out of it, right? But this is the last ones. This is the last ones I'm doing because I don't functionally have any more. I hate this. I hate everything. I swear to God, if I don't get a flower or an HP, all I need, I have 3 options. HP main stat circlet, HP main stat goblet, or a flower in Vorkashas. Like, the statistical chances that this happens in 3 resin, right? Let's just do the math of this, by the way, right? So, there is a base, right? I'm going to expect 2. It's possible we get more than 2 artifacts per run, right? 2 artifacts per run. There's, right? And each one of those is 50% chance it's the Hydra set, 50% chance it's the Voracashas that I need, right? But 2 artifacts, which means you would expect on average per run to get 1 Voracashas piece, and then the 1 Voracashas piece has a 1 in 5 chance to be a flower. So we got already a base, like, we're doing 3 runs, so that's a base of like a 1 in 5 chance for each of those. And then we also have the chance of the goblin. So, like, point is, we've spent enough resin. There's a very high chance we should have already gotten it by now. There's still a very high chance we should be able to do this. I don't need to do the full math. You get the point. Just with the flower alone, you can see the chances are high. I swear to God, if I spend this 3 resin and I don't get an HP goblet, an HP circlet, or a flower, just a flower. This might be the most annoyed I've ever been with artifact farming. If that's happened. If I don't get one. Oh yeah, don't bring Barbara, thank you. I'm so mad I'm not even paying attention to what I'm doing at all. You don't need to do Shenhe if I'm doing Rosaria. It might be better to do Diluc still, but yeah, using you could do Diona, Ayaka, Xingqiu, and then an Animo. Like Kazuha is ideal if you have Kazuha, obviously. Kazuha is substantially better. Lynette would be an option actually. Lynette might actually arguably be better than Sucrose, because the attack percent is more relevant in a freeze team that she gets on her passive than obviously the EM. The EM does nothing. So yeah, you could do a fairly free-to-play friendly Ayaka team would probably be Diona. Assume you have them. Lynette will be free, like Diona, Lynette on BB of course, and then Xingqiu and Ayaka. It should work. You do have to do like a meaningful amount of normal attacks to make sure you're triggering Xingqiu's bursts, but it shouldn't be that hard. Why? Can you guys see anything on stream? Probably not, because I can't see anything, which means through compression you can probably see literally nothing. Just random pixels. It's a goblet. You game. The chance is going lower. I'm gonna. How? How many? I've spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 9. Is this 9? No, this is 9 or 12. I don't know. I spent either. This is gonna be either 9 or 12 condensed resin total in this domain, and somehow not even having the ability to do a 4-piece or 4-piece, a 2-piece on the Voracashas set. That for real happens. Like, to simplify it, it's gonna. We'll just say 500 resin. I think actually it's. Yeah, functionally about 500. This is just functionally about 500 resin, and I might not even be. I might not be able to do 2-piece on Voracashas after 500 resin. What the F? Meanwhile, I get like DPS stats on every single Hydro damage piece. And all the pieces I need for my Dehya. Okay, we got a chance. You game. Screw you, game. It gave me another double crit feather when I wanted this on my polearm account. How long? Oh my god, fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. That's... Oh my god. How? 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 I think that the entire next weapons only episode is just gonna turn into me mauling about artifacts. I'd be like, it's gonna be initially me getting it'll be like a small section be like, I'm gonna build Layla, and then me getting lucky with artifacts, me getting lucky again with artifacts, and then me mauling the shit out about artifacts. Sorry, molding the out about artifacts. I forgot to censor myself. How? Meanwhile, no one in chat even cares. It's fine. Hopefully some people find it funny. I can't. Why? The game's giving me the pieces I want on my main account. Multiple of them. Giving me all the devious Hydra pieces that I don't need, but I don't know, maybe I'll use them for Barbara, I guess. That's coping hardcore. And I can't get a flower to get 2-piece. To get 2-piece for Akasha's. Getting 2 double crit feathers means I'm probably not using the double crit tenacity feather, by the way, on Layla. Last chance game, please. Please spare me. I don't want to farm any more of this domain. Please. It gave me a flower. It gave me a flower. What a world. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. 500 resin. It doesn't even matter what the stats are. 500 resin, and I got my flower. It's garbage, but it's fine. It's garbage, but it's fine. I'm free. I would like crit on it, but I value my sanity. I never want to return to this domain ever again. I would love to have like crit maximize Layla, but I don't think my sanity can take it. Christ. We're gonna be happy with the fact that we have 2 potential pieces that could roll really well. And we have a coat flower. It's fine. We'll deal with that. And now I can return to tenacity where I get to get physical damage artifacts, which I might want for some funny build for whatever reason in the future. And tenacity, which is just better. Frick this domain. I hate this domain.
Everyone is working super hard. We should be too.
What do you mean I can't get a good artifact without farming the same domain for a month? I got this today. I got this today somehow. I got this. I got this. Clearly, I can get a good artifact without farming the same domain. I didn't want a good artifact. I wanted a flower. And it took 500 resin.
I wonder when I'm as tall as my big sister. Huh?
And now I have the same problem again of... I don't...
Toodaloo.
I really want... I really... For the excitement, I think I'm going to sacrifice this piece. This piece, I think, is slightly better than this piece because the ER is valuable. And, like, this also is in its... I don't know, okay. This is, like, 25 CV versus... What is this? Not even 20 CV. But... I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't throw it away. I could throw this away. No.
One client, 2 clients, 3 clients.
What do I do?
Are you tired? Try my new spicy energy drink.
I shouldn't throw this away. I think I'm gonna throw this away. I really shouldn't throw this. 1, 2, 3. It's got 5 good stats. I really shouldn't throw it away. I really want to though, because I remember how this insulted me. I remember rolling this, and it being like, "Hey, attack percent ER, nice. Defense, defense." I really want to for how it insulted me.
Billy, hilly, churl.
Ooh. can't decide. I can't decide. I'm sorry.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it on. Let's get it on.
when I'll be as tall as
Can I
my
do...
big sister.
I don't have... I can probably do an onset timepiece on Kaya with Strongbox. Which means this Cryo Goblet could actually be a pretty big deal that we got. Which is nice. Also this Hydro Goblet could be an upgrade for Chincho, which is also nice. But I'm not going to level those right now. I mean, I could. Maybe we will. I feel like the only realistic piece I could throw away... Wait. What about this piece? Do I need this? I shouldn't throw this away. This is a 0 dead stat piece. But also, when the frick am I ever going to use this? It's on Farazan right now, I'm aware. But, like, come on. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to stop just... I'm just going to level it up slowly. I don't even think... The thing is, we did a lot of Horizon. I don't know if this is enough to level one artifact to 20. That's why I wanted to feed something in. But, whatever. We're just going to level things slowly. I can't decide. Losing viewers because of my hesitation anyways, so... Let's go. I think the 50 CV dream just died with that roll. But, it might be theoretically possible for it to be 50 CV. But it has to, like... entirely max roll now, I think, but I'm not going to do the math because it doesn't actually matter, especially for Layla. Level 8. Well, 50 CV definitely dead now. Level 12. Another crit roll, very nice. A little bit sad low rolls here, but oh well.
Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
We still got a 40 CV possibility here.
I just came up with an awesome new riff. Want to hear it?
And... no longer possible. Alright. Hear me out. I definitely shouldn't throw this piece away. But... this has HP percent, which... I might even prefer HP percent rolls if... my goal is Fat Layla, right? My goal is Layla that has as much HP as possible. So... what I was going to say, before I actually rolled it... this has 0 dead stats for Layla. Like, in Melt, okay, specifically. I want to feed this 4-liner. I shouldn't, because this could still be a pretty good piece. And this piece as a 3-line could be meaningfully worse. But, no, not Switch Kaya.
My new spicy energy drink.
But,
I'm sure it'll wake you up.
You know what? I'm gonna do it. Don't do this, but I'm gonna do this. Let's go. Okay, I did say I might prefer HP. This was a bad trade. Actually, you know what? No, it could still basically be equivalent to the other piece. If it rolls crit again, it's basically equivalent crit value, because I'm going to pretend that the last roll and the other one, that we don't know what the last roll will be. I'm going to pretend the last roll was 100% not crit. Therefore, this piece is just better. And I need to use a 5-star piece. That's fine. This piece is just better. Told you. Fuck. Okay, whatever. I think this piece is probably... I mean, it's for crit value, it's a little bit worse. Worse? For crit value, it's a little bit worse, but... for the goal of making... Hootown. Shut up. For the... oh my... Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna... Battle Pass. Sorry, I'm gonna exit co-op so I can finish saying what I'm saying. Alright. Anyways. So, end result. End result is that this piece is not as good for crit value, but for the goal of making Layla have a lot of HP, it is actually... that is my goal. So, you know what? I'm happy with that. And, you know what? Just to finish this off... what is this? Do I ever need this? Yeah, screw that piece. No. No, screw it. I know some people might disagree with that decision, but screw it. Frick. Okay, I hate this artifact. I don't want to level this artifact. This is useless. I really... I'm gonna end up returning this domain because I hate this artifact. I can't... My standards are high enough, like, are too high, really. Like, I don't need good substats in the flower, but I can't have this piece, and then this piece, and then have this piece on Layla. I can't. Like, I wanted this to roll HP or crit, and then I can be like, yeah, if it rolls a few times in the crit, it's good enough. But having, like, nothing good on it, I don't know. I'm going to farm a little bit of tenacity. We'll see what we get. And then I'm going to return to Insanity, the domain. But anyways, this is 0 Dead Staff Feather. A very good timepiece. Somehow we already have a good start on a Layla build. And then don't look at the flower. There you go. I only had to sacrifice all of my mind to get that. Good, yay. I don't know what the first word I said there was, but... Yeah. Alright. Was I going to do anything else in Minecraft before Minecraft? In this video game? This is how much it's caused me to lose my mind. Was I gonna... Did I say... Chat, did I say I was going to do anything before I left Genshin? I feel like I did, but I don't remember what it was. You have 2 minutes to let me know. By 2 minutes, I mean the amount of time it takes me to launch Star Rail. Boom boom. Hybrid Raiden. Oh, frick. Yeah, that's what I was going to show. God dang it. Okay. There's going to be a space train sound in the background. Turtle. Raiden build, yes. Space train. Oh, I don't have space train set as a preset because I was reconfiguring stuff in OBS and I deleted the Star Rail preset. But now I don't have Star Rail as a selection. Well, I might not be able to show Star Rail then without configuring things. But anyways. Goodbye, turtle. Raiden build. Raiden. Hybrid Raiden. I gotta switch artifacts, because yay. Alright, so Hybrid Raiden. Let's go. Switch to sauce. I don't even remember exactly what I used for her. And this will never not make me sad. This is the saddest artifact I have on this account, I think. 25% HP on this double crit EM with ER. Like it was a dream piece. It was a dream piece, and then it just became worse than this piece. So anyways, this piece. And then Goblet is this one. This is definitely the worst piece I have on the build, but it's fine. And then Circlet is this, which is why we're using the Coke Goblet. And then just some mix of ER and crit and EM. Maybe that. It says ER. I don't know exactly what my, ER crit ratio is going to sit at. Let's see. That has some crit and ER. Let's just... Says one line of ER. This less crit, but more ER. We'll put the more crit focus pieces on and see how it looks. So, you can see Established Scarlet Sands. We're at 627 base EM. Yep, okay, this looks like pretty similar to what I used the last time I used it. Yep. So, yeah. 63 crit rate, 116 crit damage. It's not that amazing a crit ratio, but when you consider the fact that, I need a lot of ER, right? The fact that I have 53% in ER substats, that's important. So this Raiden has, I'd say, approximately enough ER. You potentially could want more, but again, I haven't actually calculated how much ER you would need on a proper Raiden hybrid team, where you have like Nahida and Xingqiu on Fav, and like you could put Nahida on Fav too, right? And you could have the third slot on Fav, so you can like lessen Raiden's ER needs by potentially a lot. So I'm pretty sure this ER would be perfectly fine. And anyways, so and potentially you could get away with less, right? So but need a lot of crit, want a decent bit of EM, and right, so you don't have to have amazing artifacts, right? Like, this is not that amazing. This is a really good piece, right, and helps a lot, but this is not that amazing of a piece, right? But it has high stat value, so you really got to focus on overall stat value with the hybrid Raiden build when you're doing something goofy like full EM main stat and your base ER requirements to make sure you get your burst up, right? Like, that's why I have this on here, and like to a degree that, like, if like let's like assume like a hypothetical context. Let's say I get like a 30 CV EM onset goblet when I do strong boxing in a few days here. Like, that might and like, oh, it rolls 30 CV, and suddenly now my Raiden's ratio is like 70% 140, or that actually would be like a 40 CV. So let's assume it's a 40 CV, right? And it's like 70% 140% crit damage. Let's assume I get a 40 CV EM double crit goblet and emblem. Whoa, that's awesome. But then I have 180 ER now. Well, if that's not enough to keep up the burst consistently, that is a worse goblet, right? And that would make the build worse, even though it would look much better for the crit. So that's the important thing. Gotta meet your ER requirements, and then it's just maximize as much attack, EM, crit damage, and crit rate. The nice thing about the build is that a crap ton of stats have value, right? So something like this artifact, this was a 4-lane artifact, rolled once into attack, twice into crit damage, and twice into EM at max rolled. This is a really good artifact for a hybrid Raiden. Like, not having crit rate is a bummer, but also a benefit of using Staff of Scarlet Sands, it gives you a whack ton of crit rate that you don't need a ton of crit rate substats, right? So like, it'll function without a crap ton of crit rate substats. So you still ideally want, you know, your 1-to-2 ratio or whatever, right? So you still want a decent ratio, but like, I have actually a pretty good ratio. It's almost 1-to-2. It's actually pretty well balanced. So, but it would just be nice getting, you know, this goblet, but turn the defense into crit rate, or crit damage, turn the defense and HP into crit rate, crit damage, and there you go. That's my dream goblet, right? I still want, like, my dream goblet basically has to have ER and crit. So, yeah, we'll see if it happens. And it's not going to fundamentally change. The problem with hybrid Raiden on this account, by the way, is, like, my hybrid Raiden team involves Raiden, and Yao and Candace, for creating blooms, right? And then there's the flex slot for like Zhongli or whoever, it doesn't really matter. The problem with that combination is the combination of Yao and Candace can make a decent amount of blooms, in particularly in AoE situations. It's actually not bad. The problem is, though, hybrid Raiden wants to on-field. And if hybrid Raiden is on-fielding, you can't do the Yao Candace combo of using Yao infused, of using the Hydro infusion on Candace to do extra Hydro application to get more cores generated while you're using Yao's burst, which also wants Yao on field. So this configuration on Polearms only of a Raiden hybrid really just doesn't work that well because of that. But on a normal account where you have access to other Dendro characters, you know, that don't need their application, that you know, Yao's burst application is tied to her being on field for a little bit. You know, Candace's application is tied to someone being on field that doesn't have electro infusion overriding the infusion, right? So this account, it just doesn't work really well, which is sad. But like my main account or like Joe's account, where you have Nahida, you have Xingqiu available, you have Nahida, you have Xingqiu available, and then you have a flex slot for whoever the F you want, whoever you feel like, if you mess around with it, makes you have the most fun. Particularly Fischl. The reason that particularly Fischl, by the way, because if you're doing like Xingqiu, the potential of Fischl, the main potential issue with Fischl is in single target situations, you might not have enough Hydra application. Like, you might have too much Electro, such that it might actually be hard to create blooms, but I haven't actually tried it, so I don't know. You could try it out and see how the application works, right, with Fischl, but my inclination would be Fischl, because Fischl's an insane energy battery, such that if you're doing like Nahida, Fischl, Xingqiu, Raiden together on a hybrid build like this, with 600 EM, Staff of Scarlet Sands. Raiden's attack will be like over 2,000 when she builds stacks, and she builds up stacks quickly when you're on-fielding her, right? She'll build up stacks, and then you can just on-field Raiden while Fischl is triggering a lot of A4s while you're triggering Aggravates, right? And generating an absolute whack ton of electro particles on top of electro resonance, giving you extra particles. That Raiden's ER probably drops down the I would not be surprised if you could get away with Raiden with way less ER with Fischl on the team. That's why my inclination would be to do Fischl, which means you can focus more on crit, right? Or attack, or more EM, right? More EM is particularly good because it also increases your bloom damage, right? I would say the perfect hybrid Raiden would probably have 700 EM, right? Because then you could get, I think, like 27k. I get like 25k hyper blooms, I think, in this build. I think you could get like probably 27k hyper blooms, while getting, you know, big aggravates. So, you know, I guess I can use this team quick since I equip the artifacts. But yeah, as long as like the extra electro application doesn't cause the hyper bloom generation to plummet down a toilet. Where is... I guess I'll just use this team. Actually, no, I think... Yeah, there we go. I can't decide. We're not going to use Thoma here, but it's fine. I don't have energy on Raiden. Classic. Alright. Got dramatic music in the background even. Fitting for Raiden. Nahida isn't really the only... Nahida is probably a must for this team, realistically. I don't know, you could get away with other Dendros. Baiju would probably function. Yeah, Baiju would probably function. I'm trying to look at the off-field. So Yayo doesn't work because her bursts... Her Dendro application is too tied to her burst. Hirara wouldn't really work. She also wants to be on field for her Dendro application. Baiju would probably work, but again, like especially if you're using Fischl, you just would have too much electro, and you would never get any hyperlooms because you wouldn't have enough Dendro application. Kave would not work. He would not work. Tunari would not work. Kale would probably not work. So it's basically Dendro Traveler or Nahida. So yeah, Nahida is maybe a must pull. So again, it's a very high investment team. I've already said this. There's already 11k Aggravate there. So she's at, yeah, 2,200 attack, right? Like, this is so weird looking, alright? Like, 2,200 attack with 600 EM? Huh? Like, what is happening? Like, it's so nonsense. I so badly wish I had this build on my main account. It would be so fun. I might go for Staff of Scarlet Sands. It depends what I pull for in the next few months on my main account. I might go for a Staff of Scarlet Sands on my main account to do this build. Alright. Let's put Masanori at higher health, otherwise you just might die too fast. I totally forgot. Duh. A fucking... Fuck. And you're doing a very good option that would not interfere with your bloom creation, and actually it would arguably be much better. As long as it would require more proper rotation, but using an Animo, like if you want to do big damage, right? If we want to do big damage on Raiden and see the biggest aggravates, you want to use an Animo. Duh. I didn't even think about that. So like Sucrose in particular, use Sucrose, so it'd be like Raiden, Nahida, Xingqiu, Sucrose. As long as you ride an E into Sucrose, and then you Nahida, and then you probably Xingqiu, Nahida, it doesn't really matter, I think, which one of those two you do. And then you go back to Raiden and do Raiden's Burst. Blam! There you go. And Sucrose is notably better because you're buffing the whole team. You're buffing Nahida's damage with the EM. You're buffing Raiden's damage with the EM. Like, she already wants EM over, like, attack or anything. And then you're buffing... well, you're basically just buffing those two, but you're buffing both of the main sources of damage on the team, right? With Sucrose. Like, Sucrose would be better than a C0 Kazo, I think, on the team. You could also use Kazo if you prefer the grouping, though. It's like, duh, an Animo, duh. I didn't even think about that for some reason because my brain was too focused on normal hyperbloom things. But you can do hyperbloom with the flex a lot. So you could do sucrose, right? Sucrose on a friggin' you could either do prototype amber if you need the healing. You could do fab for the extra energy, right? So yeah. Scarlet Sands is my favorite weapon because the amount of a weapon letting you converting the value of EM, which EM is already a really valuable stat that lets you get a lot of value. Like as long as you're doing reactions, EM is one of the most valuable stats in the game, if not more valuable than crit in many cases. And a weapon that lets you convert EM to give even more value of EM to give you attack is so goofy. And then it just synergizes really well with how Raiden can get the stacks up very easily, and Raiden gets, damage percent bonus automatically for her ER, and since you're building ER anywhere, so she automatically gets some electro damage bonus. I don't know, you get the point. Let's just do it. What? Did I click the wrong dialogue option? I'm a twat.
Don't be scared.
Grant us your blessing. Inazuma shines eternal.
I didn't have Dendro up because this team is not great for her, but anyways.
Illusion shattered. Do your worst.
There's what I mean, where like having Yayo as the only Dendro option on this account, it just doesn't actually work that well, unfortunately.
Now you shall perish.
I have gotten like 80, 90k before, I think, when I have tested it, but yeah, you see the problem. Yayo's Dendro application, when her Dendro application is tied to her skill, is just not good enough.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
I didn't crit. Sad. Yeah, so I'm getting like 16k here. When I guess I may as well finish this. Alright, switch my character. There we go. When I calced before what I would get with this build on my main account, I believe it was like 36 plus K. So there you go. I don't know what freaking lag, man. Good lord. My ping going wild. Alright, what is this? Oh, overflowing mastery. Yeah, not doing that. So I don't know. When I put, if I recall though, this was months ago, to be clear. So grain of salt. When I put this team in with I think I did Sucrose, Nahida, Xingqiu, and Raiden on these artifacts and weapon, but on my main account, right? I believe this was with C2 Nahida, to be clear, so that was a meaningful increase to the number, like take like 20% off of these numbers. But I believe like, we saw like 15, 20k aggravates there. We didn't see an 80k aggravate because I didn't get the aggravate on her first burst usage, but I believe I get like 30, 35k and over 100k on her burst on my main account. Well, that might have been with Kazuha because I have C2 Kazuha too, which is a little bit cheaty. But anyways, point is, I would love to have this build on my main account, and I might pull for Staff of Scarlet Sands just for it. So it's a rare instance where like a very rare instance where a weapon, even though it does just give stats, because of the way it gives stats with Raiden, and because of Raiden working so well in Hyperbloom with her kit already, and her skill being able to easily proc up stacks of that very quickly, it uniquely makes Raiden and Staff of Scarlet Sands together that like this is a weapon that enables a new kind of build that really isn't that possible otherwise. Like you could do it, right? But realistically you wouldn't. But I think it's genuinely a viable, strong team. Just a horribly, horribly high investment for both wishes, since you want Nahida, you want Staff of Scarlet Sands, you need Raiden. Sucrose or Kazuha would be relatively equivalent. Sucrose arguably better versus Caesar or Kazuha, and then Xingqiu would be fine. But still, and then the artifact investment, like a stupid high investment team. But it's also the best of both worlds. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'll see if I can get a Staff of Scarlet Sands in my main account in the future. Just weapon banner is miserable. Sometimes I do a 10 pull and I get it right away, and then sometimes it takes $7 million. Anyways, I don't know. Also, this build does, notably, this build does still function just in a normal Raiden situation. She just doesn't get as big of a number, right? So, like, you saw, like, the 50k damage there. 50k is not much, but, like, if you imagine Raiden with this build, but with Bennett, right? With Bennett and with National, right? If you're doing Raiden National, if you do, like, Bennett, what was the National Core? Jesus Christ. Xingqiu, Bennett, Zhongli, right? The EM has value there too, right? Like, people don't seem to realize that you're getting a lot of reactions when you're doing Raiden National. So whether you're triggering an Electro Charge or Overload, having 600 EM on Raiden on a level 90 Raiden in a Raiden National team, Hybrid Raiden works in a normal Raiden team still, right? You're not going to get that massive, 70 billion damage on her initial hit, but the team will still perform. Like, Raiden National is strong enough, the core of Raiden National is strong enough that Raiden can be on a goofy hybrid build that you can just keep Raiden on this build for whatever team you put her on. Whether you want to use her in your Nahida, your Quick Bloom hybrid Raiden team, or you want to use her in just a national team, she'll still function there. She'll still deal meaningful damage. So, anyways, I should show my DPS Raiden with Staff of Scarlet Sands. Are you on this account, Vicky? I think maybe next time, Vicky, because I think this is an NA account. I think, Vicky, you have an EU account. I don't want to have to log into my EU account again. I've had to switch accounts too many times today. So, remind me next time, Vicky. Sorry. No, I need to fix my build. EM. Actually, it's easy to switch Raiden's artifacts back because it's just my flop artifacts. But yeah. It's just sad because this is actually like a really properly good, like, there's not that much realistically to improve about my hybrid Raiden build in this account, but it's just the team composition problems, and there's nothing I can do about team composition problems or the fact that my Hydro and Yao are completely the opposite of what you would want for a hybrid Raiden build, since you can't on-field Raiden is all. Anyways, Hannah Montana Raiden build, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I thought you were EU, Vicky. So yeah, sorry. Try to annoy me in chat some other time when I'm streaming. Maybe when I stream 4.0 this week, Vicky. I'll try to check out your Staff of Scarlet Sands Raiden, or you can post in the Discord too. I think you're on the Discord, right? You can very much show it. But yeah, I don't know. Raiden is strong enough in the teams that Raiden like makes sense in a traditional build. She's still strong in this build, so I don't know. It's the best of both worlds build. I'll probably make a video of it when Raiden reruns next, and go over it. I'll discuss the potential of doing hybrid Raiden without Staff of Scarlet Sands. It's not something I really recommend people go for because it's just too high investment. But it's also a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun just being able to get good hybrid bloom damage and big Raiden damage while you're on field right at the same time. So, I don't know. That's all it is. It's one of my teams I've liked, or not that team that I really use because it just doesn't function, unfortunately. But it's one of my ideas and like things I've been a proponent of that I very much believe in. Because you don't need to have perfectly optimal everything every time. You can do the fun thing. And the fun thing is good enough and more fun in how you play it that it is better to do. It's just the hybrid Raiden takes so much investment in a specific 5-star weapon and artifacts that it's hard to recommend is all. Alright, let's see if I can switch to Starvo without everything breaking. Well, that didn't work. Oh, it did work! What a world! I didn't think that was gonna work. Alright, can I get my mouse? Okay, there we go. Do. Hu Tao always so low. That's just how Hu Tao do. Alright, what are we doing? I'm claiming this. And destroy 3 destructible objects. Oh boy, I don't know if I can handle that. Alright, what is this? Why was I here? Was I here for this event? Why was I here? I have no idea why I was here. What is this? Oh, yes, that's why I was here. I understand. Alright, we're not going to be on Star very long, so those of you that don't give two hoots about Space Train, stream's basically over. Thanks for joining us.
One client.
If not, oh, I'm going to go over my,
client.
very quickly, I'm going to go over my Bronya build, because I don't think I've actually shown it. It's basically finished now, with the, okay, asterisks of, I'm pretty invested in trying to perfect Bronya. Yeah, sure, synthesize that. To a degree that I kind of want the dream Bronya of, I believe, 164 speed, which gives Bronya functionally an extra action, which, with a fast Bronya, if Bronya is fast enough and Bronya is getting extra actions and I have the spare skill points, extra turns for Bronya are extra turns for my DPS. 164 speed on Bronya is basically fucking impossible. So, but, so right now she has 142 speed, but, once I get Von Whack, which I think I can actually do today if I do the, event, I'm gonna get 4-piece Von Whack on, or 2-piece Von Whack, which is, where is it? This relic set on Ting Yun, because the reason I want Von Whack is because, one, it gives Ting Yun an extra energy regeneration rate, which, when you don't have energy regeneration rate on her weapon, which is the only way you have that is with Bronya's weapon, or I think there's 3-star ones that can do it too, but, that can give energy to random allies, if I recall. Anyways, I give this set to Ting Yun, but I need an ER, a rope that's ERR. You can see when the wearer's speed reaches 120 or higher, the wearer's action is advanced forward by 40%. So right now, I have 150 speed on Ting Yun, because Ting Yun needs... I have... Hu Tao, shut up. I forgot I left Genshin open. I have 150 speed on Ting Yun, because I need Ting Yun to have more speed than Bronya, so that I can start the turn, because if I start the round with Bronya, and I want to have slow speed on QQ, I want to ideally use my skill right away with how I want to play this. I'm not saying it's ideal. With how I want to play this, I want to use Bronya's skill right away on QQ the first turn, which means I need Ting Yun to start first, so she needs to have more speed, or I can use Von Whack to make sure Ting Yun starts first, essentially, even when Bronya is really fast. Because Von Whack accelerates Ting Yun by 40% at the start of battle, so it should guarantee that Bronya will always go second at the start of battle, which is all I need. Because then after Ting Yun's buff is up, then I can just re-buff it whenever Ting Yun has her turn. So she doesn't need to have higher speed for the remainder. So, point being, I can get this, which this has 6 speed. Yes, I'm losing crit damage, but like losing this crit damage is losing like 4% of her crit damage when we use her ult. It's not that big a deal. So, functionally, I'm at about 150 speed right now on Bronya, which, getting more than that, not easy. I already have 7 speed on this. I have 6 speed on this, right? I have no speed on this, but I have some effect res, which is important. I have speed boots, duh. I have 4 speed here. Like, I can get a better sphere, and I can get a better rope. And I'm probably going to have to sacrifice a lot of crit damage for it, realistically. But, at this point, I need an ERR rope with speed substats, spheres with more speed substats, or this piece with more speed substats, which is like really hard and near impossible. So it's like really hard to get any more speed than I have, and I want like 8 more speed substats while also maintaining a few effect res stats, so I can make sure I have the bonus crit damage for the effect res. Now, actually, one thing I haven't even thought of. I wonder. Wait. No, I think 164 speed is what you need with the Hackerspace set, which buffs your team's speed by 12%. Because I think the breakpoint is actually like 170 something speed. So I think with Hackerspace it's 164. So Hackerspace makes it much easier to get to that point. But you still, I think, need 164 if I recall. I'd have to double check. But anyways, point is, my Bronya is pretty good already. Fast Bronya is hard to do. It's smarter and more universal to just do slow Bronya, where you don't use speed boots and you just have her go after your DPS. Because you can like do DPS turn, like QQ goes first with speed boots, and then Bronya goes, I can use Bronya's skill to give QQ another turn right away, kind of thing, right? Although sometimes QQ eats too many skill points, but anyways. I prefer Fast Bronya for QQ specifically, because it lets me use attack boots on QQ, and then it also lets me the weird thing with this team, with this Bronya, QQ, Tingyu, and this hyper carry QQ team, QQ has a problem that I noticed of, right, if you want to maximize her damage, to maximize QQ's damage, she has to like get unlucky in the sense of not matching her tiles, because the more skills you have to use to match tiles, the more damage percent bonus she gets, right? So the more unlucky she gets, the more damage bonus she gets. So you have this weird situation of like, where if QQ gets lucky and matches her tiles soon without using many skill points, I have too many skill points to spare to not do anything with. But then sometimes she eats them all and gets a really big attack and has no skill points to spare. Having Bronya in this team gives the flexibility to be able to utilize those extra skill points by giving QQ extra turns. So the faster Bronya is, the better, because the more actions Bronya has, the more opportunities I have to give QQ's extra turns to be able to utilize the situations where QQ uses, like say she gets lucky, she matches tiles, I still have like 3-4 skill points remaining, then it's a perfect situation to be able to use Bronya's skill, give QQ an extra turn, to be able to then use the rest of the skill points I have, right, or use some extra skill points. Essentially what happens is, because like, it reduces, in a really wacky roundabout way, it reduces the variance on QQ's like damage output over multiple turns by just giving QQ extra turns to continue using skills, and that's kind of it. So it still has variance, because QQ still gets unlucky sometimes, and it's not easy to play. It's harder to play this, but it's really satisfying to play it. So anyways, and I want to get Bronya to the perfect speed, because theoretically that could mean even more QQ madness. So anyways, let's switch back to this other one for now, because as much as I would like to use this 6 additional speed one on Bronya right now, it's not worth using right now until I get Von Whack on Tingyun, so she goes first. But yeah, anyways, right now she's 175 crit damage, which is good. Oops. It's definitely a pretty balanced Bronya build, but yeah. So fast Bronya can just be bad sometimes, where it just doesn't line up well with your DPS for giving extra turns, and you're functionally getting very little value out of... You want to maximize Bronya's placement in your teams, such that Bronya's skill usage moves your DPS unit up the most. And it's easier to do that with slow Bronya, and more universal with slow Bronya than it is fast Bronya, which requires much more like speed tuning to your particular team. So it's hard. And not recommended in my opinion, but is how I roll. Apparently. What was I doing? You know, I remember I was farming Quantum because I took Sela's attack percent boots for QQ now. So like I was just talking about, have QQ on not speed boots, because I'm using Bronya, who just gives her extra turns. So therefore, I need another set of attack percent boots, or really good speed boots for Sela. But I think Sela definitely wants attack percent boots, unless you have her signature weapon, which I don't. This, because I don't have my ult ready on QQ, I am not going to use Bronya's skill the first turn here. Normally I would want to, but another alternative is what I should have done. I should have used QQ's technique. So if I'm in Memory of Chaos, or like doing any of the hard fights where it matters, right? If I'm doing Memory of Chaos or the hard fights in Simulated Universe, I just make sure to use QQ's technique. So the first round I can use Tingyun's skill, use Bronya's skill, and then I almost always have enough skill points left over. I could have still used Bronya's skill there and probably still had enough skill points left over, but I'm playing it safe.
Receive divinity.
Better late than
Eternal
never.
state and return.
when they keep quiet.
Okay, so hey, we got Autarky, but they might die too quickly. But you know what? Let's just do this. Why not?
To guard and defend. Crush them.
And watch them die.
Welcome, customers.
I am surprised that the dude to the side didn't die. That is unfortunate. I didn't get Autarky because they died. You don't get the follow-up attack if they die, which is unfortunate. Now I have way too many skill points, but it's fine, because now we can send them into the skill point void that is QQ. Like I said, skill point void. Good God, can you... Oh my God. Alright, I guess we're using Tingyu's ult. Fucking 5 skills and she didn't get it back. I should have just used Tingyu's ult, by the way. If you're in the situation where you're using Tingyu and you can use Tingyu and get her ult back, I should have definitely... Nice 187k. It's okay. I should have definitely just used... Oh, frickin' it. We just switched off of... Okay. Guess you want to give you damage bonus. We lost all the damage percent bonus from QQ there, and we lost Autarky, I think, because it left QQ's turn. Oh no, we still had it. Nice. I didn't even realize it carried over. Nice. Nice, like 130k damage. This is okay. It's okay. I will make the gambler as strong as possible. Alright, obviously I should not use skill here. So. Too little skill points. Oh, we got Autarky again. Nice. Can you... Wow. Yeah, so I just did I think I did 2 matches there, right? When you have 3 tiles matched, there's a 50% chance every time you use your skill that she's gonna match tiles because she draws 2 new tiles. So there was not a very high chance I didn't get matched there, and I didn't get matched. God damn it, QQ. This is not a good showing of QQ being good. Christ, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna do this because surely. There's a little bit of a risk. Surely she'll match. See, knew it. That's fine. We didn't have any damage percent bonus. That's why that did nothing there. Also, it didn't crit, which was unfortunate. Only 25 chance not to crit. Alright. This one's gonna be a big one. So we're gonna do this. We kill her this round. For sure. Don't give me... Ah, you ate the skill point, Branya. Dang it. Alright, less confident now, but... Really wanted the skill point refunded. Oh, you didn't even have to this round, but that's fine. We're gonna do this. You almost killed her with your burst. Good job, QQ. Well, we're not gonna see what the Autarky damage is, but we're gonna see what the first hit is. This is with only 2 skill usages, so... 58k. Not bad. Of course, not getting the pieces I need. Yeah, that's what I need. Sweet. Alright, cool. Thanks, game. Alright. Playing that. What else do I have to do here? Oh yeah, I need to destroy 3 destructibles. That's easy peasy. So anyways, I don't know. I am not against the idea of doing Memory of Chaos, but it's been 4 hours since I've been streaming. I need to go eat food and things. I don't think I have the energy in me to do Memory of Chaos. Also, because of the fact that I'm using attack percent boots on QQ right now, if I want to use this team. In Memory of Chaos, I still have the problem of, like, I don't really want to do Memory of Chaos because I don't have 2 teams that I really like. This is the first team I like. I really like how this team functions all together. So, like, what I have left is, like, I can do Seela, Bailu, Yukong, you know, like, Clara or Welt or something, some mix of that, and, like, it's fine. it's fine. That's basically what it is. But I've definitely neutered my Seela a little bit in the quest to buff QQ, so it's not super satisfying to me to do that. Hence why I'm trying to farm a little bit more of this to try to fix Seela. Anyways. With Branya, is it worth leveling her after max ascension, or should I leave her level 70 but ascended? I leveled her to level 75 because she has this last crit damage trace is level 75. And the effect res trace, no, I don't think you need to level up for the effect res trace, but I'm not leveling to 80 because I think leveling to 80 is only relevant for this trace and then the base stats, which is irrelevant basically. So level 75 if you want to get the last trace for crit damage, otherwise, yeah. And by the way, leveling to level 75 is So like here, let's auto add to Bailu. Leveling the Bailu to 75 takes all the rest of my base material plus 84 of the purple books. Leveling only to 75, I think takes only like 30 or something. Maybe more like 50. I might have misremembered. Yeah, like 50. Versus, remember, it took all 160 of these. That was functionally, it takes like 120, right? So it takes less than half of the materials to go to level 75 than it does to 80. So it's not that bad to get to level 75, in my opinion. But, yeah. I need to work a little bit on Bailu still, but I've gotten distracted by my hellbent quest to buff the gambler. So I'll work on Bailu and whatever once I finish. Not with like I'm not gonna like not once I finish the quest to have Bronya have more like 164 speed is gonna be forever. But once I get Tingyun on Von Whack, once I finish leveling up Loach's artifacts, which I can finish this one. Crit damage. I wanted effect res, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I mean, actually, it's basically useless. I really didn't want crit damage there. It's fine. You know, Loacher's almost done. So, like, I just need to level up his circle and then his hat. And never have to touch Loacher again, basically. What does he have for effect res? I think, he has 57%. I didn't really need the effect res stat that much. It's fine. It's fine. I do need to level up his traits a little bit more, but yeah. I want to finish up his artifacts, finish up leveling, or finish getting QQ to Von Whack, which I can get as soon as I do the event where I get the remodeling resin. And then I'm just going to be on a Hellbent quest to get QQ the new relics, whatever the new relics are, these things, which I have a Quantum Goblet already, but it doesn't have crit rate. Right now, if I could theoretically, if they rolled well, right, I have some attack percent pieces, like, hey, look, this attack percent, break effect hit rate, not bad, right? I have a couple other ones, I think, that have like even a 4-line. Yeah, I have this 4-line with crit damage, right? This could roll 30% crit damage. It could be really good, but the problem is this passive requires having 70% crit rate. So I can't really get away with using crit damage heavy pieces with the passive of this set, right? So it's annoying, basically. Anyways, eventually. I'm basically never going to leave that World 7 in that thing until I get QQ perfected. My goal would be to get QQ to have like 70%, it's keeping her in this obviously 70 to 80% crit rate range with 150 crit damage. Basically impossible, but I'll do it eventually, I swear. All it will take is like a 30 CV quantum sphere and a similar quality. It's basically just a quantum sphere and then boots that are better. So yeah, it's going to be hard. Very hard. Yeah, 75 is not hard at all. So, yeah. Started a new Genshin account. I wonder what advice you could give me. Like, have you never played Genshin before, Fritz? If you've never played Genshin before, oh, fuck. What am I doing, by the way? I think I was looking for Destructibles. Yes, I was looking for Destructibles. Didn't mean to do that. Alright, where's some frickin' Destructibles here? Oh, boy. If you're a brand new Genshin player, Fritz, are you a brand new Genshin player? That's important context. If you're not brand new, then you probably have the knowledge to know what to focus on a little bit. If you're brand new, don't... the number one things that they say is artifacts matter more than you think. Like, the easy trap for new players as far as like leveling characters, like you just level up your characters and like you don't level up your weapon or your artifacts. Level up your artifacts and like put the right main stat artifacts on them. You can use external guides if you want, but for the most part it's like if you go into like your character description, right? This is the wrong game, but go into your character description, you go to the talents page, you can see what their stuff scales on. If it just says scales on percentage, it says 80, this attack does 80%. That means it scales on attack. So like you probably want attack stats. So level up like your feather artifact in Genshin to make sure you get the base attack, and suddenly in early game you'll go from dealing, 100 damage to 300 damage. So anyways, You are brand new. Okay. But yeah. So like knowing just knowing that you need to level up artifacts and like try to put the approximately correct main stats. Because artifacts, like, right, these things I was just discussing in Star Rail, it's basically the same Genshin where like it's just a little bit different system, where these give a majority of the stats to your character for how they function in Genshin, right? Particularly for dealing damage. And yes, you need your character leveled up a little bit for their base abilities to be leveled up, but you also definitely need your artifacts leveled up, including your trash early game artifacts that you're going to eventually throw away. But it's fine because you'll throw them away into future artifacts, right? It's not a waste to do that. You want to do that. And also level up your weapon. Because a lot of people that are new players don't realize you need to level up your weapon. Like, if you have a level 60 Traveler with a level 1 weapon, you're going to do nothing for damage. Like, half of your attack stat comes from your weapons base stats, so you need to level up the weapon too. Other than that, don't get too focused on what like tier lists and guides say, because tier lists and guides for Genshin, like if you're a new player, all those are usually evaluating things based on like a later gameplay, right? Once you're at like AR 55, basically 55 plus. Someone like Zhongli, for example, is a character you get for free from the Spiral Abyss. Is one of the strongest characters in the game. Chances are you're gonna not enjoy using her. You're gonna, if you like looked up tier lists, oh, Zhongling's like the best character in the game. You'd look up tier lists and did I already get? I did. Okay. Look up tier lists and you're gonna be like, why does everyone say Zhongling's good? She's crap. All her thing does is spit fire and it never even hits enemies. That's because you need a lot of a stat called energy recharge on Zhongli to be able to have her burst up, which is what's strong about her. There's a whole bunch of other things that are strong about her, to be clear. And you also basically need to use her with Bennett because she's, yeah, you don't have to, but like she's even harder to build if you don't use her with Bennett. And you also need her best weapon is a weapon that's unlocked in the Inazuma region, which you don't get through, and you don't get to that area to even start trying to farm for that weapon at all. Until like 30 hours of story content. So like Zhongling's a terrible early game character, but she's one of the strongest and most broken characters in the game, right? So don't put too much stock in like tier lists and crap you see online, because any character that's very burst reliant on their damage, where they need a lot of energy, can be annoying as fuck early on. So yeah, don't get baited by the weapon banner unless you're really, really invested. Like if you've been playing Genshin for a fucking year and you have like a team you're really invested in, like I'm talking about, I really love this fucking QQ team, and I'm like, I just want to buff QQ as much as possible. Fuck it, if I have to spend all of my resources to buff QQ, all right, then you can don't spend money. If you're gonna spend money, only buy the battle pass and Welkin, please. The battle pass is worth it primarily because it lets you level up characters more without having to farm as much materials, which is a little bit asshole design in my opinion. And then Welkin is just the highest value, but keep in mind that the battle pass and Welkin are definitely systems that are designed to just break that barrier. Like, once you spend $20, the chance that you're willing to spend $100. So like, I don't know. It's honestly smarter to just probably stay fully free to play for your own health in the game. But on a monetary value level, the battle pass and Welkin is the only thing that has value if you're going to spend money at all, but I would hold off if you can. But the battle pass does have like valuable things in it, right? So yeah. Anyways, am I at 30 yet? I'm not at 30 yet. That's annoying. I'm 25 seconds away. So yeah, just build the characters you like that you have fun with initially. Burst reliant characters, which burst reliant characters are characters where like most of their damage comes from using their burst ability, the glowy ability, right? If you're playing on PC, it's key binded to Q. I don't know if I need to fight this boss. What boss do I need to fight? Let's see if I can beat the freaking butthole. This lady is so hard to beat. This lady, by the way, is so freaking hard to beat on max difficulty. She is such a f***ing asshole. She wipes your team instantaneously. So I'm gonna try. Oh wait, that's the lower difficulty. Lower difficulty is a joke. Difficulty 4, absolute joke. Difficulty 5, absurd. Anyways, I don't have Gepard. I imagine Gepard would instantly trivialize this, but and no, I don't care that I didn't use my selector for Gepard. I do not regret. What other advice? I think there's something else obvious I'm forgetting. if you're wanting like specific artifacts that are really strong early game, the Berserker's artifacts are really strong early game, and the Instructor's artifacts are really strong early game, and both of those you get from farming. That's not what I wanted to mention. There was something on the tip of my tongue that I wanted to mention. Fuck, what was it? There's a shit ton of content in the game. There's probably enough exploration content in the game at this point, especially with this stuff coming in the new region, that you probably could farm theoretically for like at least 2 5-stars. But that's a shit ton of time investment, to be very clear. A fuck ton of time investment, like much more than 100 hours probably. So, but just keep that in mind. There is actually a meaningful amount of like characters you can get from exploration. You will potentially get to a point where you're just going to tire of exploration maybe, or exhaust yourself, but some of the exploration in the game is really fucking fantastic, and you're just going to want to because you're enjoying it. And the game's really good at giving you that little dopamine rush of like, hey, found a chest, gives me 1.001% of the way to the next 5-star. Oh yeah, don't use your fragile resin until you reach AR45. To be clear, if you really need, I wouldn't like so hardcore like, don't ever use this resource until AR45, but like try to avoid it. The fragile resin basically is stored resin that you can use. The reason they're saying wait till AR45 is because that's where the highest level of artifacts unlock, where you can like actually start building characters on permanent builds, basically, to get the full amount of stats that you can give your characters, essentially. At level 45 is where you unlock the ability to do that and farm for those, so it makes the most sense to wait until then, and use all of it then. But if you like just want to use one so you can finish leveling up a character or something like on one day, particularly because like, I don't know, you're leveling up a weapon, and the weapon domain, those cycle per day, right? So like they're only, if you need the materials for the day you're playing on like Monday, you're playing Monday night, you're not planning to play, you know, whatever, Thursday when the next time it's around for the weapon material, and you just want to use a fragile resin to get the last thing you need, like don't worry about it that much, to be clear. But saving your fragile resin is a good idea. So I would try to avoid using it, but it's not the end of the world if you use 1 or 2 of them, to be clear. 80% exploration Mondstadt. Very nice, very nice. Mondstadt gives you like the lowest amount of rewards, by the way. Mondstadt and early Liyue, because they're the first regions they added in the game, give very little rewards relative to other areas they've added since. So you will actually see, you will get more per like chest and more, because you also get like sigils, which you can then turn in for extra wishes for stuff later in the game. So later areas are even more valuable for exploration wise. I didn't use QQ's skill before. You know what? Gamble. Yeah, I got the skill back. Oh, turkey. Nice. Knew it. It wasn't even close. Actually, there was only like a 25% chance there. I think that happened. Because I didn't match any tiles the first time I used the skill. It's fine. Whack. Nice 150k. That's okay. Thanks for giving the skill points back. Alright. You get better rewards the higher your AR is, basically. Yes, you do. Yeah, if you go look at like the artifact domains in like Mondstadt or whatever. Oh, by the way, actually don't worry about it, but I don't know, if you stay around in your viewer, you can ask more questions later on, but once you get to AR45, there's a few specific domains I'd recommend focusing on for like a long time before you move on to anything else, because they're just like, they give you the most generic artifacts that are valuable on the most different number of characters, such that it doesn't make sense to farm for a lot of them. Like there's a lot of choices in what you could farm for in the game, and there's only really like, with 4.0's release, there's only going to be 4 out of like whatever fucking 16 probably there are in the game total to farm that I'd say makes sense to farm. But anyways, let's do this. But yeah, so you get higher rewards the higher level is. You don't even unlock the ability to farm those though until the higher rewards, and the higher your world level, like the more you get from like boss drops too. So like once you get to like level 50, for example, I think bosses always drop a 5-star artifact, which is nice. Alright, buff the gambler. I'm not going to use Bronya's skill, because yeah, that's why. I'll do that. Yeah, because I didn't think I was going to get much damage bonus on QQ. I can tell I'm not gonna use it. Like if QQ matches 3 tiles before I get to a turn, almost always I'm not gonna like get that much value out of using our skills. So it makes sense to try to wait a turn. Don't hit my gambling. Especially against this boss in this phase of this boss where I don't need to kill as fast as possible because it's not going to do that much in the first or second phase. Yeah, we'll do this. Really? Stop getting too lucky. Oh my god, are you serious? I used her attack because I wanted to... fuck's sake. I thought QQ or Tingyun would be able to kill her. Or get her to the next phase. God damn it, and I just took a shit ton of damage. And I didn't use Tingyun's skill to refresh her buff either. Oh, fuck's sake. Please. Thank you. Okay. Haste. You got Yanqing the starter, and then twice again as standard. Wow. And it's Lycon as standard. Nice. Good lord. What does he want for, like, he gives himself a bunch of crit rates, so, and he's a freeze character. Like, or he's made to be able to have a chance to freeze, I think. So, he works well with anyone, basically. He's going to work well with Bronny, he's going to work well with Tingyun, he's going to work well with, well, Yukon is hard to use in general, but he work well with any kind of buffer. Yukon slightly less so because he already gives himself so much crit rate. He's going to work well with... So you're going to want some kind of protective unit. Gepard will probably work well, I imagine. Arguably, you might want some other ice unit to do more freezes. More chance for freezing, of course. But yeah. I think there's... You basically just build a bunch of crit damage on him and attack, and there you go. Is basically how you build Yanqing, I believe. No, I have no idea why he's after you, though. That child just loves you. I'm sorry. Nice. Okay, okay. We got 3 uses of skill and autarky, and we're gonna kill this in one phase. Only downside is I'm not going to have all my abilities up for the final round, which is actually the hard round. I should probably play the second round slower because it's, again, not as hard as the final. The final phase is the one where she just one-shots me. But I think the way to beat this fucking boss is to just try to like get maximum buffs up on QQ and just kill her before she does anything. But for funsies, blam, blam, not bad. Oh, she didn't die. Final. Actually, that's fine because it's gonna give me more time to get energy back on characters. So. Oh, I should do this, by the way. Alright, good. We're gonna preserve our skill points. Oh, Fritz. Zajef made I don't agree with all the things he said, but if you look up Zajef77, I think his daily, or Zajef dailies, I think he made or someone made a video for it. I don't even know if I don't think he controls the daily clips channel. It's a clip from his live stream where he goes over like 5 things he'd recommend for new players. Some of the stuff is like stuff I mentioned, basically. Some of the stuff is stuff I don't agree with, but overall I very much agreed with what he said. I think there's something in there he probably mentioned that I completely forgot about. So if you look up Zajef dailies on YouTube, there should be a recent video there for tips for new players, which I think were pretty good overall. QQ has 3 matches already. That's unfortunate. Oh boy, and they're gonna look at. I hate the spot. Look at this freaking like Q here. Flower, flower, flower. Butthole gonna kill my whole team before I even get an action. God damn it. Sucking my skill points away. God, this boss sucks balls. And then making it so I have less health, which means I get one shot easier. Fucking asshole. God, I hate this boss so fucking much. I think this boss is really shittily designed at the highest difficulty level, but the lower difficulty levels are just easy. Like, you don't have to fucking think. But yeah, the number of things this boss does is just fucking dumb. Yeah, QQ is E6. Like I have to fucking use... I'm just gonna... QQ matched 3 tiles already, which is unfortunate. That's fine. I'm gonna do this. Hopefully... You're gonna be fine. Yeah. Alright. And... I'm gonna do this. We're gonna have spare skill points the next round. So I can use Loach's skill on himself to get his health back up. And QQ's gonna match this, so we're just gonna... Yep, okay, that's fine. Do that. Alright, I think we should be fine. But this lady has a tendency to one-shot, so... There we go. This is what I wanted. Alright. We're not even gonna get to Loach's turn, so it's actually fine. Alright. I should use ult first, but it's fine. And we have this. There's no way we lose this. She might even die with the burst. But for funsies, Gamba. No, she matched in 2, but she got out turkey, so it's fine. Alright, she's 100% dead. She might die just with this, but if not... Yeah, oh yeah, 1,000,000%. Alright. And for funsies, why not use this? Yeah, this is a very strong team, and many times I die against this boss in this team. So, yeah, I don't know. Butthole. Okay. Sorry for anyone who wanted that for Blade. I'll take that too. I will not take that. Interesting boss, to be clear. Very hard to deal with, though. It might actually not be that poorly a sign of a boss, but it just feels like I get one-shot too often when I fought it. Such that, like, it's weirdly annoying. So, I don't know. It's not that bad. There's apparently a box over here. I was just coming over here because I wanted to heal, but apparently a heal is 5 miles away. But you know what? Got a box. Yeah, my QQ is definitely E6, which helps a lot for... The weird thing about QQ E6 is, again, like what I was mentioning before, where you have a weird problem where you end up in these weird cycles of having skill points you don't have anything to do with, which is why this team, I think, works decently well, because I can use Bronya to get extra actions on QQ, where if QQ ends up having spare skill points, I can be aggressive with using my skill points, whether I need it for healing for something like this butthole boss, or for just using an extra skill on Bronya to give QQ an extra turn to be able to get more damage. Right? So, I don't know. It just helps, like, balance out the damage to make sure... Because if I have unused skill points, essentially, that means it's just damage I didn't get from QQ, essentially. Like, the ideal is QQ needs to get a little bit unlucky, but not too unlucky, because sometimes it's bad. And there still is variance, because it's still inherently an RNG fucking mechanics on the character. But I find it really fun. It's a level of control. You have a level of control over it in this team and in this game in general that I find it really fun to have to manage the balance with her. So, and sometimes you get F by RNG and you're just like, God damn it! But it's just funny, more often than not. And yeah, E6, having E6 helps a lot though, because you always get a skill point back when you do her enhanced base attack, which is quite important for making sure you can, it means I can always just use her ult and then whatever. Also, using her ult smartly, I haven't even really talked about using her ult smartly. There's a reason I wasn't using her ult a lot of times there, is because I want to make sure I use her ult in a situation where the best time to use her ult is theoretically when I use her skill when I get unlucky, right? You want to use her ult when I get unlucky to make sure I still get the enhanced attack. Because the worst situation to happen is, like, if I use QQ's skill 1, 2, 3, or 4 times, basically the same difference, and I like get an Artarchy suite, but I don't match the tiles. If I don't have my ult up, or I don't have Taeyun's ult to get her ult up, it's just like, well, fuck, I just ate a bunch of skill points to do a little bit of single target damage. Which is not bad. So, heard that Dendro reactions are really good for beginners. Actually, I would say any transformative reactions are good for beginners. I think people underestimate the value. So one thing, I guess we're gonna switch back to fucking Genshin. Actually, no, I'm not. Before I end the stream here, I'll just talk about it, I guess, out loud. One thing that where is the event? I want to do the event while I'm just rambling about Genshin. Elemental Mastery main stat artifacts. If you see any of them, especially if you see instructors pieces, like lock them. There's a little lock icon, by the way, for it's on artifacts. Even like low 3-star rarity stuff, lock like EM main stat pieces, because like if you just level up EM main stat pieces, let's say you do let's say you have a Bennett that you got from Beginner Banner and you're using Lisa. Lisa and Bennett together early game, just put a bunch of Elemental Mastery main stat pieces on Lisa, and then you use Lisa to overload things. Will kill most things. Because you can get 2 overloads from every single skill you do on Bennett. And the way that overload works is it's going to deal damage just based on your character's level and your elemental mastery stat. It increases that damage, and like a fully leveled up character can do like 10,000 damage of overload per overload. And that's just additional damage, and it does like a bunch of knockback. But like knockback can be really nice early game, even though it's sometimes bad in the late game. So like overload is genuinely, I think, a really smart and nice mechanic early game. And does QQ need ERR rope? No. Definitely not. You oftentimes end up in a situation where you're not even using QQ's burst because you want to use it smartly. So, but yeah, what was I saying? I lost. So oh yeah, Dendro reactions. The reason Dendro reactions are strong is because they're just kind of strong at a baseline. They're pretty strong. They're strong always. They're strong always, but yeah, Dendro reactions are also complicated though. So like, I don't know. I don't want to necessarily recommend you have to read up on Dendro reactions or watch videos on Dendro reactions because they're the most complicated reactions in the game. Like I made a video explaining reactions to my friend, and I initially was like, I don't even want to explain Dendro reactions because it's like, it's just a lot. And I did explain a little bit of it. It's not that complicated fundamentally, but it is a little bit. But yeah, just stacking like Elemental Mastery on like your Lisa and then using like Bennett and Lisa together, you're going to be able to kill every fucking Hilly drill in the game. As long as you keep leveling up Lisa and have those artifacts on her, right? Because you can have like 400 Elemental Mastery on Lisa just by putting like the Elemental Mastery main stat pieces that you find from Exploration that are 3-star pieces, right? So, anyways. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah, beginner guides wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. I don't know. I'd have to like watch certain beginner guides to see if I agree with all the things. For the most part though, like I don't know. I wouldn't stress out too much about things in there, like or playing the game optimally or whatever, because like it's a fucking game. Like have fun, right? Genshin's a good game. Overall, it's got some problems. I'm very critical of it for various reasons. Mostly because they make a lot of fucking money, and I think there's some things that are not really acceptable about the game for how much money they make. But anyways, their utter neglect of endgame is absurd and abhorrent. But
Show your courage.
bam, I don't know. Anyways, I feel like the more you overcomplicate something for a new player, that the more they're just gonna be like overwhelmed and they're just gonna not play the game, and like that's not what I want you to think, right? Like I think it's a pretty good game. There's a lot of depth to the Genshin combat system, and it's surprising, right? The amount of creativity it offers. So yeah, and eventually as you play it, you'll find out what you find the most fun slowly over time. Alright, I'm not going to do this. What am I doing? Alright. Any other important questions from people before I end this stream? Or if I think of anything important to mention about Genshin or the game players. But yeah, I don't know. Have fun. It's a game. Getting frustrated at Genshin is something you should only have happen, or should mostly have happen when you put way too much time into the game like I have, and then you have a right to get angry because you know the game too well and you just get annoyed at the smallest things. Anyways. Yeah, Sucrose is very good. I disagree that she doesn't have the best value early game. If you got Sucrose Did Fritz say they got Sucrose? I would definitely use Sucrose early game. I highly disagree, Joe, that Sucrose is not the best failure of the game. Swirl. So the way the swirl works, Fritz. Swirl. Go to the fucking tutorial domain. By the way, there's a domain in Mondstadt that gives you tutorials and like how that all the elemental reactions work. Go do that. They're not very good tutorials, to be clear. They're just like, here's characters that do these reactions, use them. But the swirl one in particular is pretty good at showing you swirl is broken as fuck, especially early game, because Sucrose, like you in a big AoE, you swirl around an element, you smack something with Bennett once, with his skill, and then you swirl it around, you have Sucrose, and suddenly all these hilly churls take like a bunch of AoE damage, and like like it's really strong if you use it properly. Like, go do this world domain, see how like, oh, you apply pyro to an enemy and then you use Sucrose and it puts the element in everyone and does damage while in an AoE at the same time, and then they have pyro on them, so you can like use your Xingqiu or Barbara or whatever. Well, Barbara's not great in the example, but you know, anyways, swirl is really strong, especially early game. And Swirl is the same, by the way. If you have Sucrose, Fritz, she's actually the same character. Just put whatever elemental mastery main stats you have on Sucrose, and she will deal a lot of damage whenever you're swirling elements around. The best ones would be the instructor's artifacts if you pick up any of those in exploration. Yeah, Sucrose is very strong late game and very strong early game. She's just strong all around. She's not a burst reliant character. I mean, her burst is good and nice, but not necessary. So, yeah. Anyways, I don't know. Blade needs quite a lot of investment in some good teams. Yeah. Can I use those HP boots on anyone, by the way? I don't think anyone wants those HP boots that I got. This thing. I don't think anyone wants this, right? Like a slow Bailu? No. Bailu doesn't want the attack set. I think there's anyone in the world that wants that. Alright. Maybe a blade, to be clear. But they asked earlier if Fischl and Sucrose are good together? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. If you want an easy time just playing the game early game, yeah. Sucrose, Fischl. Fischl's not necessarily going to do a lot of damage, but as long as you early game, because you don't Fischl gets really strong when you unlock one of her passives, but it doesn't unlock until level 70, or her level 60 Ascension passive, I think. So level 60 into level 70 area. Fischl becomes very strong then, but before that, Fischl is still nice because she's just an off-field damage dealer. So you can just like use Fischl's skill. It shoots things with Electro, and then you can switch to Sucrose and use Sucrose to use her skill, and then use Sucrose as a normal and charge attacks. Her charge attacks would be better to just swirl Electro around, and that will probably kill lots of things. Especially if Sucrose, if you put Elemental Mastery main stat pieces on Sucrose. And then Fischl, you would just put what I mentioned earlier. Fischl's damage is based on attacks, so like make sure her weapon is leveled up, make sure her she has a feather leveled up, because that gives a bunch of base flat attack, and then give like attack percent, timepiece, goblet, whatever. Obviously electro damage is good for Fischl, but attack would be fine early game, doesn't matter. And then a crit circlet would be fine, or an attack circlet would be fine, right? And you level those up a little bit, and Fischl will do meaningful damage too early game. So, anyways, anything I need to level up quick? Let's see. I'll level up. Actually, you know what? I'm going to save my fodder, because I don't think I have much fodder, to be clear. I do want to level up this. Beyond. I want to save my little bit of fodder that I have for, what's it called? Vonwhack. Because I'm going to use the the remodeling resin on an ERR rope, and I need to be able to level that up. So, anyways, I digress. I think that's all I got. Been a long stream. I was doing Star Rail for way longer than I intended. Way longer. This always happens. Anyways, I just get distracted talking about things. I kept on talking about Genshin during Star Rail. That's rare. Usually I talk about Star Rail during Star Rail. Alright, I think I'm done. Have fun with playing Genshin, Fritz. Feel free to join the Discord if you want helps. People pretty helpful on my Discord. Link is in all my video descriptions. So, you don't get no pressure if you don't want to join Discord, to be clear. But there's a build help section and all kinds of stuff. People can answer questions if you have any. So, bye, Fritz, and bye everyone watching. Smile, Bronya. She's not gonna smile. Does she smile? I don't know if she ever smiles. She might have an idol where she smiles. But she's not gonna smile for you, because the stream is over.